Chapter 717. If they couldn't negotiate, then there was no need to negotiate. Elder Duan, if you say that Long Xiaochen has no right to speak, then they also have no right to speak. The only ones with the right to speak are me and Yun Zanu. I think that Yun Zanu agreed, but you don't. Then have Yun Zanu testify with me. With this in mind, Lin Ling coldly spoke again, causing Elder Duan's pupils to narrow. Yun Zanu has already been killed by you, so how can he testify? This should be the responsibility of the law enforcement hall. As a dignified law enforcement elder, you don't even understand the situation before casually arresting people. Is this how the 7 Profound Martial House allows you to be a law enforcement elder? Of course, if you really want to arrest me, then go to hell and bring Yun Zanu up. As long as he says that we didn't have a fair duel, then I will immediately behead you. Lin Ling shouted again, his aura domineering. He didn't fear Elder Duan at all. Go to hell and find Yun Zanu? The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling really dared to say that he wanted the law enforcement elder to go to hell and bring Yun Zanu up. If he didn't, then Lin Ling wouldn't be guilty. But if the law enforcement elder went to hell, would he be able to return alive? Little beast, you have a sharp tongue. Today, I won't allow you to quibble. The law enforcement elder's face was as ugly as a pig's liver. But Lin Ling still didn't fear him. He looked straight at him. If the law enforcement elder distorted right and wrong, then Lin Ling would also distort right and wrong. You want to arrest me? Sure, go to hell and bring Yun Zanu up. Skyroam arrest them. If they resist, kill them on the spot. I will support them. The law enforcement elder was disinclined to speak any more nonsense. Today, he would kill Lin Ling and vent the anger of the Justice Duan family. You're finally going to make a move? The crowd's eyes flickered incessantly. Although Lin Ling's words were reasonable, any reason was useless when the law enforcement hall wanted to arrest him. Sometimes, strength represented everything. It represented good and evil. Lin Ling already knew about this. He even knew that this would happen when he found out that the law enforcement elder's surname was Duan. That was why he teased Elder Duan earlier. He knew that even if he wanted to keep a low profile, others would not let him do as he wished. If they went too far, he could only crush them in a high-profile manner. If we can't talk, then there's no need to talk. Mountain River Valley is my territory. Trespassers, said Lin Ling in an ice-cold voice. The crowd was astonished. Lin Ling wanted to kill the members of the law enforcement hall? He was crazy. Would this cause a great disturbance in the 7 Profound Martial House? Second brother, I've already said that there's no need to waste words with them. These treacherous people should be killed. At the same time, an overbearing and magnificent voice sounded out from Mountain River Valley. A bone sword with a dazzling white light fell from the sky. With a rumble, the sword cut down, and the earth violently shook. Sakura had arrived. Long Xiaochen, you return to the valley. Leave these fellows to me and Big Brother. Seeing Sakura arrive, Lin Ling suddenly gave a heroic smile. His right hand pulled out his sword, and a destructive aura bloomed from his body. Flames appeared. Right and wrong, good and evil, sometimes it could not be explained by words. Only by killing to one's heart's content. They're crazy. Just 2 trifling juniors dare to attack the law enforcement hall. Kill them. Elder Duan's eyes turned red. The other side only had 2 people, but not only did they not fear them, they even wanted to kill them. Lin Ling, this was a deathbed struggle. Big brother, I'll leave that old ghost to you. As for the rest of the trash, leave them to me. Lin Ling tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. 1 man and 1 sword, he looked down on the crowd, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. Lin Ling had just defeated the early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Yun Zhongnu, shocking the entire Heaven's Chosen list. Now, he was going to face a dozen mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses alone? Surging killing intent spread out from Lin Ling's body. At this moment, he remembered Elder Sword's words. Stop killing with killing, don't be afraid of killing intent, and face it with courage. Know why you're killing, know why you're dying. As long as you still have principles in your heart, and there's something you need to protect, that's enough. Swoosh. The sword light was like water, and flames bloomed. With one slash, a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Law Enforcement Hall disciple's head flew out. How terrifying, killing a Law Enforcement Hall disciple in one move. The crowd's eyes widened. They did not expect Lin Ling's strength to be so strong. He was ranked 300 on the Heaven's Chosen list. Looking at his strength, it was more than enough to enter the top 200. Second brother, you're amazing. That martial intent is stronger than I imagined. Sakura held the bone sword in his hand and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Last time when they were drinking, he already had a rough idea of Lin Ling's strength. Lin Ling was able to defeat a few of the 18 young masters, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, Lin Ling's strength was indeed terrifying. However, this was his brother, killing geniuses with one slash. Big brother, your opponent is not weak. He's an elder at the peak of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. This sword is yours. Killing him is as easy as killing a dog. Lin Ling's ethereal voice sounded out. Then, a sword flew toward Sakura. He knew that he wasn't Elder Duan's opponent, so he let the sword pass to Sakura. After Sakura caught the sword, his eyes narrowed and he laughed loudly. This sword was a spiritual weapon. With this sword, why would he be afraid of the Law Enforcement Hall's elders? Today, us brothers will kill to our heart's content. Sakura's laughter was like thunder in the sky, rumbling out. Crazy, these two are simply lawless. Looking at the unscrupulous Lin Ling and Sakura, the crowd was thoroughly shocked. It had to be known that the Law Enforcement Hall represented justice, and represented the dignity of the Seven Profound Martial House. They had always been the ones to arrest others. Even if the other party was a noble from the 5 great ancient countries, as long as they were guilty, they would still arrest them. Sometimes, they represented the divine judgment of the heavens. But today, these two arrogant youths had savagely killed their way back. Did they want to create the first miracle of the 7 Profound Martial House? Lin Ling, you dare to kill my Law Enforcement Hall's people, I'll kill you. The Law Enforcement Hall's Elder Duan roared. Only now did he realize that Lin Ling was not joking. If he said he would kill, then he would kill. He simply didn't regard them as Law Enforcement Hall disciples. Old dog, you should take care of yourself. Don't think that just because you're a Law Enforcement Hall elder that you can look down on everyone. If we want to kill you, we'll kill you too. At this moment, Sakura had already rushed over, his powerful aura erupting. His strength was at the late Emperor Spirit Realm, and his innate king body was extremely terrifying. In addition, with the chaotic evil sword in hand, he even dared to fight the heavens. Pung ping pung. For a time, he had actually suppressed Elder Duan in a crazy manner. The crowd's pupils widened. This was an elder. Sakura was only a disciple, but an elder was being suppressed by a disciple. In this battle, it was as if Elder Duan had been slapped in the face by Sakura. Then they looked at Lin Ling again, and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Sakura was crazy, but Lin Ling was also the same. He was fighting a dozen Middle Emperor Spirit Realm proud sons of heaven, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. That sword, that flame, he laughed proudly at the world. At this moment, many people realized why Lin Ling was able to shake the world as soon as he entered the 7 Profound Martial House. Chapter 7:18. Kill to your heart's content. You were the one who attacked my mountain valley. Don't you know that the mountain valley is the home of my rainforest holy land? You attacked my home, you have touched my reverse scale. A cold voice floated out from outside the mountain valley. Lin Ling stepped forwards and threw himself at the overbearing youth. Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, very arrogant. But I'm sorry, I've killed many. Even the 18th young master, the Dragon Monarch, died under my sword. What? The 18th young master died under Lin Ling's sword. Is it because of what happened in the Icefield region's ancient tomb? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Some of them had faintly heard that in the Icefield region's ancient tomb, there was a great war between the 3 ancient countries, and one of their geniuses had risen. However, this had only happened a few days ago, so the Rainforest Holy Land hadn't received any specific information. But now, could that rising genius be Lin Ling? Shwa! A terrifying sword light cut out. The crowd saw something. They saw that the law enforcement hall disciple was unable to block it and was split in two. The crowd forgot how to breathe. Not only was Lin Ling crazy, but his strength was also terrifying. Lin Ling, even if you kill us all, you have violated the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House. You will die without a doubt. Sky Yu's pupils shrank. He didn't think that Lin Ling would be so strong. It had to be known that when he had first arrived at the mountain valley, he had thought that Lin Ling was just an ant that he could do whatever he wanted. However, this ant had awoken from a deep slumber and immediately turned into a killing god. He was a bit afraid and a bit regretful. All of this was ironic. Their law enforcement hall had always been sacred and dignified, but today they were afraid of a young boy. You don't need to worry about that. If you want to convict me of a crime, then go to hell and bring Yun Jiannu up. The low and deep voice floated out once more, causing Sky Yu's heart to tremble. Before, Lin Ling had said that if they wanted to convict him of a crime, then they should go to hell and find Yun Jiannu. Now, were they really going to hell? Little Flame. Lin Ling shouted coldly. Little Flame, who was sleeping on his shoulder, suddenly opened its eyes. After which, it leaped onto the ground. With a loud bang, it transformed into a 2-meter-tall giant ape and similarly pounced forward. With a sweep of his huge arm, astral winds howled. No martial arts could withstand it. That was pure physical strength, the strength to move mountains and rivers. On the other hand, Lin Ling's combination of sword and fire allowed him to annihilate an entire army. Facing these mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigies, he didn't need to use any movement techniques, nor did he need to use any sort of profound martial arts. He could simply crush them with brute force. One had to know that the strength of these geniuses was comparable to the 18 young masters, the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch was more famous than them because he was younger. However, that was the Dragon Monarch of the past. After the Dragon Monarch came out from the ancient tomb, his strength had increased greatly. He had many trump cards and surpassed these geniuses. However, he was still killed by Lin Ling. This meant that the law enforcement hall geniuses were no match for Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's full strength, even without the ancient flame devil, he could easily kill a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy, unless it was one of the top few. This leapfrogging battle is too terrifying. If Lin Ling participated in the preliminaries of the prodigy ranking, he would probably be able to reach the 250th rank. In the distance, the crowd was trembling with fear. They felt that Lin Ling was the dark horse of the preliminaries of the prodigy ranking. On the other hand, the law enforcement hall disciples were panicking. How would they dare to capture Lin Ling? They simply wanted to escape. Especially Tianyu. A rumor rose in his heart. Not long ago, in the Ice Plain region, 18 young masters of the 7 great martial arts halls had gathered. However, after the battle between the 3 ancient nations, a terrifying monster had emerged. Now, he was sure that the monster was Lin Ling. The 16th. While Tianyu was thinking in shock, a cold voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell rang out, causing his body to tremble again. He turned around and saw that 16 people from the law enforcement hall had died. Lin Ling didn't seem to want to let any of them go. Kill! Kill! In the entire mountain valley, the two stirred up the winds and clouds. Their killing spree shook the heavens and the earth. Lin Ling's eyes were bloodshot and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He gave off a tyrannical and evil feeling. With this killing spree, Lin Ling had finally become a god of death in the 7 profound martial house. Many disciples had nightmares about him. Lin Ling could not be provoked. Stop! Stop! At this moment, a voice filled with heavenly might sounded out, causing the entire earth to shake. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked up at the sky, but the corners of his mouth curved up in an evil grin. Flames of the great vermilion bird. Under the obstruction of the voice from the sky, Lin Ling's right hand grabbed a person's neck. Then, a blazing flame burned out, obliterating the last person. This person was Tianyu. More than a dozen proud sons of heaven from the law enforcement hall had come with great momentum. They had loftily wanted to convict Lin Ling and bring Lin Ling back to the law enforcement hall. However, The result was that all of them had died under Lin Ling's hands. The smell of blood wafted through the mountain valley. Flames burned, swords flashed, and the crowd in the distance gulped. They looked in horror at the proud youth standing in the middle of the valley. This youth held a great sword, and there were even drops of blood dripping from the blade. This was the god of death, Lin Ling. Looking at the other side, Sakura was still suppressing Elder Duan, and the battle wasn't even as fast as Lin Ling's side. This made many people feel that facing Sakura seemed to be better than facing Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the sky, a tall and sturdy figure appeared. This man wore golden armor and his hair was white. His body was broad, and he had a dignified aura. He was like a Vajra from the lower realms, and he held a great saber in his hand that was 2 meters long. He was like an ancient war god. He looked at Lin Ling and frowned. Without another word, he chopped down with his saber. "Old Saber, you're here." "Old Saber." The crowd's pupils constricted. Old Saber of the 12 Xian elders had arrived. Old Saber was the person with the greatest authority in the law enforcement hall. He was righteous, and even if the palace master made a mistake, he dared to kill him with his saber. Because of this, he was able to sit on the head of the law enforcement hall. Now that Lin Ling had killed a disciple of the law enforcement hall, how could Old Saber let Lin Ling live? That slash seemed to have cut through the sun and moon. Strong winds billowed, and space was torn apart. Lightning and heavenly fire roared within. Old Xian's strength was terrifying. Lin Ling's eyes were still cold, but he was secretly shocked. Other than the mysterious elder he met in the old tomb, this was the first time he had seen such great strength. It seemed that he still had a long way to go before he could defeat the palace master. At least, Old Xian's strength wasn't something he could fight against now. "Kill him." In the distance, a sharp and harsh voice sounded out. Old Great Solar Child stepped on the clouds, rolling over. Su Fan was also with him. In addition, a great figure had arrived. Today, Lin Ling had killed a disciple of the law enforcement hall. That was simply a violation of the 7 profound martial houses reverse scale. This was the first time that the 7 profound martial house had ever done so. If they didn't kill Lin Ling, how could they establish the prestige of the 7 profound martial house? "Old Saber, your subordinates can't distinguish right from wrong. Are you also old and blind?" At this moment, a dazzling sword came from the horizon. It cut through the sky, pierced through the void, and shot straight towards that saber. Clang! It was as if all the metals in the world had collided. Some of the weaker geniuses began to bleed from their 7 orifices. The sound waves produced by the collision of 2 powerhouses were not something that they could resist. What a terrifying strength! Even Old Sword has arrived. Old Saber. Chapter 719. I plead guilty. Old Sword. Lin Ling is arrogant and arrogant. He has already committed a great crime by killing someone from the law enforcement hall, and you still want to save him? In the sky, Old Sword gripped his broadsword, not speaking. After Old Great Sun arrived, his wrinkled face maliciously glared at Lin Ling. Old Sword was silent. He was still as majestic as ever, like the most ruthless executioner in the world. He did not move but coldly looked at Lin Ling. Before, he had been so anxious that he had wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he was still the law enforcement hall's chief, so he had quickly calmed down. Great figures arrived one by one, looking down at Lin Ling from above. Without a doubt, Lin Ling had caused monstrous waves in the 7 profound martial house today. Mountain River Valley also stopped fighting. Sakura, Long Xiaochen, and the others appeared behind Lin Ling, their eyes cold as they looked at the sky. In fact, right and wrong, they could all see at a glance. As the crowd looked at this indomitable and unyielding youth, their hearts were inexplicably complex. But more than that, they looked at the blue and white robed youth and felt as if they were in a dream. After Lin Ling had entered the 7 profound martial house, he had always been on the defensive. But today, he had taken the initiative to attack and killed without hesitation. This meant that his forbearance had reached the limit. "Excuse me, what wrong have I committed?" Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Ling slowly put away his broadsword. His indifferent voice floated out. "Good courage." Many people secretly admired him. In such a situation, Lin Ling could still maintain his calm. This flexible genius was truly terrifying. You are arrogant, and have no regard for the law. You have killed your fellow disciples, and slaughter has become your second nature. You have violated the rules of the 7 profound martial house. You deserve to die. In the sky, Old Sword remained silent. His temperament was like this, but Old Great Sun wanted to seize this opportunity to force Lin Ling to death. Lin Ling was an ant. It was actually very easy for her to kill him. However, if she killed Lin Ling, it would affect her reputation, so even if she wanted to kill Lin Ling, she needed a convincing reason. You're saying that I killed my fellow disciples and that killing has become my second nature? If I didn't kill them, should I let them kill me? Lin Ling smiled without a care. He even took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood on his face. That action was very arrogant. Great Sun Tong gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Ling with a vicious gaze. You actually don't know how to repent after killing so many disciples. Old Dao, as the head of the enforcement hall, you can attack. Killing is my second nature? How many people have the law enforcement hall killed over the years? Isn't killing their second nature? Lin Ling laughed loudly, causing Great Sunchild to laugh coldly. This Lin Ling still wanted to struggle before his death? She coldly said, when the law enforcement hall kills people, that is because they have violated the rules. That is not killing their second nature. This place, the mountain valley, is my territory. They didn't follow the rules and entered the valley to kill people. Did they not violate the rules? Lin Ling threw the handkerchief in his hand to the ground and lightly replied, they violated the rules, so they should be killed. In the 7 profound martial house, only the law enforcement hall can kill people. If they make a mistake, no one can kill them? Silence. The crowd fell silent. Lin Ling's words were not wrong. In the 7 profound martial house, no one was allowed to casually invade other people's practice areas and cause trouble. Otherwise, that was a violation of the 7 profound martial house's rules. But the law enforcement hall disciples had actually killed their way into the mountain valley. This was a violation of the rules. Lin Ling, you're speaking nonsense. They wanted to capture you and bring you back to the law enforcement hall, but you desperately resisted. That's why they went into the valley to capture you. In the distance, Elder Duan roared, his eyes nearly spitting fire. Today, he had come to capture Lin Ling, but not only had he failed to do so, but all of his people had died. Capture me? Then may I ask what rules I violated? Did you kill Yun Jiannu? Yun Jiannu had a life or death battle with me. Everyone knows that. Now that he's dead, how can you blame me? If you don't believe me, you can go to hell and bring him up for questioning. Who's going? Lin Ling sneered. The words who's going drifted in the wind, shaking the mountain valley. The crowd fell silent. Who would dare to go to hell to find Yun Jiannu? Lin Ling and Yun Jiannu's battle was Yun Jiannu's first challenge. At this moment, a clear and gentle voice sounded out from the sky. It was Apprentice Master Gusu. Her words had absolute authority. The disciples that had wanted to help Elder Duan were now silent. With such a great figure present, it was no longer Elder Duan who had the final say. If they spoke carelessly, it would be very dangerous. In the sky and on the ground, silence fell. Countless eyes were on Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was unfazed even if the sky collapsed. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind, and his clear eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Elder Tong. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. You said that I was arrogant, undisciplined, and killed my fellow disciples. Now tell me, how is it that killing is my second nature? How am I killing my fellow disciples? The law enforcement hall was the first to break the rules, so I'm not a murderous person. Since Yun Zhongnu and I had a life and death battle, I'm not killing my fellow disciples. At most, I'm just being unruly and arrogant. After saying that, Lin Ling looked at the cold Elder Dao in the sky. Head of the law enforcement hall, I plead guilty. Lin Ling pleads guilty? Hearing Lin Ling's words, many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was defending himself before, but now he was pleading guilty. Once he did, Elder Dao could kill him. Just what did Lin Ling want to do? Even Elder Tong was puzzled. Before, Lin Ling had exonerated himself, But now he was pleading guilty? She was just about to wave her hand to confirm Lin Ling's crime when Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out again. I plead guilty to being arrogant and undisciplined. What punishment is there? I accept. Silence. Outside of the mountain valley, everything was silent. Lin Ling had previously said that killing was not his second nature, and he did not kill his fellow disciples. Lin Ling had already defended himself on this point, and it seemed that no one could refute him. Therefore, Lin Ling admitted that he was arrogant and had no regard for the law. However, what punishment could there be for these two crimes? Arrogant and undisciplined, that was only his temperament. If he killed those that were arrogant and undisciplined, then the 7 profound martial house would lose many geniuses. As for being undisciplined, that could be punished, but it would at most be some spirit crystals. Elder Tong and Elder Duan both roared. Lin Ling's mouth was too fierce, he could even turn white into black. The law enforcement hall is impartial and strict. I don't think that you will use your own selfishness to arbitrarily convict someone. Elder Dao, please convict me. Lin Ling simply ignored them, still looking at Elder Dao in the sky. Elder Dao's face was cold and indifferent. He calmly looked at Lin Ling, and finally said in a low voice, arrogant and undisciplined, I hope that you will restrain yourself from this crime. You have violated the rules of the 7 profound martial house. You will be fined 100 spirit crystals. Everyone's jaws dropped. Lin Ling's crime was already decided. Chapter 720. Mad God Lin Ling. Old Dao, as the head of the enforcement hall, you must be fair and impartial. Old Great Sun Child grit his teeth and said in a low voice. The enforcement hall did not investigate the facts. Without determining the situation, they said that Lin Ling killed a fellow disciple. The enforcement hall was the first to be found guilty. Then, before the enforcement hall determined the crime, they trespassed into someone else's practice area, violating the rules of the 7 profound martial house. Thus, Lin Ling killed them. He is not guilty. Cold. Elder Dao said coldly under the gazes of the crowd. He was not trying to help Lin Ling. Instead, it was just like his personality, which was fair and just. Even from a selfish point of view, he hated Lin Ling because Lin Ling had killed a disciple of the law enforcement hall in front of him. Unfortunately, his character was like this. Wrong was wrong, right was right. He could not charge Lin Ling for his own selfish reasons. Otherwise, he simply did not have the qualifications to be the head of the enforcement hall. Old Dao. Old Great Sun Child looked at Old Dao, speechless. He knew that Old Dao was solemn, so he knew that he could not change anything. You are truly worthy of being the head of the enforcement hall. But before that, I would like to ask, for the enforcement hall elder to recklessly charge someone and trespass into someone else's practice area, what crime is that? Old Dao. Lin Ling nodded and looked up at the sky, causing the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling had been charged with 2 minor crimes, but he did not feel lucky in his heart. Instead, he wanted to charge Elder Duan with crimes. Lin Ling was truly not someone to be trifled with. Old Dao looked down at Elder Duan, and his indifferent voice floated out. Elder Duan, as an enforcement hall elder, do you have any evidence that Lin Ling has committed a crime? Old Dao. Elder Duan's complexion was incomparably ugly. He had thought that today's matter was a trivial matter. With his status and strength, killing Lin Ling would be extremely easy. That was why he had brought the enforcement hall disciples with him. But he had never thought that Lin Ling would be so difficult to deal with. Not only had he not been caught, but the situation had become even bigger. If this matter had been led by him, he could have reversed black and white, twisted right and wrong. After all, everything was up to him. But now, a large number of Elder Xian had appeared. The entire situation was no longer under his control. Old Dao. Elder Duan could not say anything. He also knew that although Elder Dao appeared to be a man of few words, he was not stupid. In fact, his observation skills were incomparably sharp. Therefore, it was impossible to deceive Elder Dao at this time. Waste his cultivation and expel him from the 7 profound martial house. Elder Duan kept shouting that he was innocent. However, Elder Duan was still expressionless. If Elder Duan could find an explanation, maybe Elder Duan would help him, but Elder Duan couldn't. In fact, the life and death duel between Lin Ling and Yun Zhongnu was a public affair. Even if Elder Duan had bribed a lot of people, he couldn't bribe everyone. As long as someone admitted it, Elder Duan wouldn't be able to defend himself. Therefore, Elder Duan knew this and didn't say anything. Lin Ling hadn't violated the rules, but Elder Duan had come to capture Lin Ling. He had broken into someone else's practice area. Elder Duan had violated the rules. Elder Dao had already roughly guessed what had happened. If he didn't know about this, then it wouldn't matter if Lin Ling died. But since he knew, then he would naturally handle this matter impartially. Lin Ling, you had best restrain your arrogance. This time you were lucky enough to escape this calamity, but next time you may not be so lucky. Although this was the case, Elder Dao still coldly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling faintly smiled. This junior will remember Elder Xian's words. Although he was being taught a lesson, the crowd had a strange feeling. Was this a lesson? This was more like praise. Lin Ling seemed to be saying to everyone that if they wanted to make things difficult for him, then they would have to kill him. Otherwise, he would arrogantly counterattack and kill them to his heart's content. How could Great Sun Child not understand this? Her complexion was incomparably ugly. Finally, she coldly snorted, "Let's go. Go." Today, she had wanted to catch Lin Ling's weakness, but it was obvious that she had failed. Instead, Lin Ling's name had once again shaken the seven profound martial house. Su Fan's face was also icy cold. He naturally knew why Elder Duan wanted to kill Lin Ling. This was the will of the Duan family. However, this Aunt Lin Ling's life was very tenacious, and he had once again escaped this calamity. Those powerhouses also left one after another. But after today's events, they had an illusion in their hearts. This Lin Ling was beginning to thoroughly rise. In the previous disciple recruitment ceremony, Lin Ling had rebelled against Su Fan. In the Star Sea Pagoda, Lin Ling had broken the record. In the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, Lin Ling had won first place. All of these had caused the top powerhouses to slightly care about Lin Ling. But today, they no longer cared about him. Crazy. All of the powerhouses had this evaluation of Lin Ling. And all of the disciples also had this evaluation. It was no longer Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, but Crazy God Lin Ling. This matter also let them know that it was best for an ordinary person not to provoke Lin Ling, otherwise they would have to bear the consequences. And if they wanted to provoke Lin Ling, they would have to reach the peak of their strength. The law enforcement hall disciples have also been killed. Crazy God Lin Ling, interesting. I wonder just how crazy he is. On a towering mountain peak, several figures were sitting cross-legged, drinking tea and chatting. These people were ranked 250 on the 7 Profound Heavens Chosen list. Each one of them was a top master. The weakest of them was at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, and they also had a 6th grade king body. A 6th grade king body was very terrifying. Lin Ling's current king body was only a 5th grade king body. He's crazy, even old Xian didn't give face to him. Moreover, he's not brainless when he's crazy. Every time he finds a loophole to counterattack, old Xian and the others have nothing to say. He's brave and resourceful. One of them took a sip of tea and said. Another person smiled faintly and said, as far as I know, he even offended the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family. He was the biggest winner in the ancient tomb world and ranked 7th among the 18 princes. He's really proud of his achievements. We missed the trip to the ancient tomb world, but I'm looking forward to seeing how powerful this Lin Ling is. The others said indifferently. Lin Ling made them feel a little scared. After all, the 7 Profound Heavens Chosen list didn't have many things, only geniuses. Crazy God Lin Ling was just one of them. Only those who had seen him would know how powerful he was. The same conversation took place among the various old Xians. Moreover, on top of the ancient tree in the rainforest Holy Land, the martial house master appeared once again, his eyes looking at the distant clouds. Master, I said that compared to Sakura, Lin Ling is even more terrifying. He only went out to adventure once, but his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. He rushed from the bottom of the Heavens Chosen list to around 250th place. Now he's firmly established himself in the 7 profound martial house. Behind the martial house master, the black-clothed girl lightly said, "Meng, I admit that you have a good eye. However, it's hard to make a decision until the end. I still think that Di Shirtian is the real threat." The mansion master put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Sakura is the most outstanding genius of the Di family bloodline. He has inherited the previous martial house master's talent and heart of martial arts. He cannot be underestimated." The black-clothed girl nodded and said, "Master, do you need me to make a move? Of the two, who do you choose?" Chapter 721. Exquisite Valley. To be fair, I want to choose Lin Ling. I want him to be a cripple for the rest of his life. But, if Master fears Sakura, then I will choose him. The black-clothed girl thought for a moment, her beautiful eyes shining with wisdom. "Then I will choose Sakura. Although Lin Ling is mysterious, his achievements are limited. Only Sakura can reach my height, so I will strangle him." The martial house master's voice was low and deep, as if he had made a great decision. Above a giant ancient tree, a cold wind howled, causing the entire ancient tree to sway. It was like an earthquake was occurring somewhere in the rainforest Holy Land. "Sakura, I've already met him several times before. He has a good impression of me. I will make him enter a nightmare." The black-clothed girl's figure disappeared from where she stood. The martial house master was still standing there, a sneer on his face. Lin Ling and Sakura had both risen, so one of them had to be killed. Lin Ling was very lucky. Sakura had died in his place. "Second brother, you killed to your heart's content. Now in the 7 profound martial house, you are called the Mad God, and I am behind you. I am called the Evil God. We brothers are the Mad Evil Gods." In the mountain valley, Sakura's laughter spread out, causing third brother Di Jichuan to helplessly shake his head. Lin Ling's pupils widened, and he forced a smile. He hadn't thought that that day's massacre would have such an effect. "Boss, the name Mad God is very pleasant to the ears, and the effect is good. At least no one dares to bully us. Today, when I went out for a walk, those Moon Guard level disciples that used to be high and mighty were all scared of me. They kept their distance from me, and when I glared at them, those Moon Guard level disciples even ran over to flatter me. Boss, I also met them, and there were even several proud sons of heaven." Long Xiaochen and Zuemo laughed as they walked over. Lin Ling was even more helpless. Sometimes it was better to be low-key than to be low-key. In this world where strength reigned supreme, sometimes being overbearing was also a means of self-protection. Mad God Lin Ling? I like this name. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Now that he had made a terrifying name for himself in the 7 profound martial house, he could be considered to have established a firm foothold in the 7 profound martial house. Now, he could invite the Fire Ancient clan to come. At that time, ordinary people would not dare to casually bully the people of the Fire Ancient clan. Of course, before that, it was time to settle old scores. Pill falling to the mortal world. After exchanging a few words with his brothers, Lin Ling originally wanted to ask Sakura to help look after the mountain valley. However, Sakura smiled awkwardly as he seemed to have another appointment. Moreover, looking at that hesitant manner, Lin Ling also faintly guessed something. For a grown man to be hemming and hawing, it was obvious that he had taken a fancy to some young lady. However, regarding this, Lin Ling was happy for Sakura. This big brother of his was straightforward and carefree. It's time to find a woman to control him. "Big brother, if there's anything you don't understand, then second brother can explain it to you." Lin Ling joked, making Long Xiaochen and the others react. Each and every one of them had the appearance of an experienced person. They gave pointers to Sakura, making Sakura's face turn even redder. He cursed loudly and then ran away. Looks like this is the first time in Big Brother's life that he has fallen in love with someone. I wonder which family's girl could make Big Brother so worried. And from the looks of it, they should have met more than once. Their relationship is developing quite well. Lin Ling smiled and then left the mountain valley. He went to find Master Gusu, and also to refine the first true fire pill. This would allow his king body talent to rise in rank once again. Like this, his foundation would be even more solid. At present, Lin Ling's foundation was very solid. In addition, he was constantly swallowing Yang spirit fruits. Therefore, if his king body was upgraded, he might really be able to reach the invincible middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Once again arriving at the snowy peak, Lin Ling found Gusu Shui. After explaining his purpose, he followed Gusu Shui out of the snowy peak. The 7 Profound Martial House also had its own alchemy hall, where a large number of talented alchemists gathered. They would usually refine pills and give them to the 7 Profound Martial House in exchange for rewards. The 7 Profound Martial House would then distribute the pills to the disciples. Therefore, in the 7 Profound Martial House, even if an alchemist's strength was not high, their status was still extremely noble. The alchemy hall was located in the Exquisite Valley. Only alchemists and elders could enter there. The spiritual energy in this valley was rich. According to legend, there was a spiritual root at the bottom of the valley, and it was the best place to refine pills. This valley was guarded by 2 great Xian elders, Elder Longdan and Elder Huding. These 2 elders were true alchemists and had an illustrious reputation in the Rainforest Holy Land. But because these 2 great Xian elders were competing for the chief disciple position in the Exquisite Valley, they often fought openly and secretly to win over talented alchemists. Today was also the day of the 8th grade alchemist examination. In the 8th grade alchemist examination, one had to refine an 8th grade pill. If the pill passed the examination and there were no signs of cheating, then one could become an 8th grade alchemist and announce it to the Rainforest Holy Land. To become an 8th grade alchemist, one's status would be above tens of thousands of people. They would have endless glory, and all the major powers would throw out olive branches to them. Unfortunately, the 8th grade alchemist examination was very difficult. In the vast square, there were layers upon layers of young boys and girls sitting there. They were all talented alchemists. Some had already taken the 5th grade alchemist examination, and some were 6th grade alchemists. In the ring of grandstands, everyone was looking down at the square below. There were a large number of pill furnaces, and in front of these pill furnaces, there were many alchemists with extraordinary temperaments taking the examination. Elder Longdan, your vision is not very good. You have instructed so many talented alchemists, but this time no one has passed. You are old, you should retire to the 2nd position in the Exquisite Valley. On one side of the plaza, there was a tall platform. 2 elders were sitting there calmly. They were the 2 great Xian elders of Nimble Valley. Their strength was unfathomable, and they also had skills in alchemy that made people respect them. Even the martial arts hall's palace masters were extremely respectful towards them. Even the masters of the ancient Dao Martial Palace and the Great Sun Void Temple had invited them to become Xian elders in their respective martial arts halls. However, they were all rejected. Elder Huding, your vision is not good either. This time, the disciple you instructed also failed the examination. One of the elders, who was wearing a fiery red robe, said indifferently. There was an 8 trigrams mark on the back of his robe. This person was Elder Longden, and beside him was a short and fat elder. He was wearing a black robe, and there was a colorful cauldron on the back of his robe. This person was Elder Huding. The 2 of them were competing. It was not about their alchemy skills, but about the ability of each other's disciples. At this moment, Lin Ling and Gusu Shui were standing quietly in the vast grandstand. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This was the first time he had seen so many alchemists gathered together, and it made his blood boil. His alchemy skills were not weak. Now that he saw talented alchemists of the same age, he naturally had the impulse to compete with them. Chapter 722. Here I come Dong. At this moment, a loud bell rang, causing a large number of cheers. This was the bell that signaled the end of the alchemy exam. In the square, some of the alchemists who finished the exam smiled confidently, while others looked regretful. They all had their own thoughts about the results of the exam. After that, the 3 alchemists examined the pills one by one, and the results were announced by the elders. The one who announced the results was Su Fan. He used to be an alchemist, but after being dragged down by Lin Ling to become an elder, his status had plummeted. Now, he had to do the work of an elder. Gray map, 8th grade disaster pill failed the exam. Lin Sanjing, 8th grade disaster pill failed the exam. The three alchemists examined the pills, and Su Fan announced the results. Every time the results were announced, the two Xian elders' expressions would change. Evidently, those who had failed were their disciples. They had been fighting with each other openly and covertly. If their disciples failed, they would also lose face. The 8th grade alchemist exam is indeed difficult. I'm afraid no one will pass today. That's not necessarily true. With so many alchemists taking the exam, one will pass. The crowd discussed. The 8th grade exam was indeed harsh. Finally, one person passed, and so far, he was the only one who passed. Dan Luofan, congratulations on passing the 8th grade disaster pill and reaching the mystic class. You are now an 8th grade alchemist. Su Fan looked at the square with admiration. A young man stood there proudly with his hands behind his back, enjoying the admiring gazes of the crowd. This person was Dan Luofan, and so far, he was the first and only one to pass. Dan Luofan, this kid is not bad. On the platform, Elder Hu Ding laughed proudly. Dan Luofan was his disciple, and today he gave him face. He then looked at Elder Longden. You're old, it's better for me to guard Linglong Valley. You should go to the back of the mountain to pick up the waste pills. Elder Hu Ding, don't be so proud. Elder Long Dan's face turned ugly. None of the disciples he had taught had passed the test. If this continued, he would lose his prestige and no one would want to be his disciple. Without any disciples following him, he would lose the right to control the other half of the Linglong Valley. This was not what he wanted to see. Unfortunately, the disciple he had taught had failed to live up to his expectations, so there was nothing he could do. The path of alchemy is broad and profound. Sometimes, there will be an opportunity to refine a grade 8 alchemy pill. Therefore, according to the rules, the others can challenge Dan Luofan again and refine grade 8 alchemy pills at the same time. Su Fan's voice sounded again. This was the rule of Linglong Valley. After all, there were times when one got lucky in refining pills. Even if the probability was very small, some alchemists would still inexplicably succeed in refining pills. Therefore, for the sake of fairness, the alchemists taking the test had to accept challenges from other alchemists. If they won again, then the test would be considered passed. Of course, this was only routine. In reality, everyone knew Dan Luofan's level. Even though he wasn't the most outstanding young genius, no one could surpass him this year. Does anyone dare? Su Fan added. With one hand behind his back, Dan Luofan had an indescribable expression on his face. Junior brothers, there's no need to be humble. If you doubt me, you can compete with me. I'll convince you wholeheartedly. The square was completely silent. No one dared to make a sound. This made Elder Long Dan's expression even uglier. Even his disciple didn't dare to make a sound. Dan Luofan, I've seen your shamelessness. Today, I'll see your bullshit alchemy skills. At this moment, a calm voice sounded from a corner of the square. Countless people looked over and frowned. That young man was very unfamiliar. They had never seen him in Linglong Valley. No one present knew that young man. If there were two people, one was Su Fan and the other was Dan Luofan. Both of them looked at the young man who spoke with an extremely ugly expression. The one who spoke was Lin Ling. Lin Ling came with a purpose this time. How could he let Dan Luofan flaunt his prowess? When Dan Luofan dared to frame him, Lin Ling planned to take revenge. Dan Luofan finally became a grade 8 alchemist. Then, Lin Ling would destroy his efforts and trample on him. Insolent Junior. This is the sacred Linglong Valley, not your mountain valley. You're not allowed to be arrogant. Dan Luofan glared at Lin Ling, his face ashen. He wanted nothing more than to chop this enemy of his into pieces. Men, kick out this outsider who doesn't have an alchemist's certificate. The crowd was surprised. They could see that senior brother Dan Luofan was furious. I'll do it. This is Linglong Valley. If you're not an alchemist, you can't enter. The pavilion is very unfamiliar. You're definitely not an alchemist. Don't blame us for being impolite. Tell us your name. Maybe because of your background, we won't teach you a lesson. We'll just ask you to leave. At the side of the square, many alchemists stood up and walked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling indifferently smiled. Since he dared to come here, he didn't plan on casually leaving. He nodded to Gu Sushue and then walked down the steps to the square. Gu Sushue also nodded. She knew Lin Ling's purpose in coming here, so she didn't stop him. She also knew that Lin Ling's alchemy skills were above Dan Luofan's. She also wanted to see how the proud Dan Luofan would be humiliated. You want to know my name? I am Lin Ling. As he walked, Lin Ling lightly said. His calm eyes didn't have the slightest ripple of emotion. Lin Ling? I've never heard of this alchemist before, but this name seems very familiar. Lin Ling. Mad God Lin Ling? The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then began to stir. Not long ago, Lin Ling had arrogantly obliterated a law enforcement hall disciple. Who in the Seven Profound Martial House didn't know this? This Lin Ling wasn't a top heaven's pride on the proud son of heaven list, but he was lawless and arrogant to the extreme. If anyone dared to provoke him, he would kill them to his heart's content. He wasn't afraid of his opponent being strong, but what he feared the most was that his opponent was arrogant enough. For a time, those alchemists that wanted to stop Lin Ling all sat back down. They dreaded Lin Ling's infamy. Lin Ling's lips curled into a startled smile. It seemed that his infamy was spreading far and wide. However, since he had to bear this infamy, then he might as well carry on with it. At the very least, being arrogant would reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Of course, there would be a deterrent effect, but that would also cause the dissatisfaction of the top heaven's pride. This wasn't something that Lin Ling needed to consider at the moment. Dan Luofan, your qualifications as an 8th grade alchemist are far from enough. As he arrived at the square, Lin Ling indifferently looked at Dan Luofan. This caused Dan Luofan to bite his lips. He wished that he could immediately kill Lin Ling. Then he threw himself at Lin Ling, his eyes shining with a murderous intent. Senior apprentice brother Dan Luofan seems to have a great grudge with Lin Ling. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Dan Luofan had lost all reason as soon as he saw Lin Ling. There must have been something that happened between them. You're courting death. Lin Ling still calmly stood there, one hand behind his back. As Dan Luofan threw himself at him, he gently waved his right hand, and beautiful flames appeared like fireworks. In the next moment he easily grabbed Dan Luofan's neck. Chapter 723. 18th Young Master, Tang Tianshu had just turned 20 years old. This person had the bloodline of the great Tang Empire, one of the 5 great ancient countries. It was said that he had the bloodline of a peacock. What was most terrifying was that not only was his strength terrifying, but his alchemy skills were also formidable. He was ranked below 100 on the 7 Profound Heavens Chosen list. This was a very dazzling genius. His most dazzling aspect was his age and alchemy skills. After all, a martial artist's cultivation was a race against time. If one wanted to have outstanding results in martial arts, they would have to spend a great deal of time. How could an ordinary person have the time to painstakingly cultivate alchemy? But to be strong in both aspects, this sort of genius was not only revered, but also admired. Tang Tianshu was Hu Ding Elder's favorite disciple, and so was Dan Luofan. Thus, Tang Tianshu had helped Dan Luofan regain face. In the distance, the 2 Xian elders indifferently looked down at the square. They did not speak. They had heard of this youth Lin Ling, and their impression of him was that he was crazy. But now, they were wondering what Lin Ling was doing. To be so brash, was he looking to die? 18th Young Master, Tang Tianshu? Lin Ling's pupils flashed. His surname was Tang, so he must have come from the great Tang Empire. His strength was terrifying. He had reached the late Emperor's spirit realm. Sure enough, with a deep family background, one's cultivation speed was extremely fast. Did I say I wanted to kill him? I only came here for one purpose, and that was to steal his pride. Also, this is a matter between me and Dan Luofan. What does it have to do with you? Fuck. Lin Ling looked at Tang Tianshu and waved his hand, throwing Dan Luofan away like a dead dog. Tang Tianshu's eyes narrowed. You really are as arrogant as the rumors say, and you're also a villain. Today is Dan Luofan's glorious day, and you're jealous of his extraordinary achievements, so you came here to cause trouble. I came here to cause trouble? When he tried to harm me, why didn't you call him a villain? When I was weak, he wanted to cripple me. When I returned to the 7 Profound Martial House, he used pills as a reward to kill me. If I was still weak, how could I still be standing here today? Senior apprentice brother, please don't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Lin Ling's clear eyes were filled with arrogance as he looked at Tang Tianshu without fear. Tang Tianshu's eyes were cold as the flame on his finger leaped up, causing the temperature of the entire plaza to rise. This person's king physique was of the fire element. The most terrifying thing was that his king physique was not low. It was definitely higher than Lin Ling's king physique. Do you think that just because Ling Long Valley is a forbidden ground, I can't teach you a lesson? Tang Tianshu's voice grew even lower. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so unafraid of him. Who gave him the guts to do that? The golden flames on his finger danced, creating invisible ripples. Many people narrowed their eyes and guessed that the 18th prince, Tang Tianshu, was going to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, the Ling Long Valley was a sacred place for alchemy, and martial arts were forbidden. How was Tang Tianshu going to teach Lin Ling a lesson? Boom! The formless flames attacked Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's eyes to focus. The formless flames rushed into his body. It was Tang Tianshu's king physique, the mysterious golden flames. Obviously, this was a forbidden ground, so Tang Tianshu didn't dare to be too arrogant. However, if he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, he still had many ways to do so. Defeating the Dragon Monarch doesn't mean anything. Tang Tianshu didn't even look at Lin Ling. He knew everything about Lin Ling, but to him, it was nothing. Tang Tianshu is so strong. The crowd's heart surged. No wonder he was the 6th prince of the 18 princes. Then, many people started to gloat. Lin Ling is arrogant, but he is nothing before Tang Tianshu. At this moment, Lin Ling's brows were tightly knitted. In his dantian, a formless golden flame was raging wildly. The vermilion bird platform was shaking violently, unable to stop the flame. It was as if it had met the king of fire. His vermilion bird flame was 5th grade. Obviously, Tang Tianshu's king physique was above his, and he could use the advantage of the king physique to suppress Lin Ling. When fire met fire, the weak would kneel. Just looking at the king physique, I am not Tang Tianshu's opponent. Seems like I can only rely on this to deal with the formless flames in my dantian. Lin Ling frowned and shouted in his heart, "Ancient flame devil, swallow that tiny flame. Otherwise, you will never get out." Through this period of exploration, Lin Ling roughly sensed that the ancient flame devil had appeared in his body. However, if it wanted to leave, it needed his permission. In his dantian, the sleeping ancient flame devil opened its eyes. It seemed to be very dissatisfied with Lin Ling's order, but in the end, it agreed. Tang Tianshu's king physique was very noble, but how could it compare to the ancient flame devil? An even stranger white flame appeared and swallowed the formless flames. Then, the ancient flame devil looked at Lin Ling with disdain and closed its eyes. The formless flames were controlled by Lin Ling, which made Lin Ling happy. "You dare to be arrogant in front of me? Kneel." At this moment, Tang Tianshu's confident voice was heard. He guessed that Lin Ling had more or less realized how terrifying he was. The surrounding people laughed and waited for a good show. However, at this moment, Lin Ling stood up straight and stretched out his right hand. On his finger, a golden flame jumped. "You don't have the right to play with fire in front of me." "What?" The crowd was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. "Impossible." Tang Tianshu stood up in disbelief. His cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, and his king physique was more noble than Lin Ling's. He wanted to use the formless flames to suppress Lin Ling, but he failed. This was beyond his logic. But Lin Ling clenched his right hand and the golden flame was crushed. "I came here to challenge Dan Luofan. There was a rule before that those who passed the assessment could accept the challenge. Did Exquisite Valley's rules change because of you? Or do you think you are the chief disciple of Exquisite Valley? Also, don't use your trash flame to provoke me." "You!" Tang Tianshu's face was extremely ugly. He had used his king physique to suppress Lin Ling, but it had been broken by Lin Ling. This made him lose face for the great Tang Empire. Most importantly, if they really fought, Lin Ling was not his match. Only Lin Ling had a lowly king physique. How could he break his noble bloodline? For a time, he was silent, as if he had no right to speak. Lin Ling, you said you wanted to challenge Dan Luofan, but are you an alchemist of the 7 Profound Martial House? At this moment, Su Fan's voice sounded from the other side. The crowd also began to discuss. Exquisite Valley was a holy land for alchemy. It was related to the entire 7 Profound Martial House's alchemy. Therefore, besides alchemists and elders, outsiders were not allowed to enter. They were not allowed to provoke an alchemist, otherwise it would be a violation of Exquisite Valley's rules. Lin Ling frowned. The reason he could enter here was because Gu Sushue had brought him in. From now on, he will be the disciple of Elder Long Dan. So, he has the qualifications. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in the square, causing countless people's pupils to constrict. It had to be known that Exquisite Valley was divided into 2 great alchemy camps. They were respectively controlled by Elder Long Dan and Elder Hu Ding. Although these 2 great alchemy grandmasters longed to meet an alchemy genius, they did not allow an ordinary alchemist to enter their camp. The minimum requirement was a 3rd-grade alchemist. But now, Lin Ling had come to Exquisite Valley for the first time, and Elder Long Dan had recognized Lin Ling as his disciple. This Lin Ling was too lucky. Chapter 724. To challenge Dan Luofan, Old Long Dan, your disciples have failed to live up to your expectations. They don't dare to challenge my Dan Luofan, but now an ignorant junior has appeared, and you actually accepted him as your disciple. Ha, what a joke. Ha. In the stands, Elder Hu Ding suddenly laughed. He knew that Old Long Dan wasn't willing to give up, so he was making a final struggle to regain his lost face. But Old Long Dan wanted to borrow Lin Ling to regain his face? Lin Ling was only a rumored arrogant junior. Did he know how to refine pills? Old Long Dan indifferently smiled, not speaking. But Elder Hu Ding's thoughts weren't wrong. He really wanted to see Lin Ling win glory for him. After all, on his side, there was no one to challenge Dan Luofan. But he could not lose face. Thank you, senior. Thank you. Lin Ling was a bit surprised. He bowed to Old Long Dan. He knew that Old Long Dan hadn't truly accepted him as a disciple, but had only invited him to join Old Long Dan's alchemist camp. But since Old Long Dan had supported him, he would remember this graciousness in his heart. On the spectator's stand, Long Dan Lao was stunned. In his impression, Lin Ling was an arrogant and unruly young man. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so polite. So, the rumors couldn't be trusted at all. That young man wasn't an arrogant person. Sometimes, he was arrogant because he wanted to protect himself. How interesting. Lin Ling, this old man's opinion of you has changed. You are not a fool. Then go ahead and fight. This old man will support you from behind. Old Long Dan laughed. He was starting to like this junior. It had to be known that the waters of the 7 Profound Martial House were very deep, and there were countless powerhouses. Lin Ling was able to obtain the title of Mad God. Naturally, he was a thorn in everyone's side. However, Lin Ling was like a fish in water amongst countless powerhouses, and had not perished. This also showed that Lin Ling was fierce. It also meant that Lin Ling had experienced many things, thus he had a calmness that surpassed his peers. Furthermore, he was well aware of Tang Tianshu's strength and talent. Lin Ling's strength and talent were both inferior, but he was able to break through Tang Tianshu's imperial elixir fire. This meant that Lin Ling was hiding a secret that no one knew about. This Elder Long Dan is not bad. It seems that I have come at the right time. Lin Ling chuckled. Long Dan Lao had given him a very benevolent impression. In the square, Tang Tianshu and the others had ugly expressions, especially Su Fan. He felt as if he had swallowed a fly. At this critical moment, Lin Ling had actually been valued by Old Xian. This meant that in the 7 Profound Martial House, besides the Sword Elder, Lin Ling would have another backer. Wait a minute, although you are qualified, may I ask what level of alchemist you are? Su Fan suddenly said. He still wanted to cause trouble for Lin Ling. Lin Ling stared blankly for a moment. This was his first time coming to the Valley of Delicacy, and he had never taken the alchemist examination. This made him fall silent. So you're saying that you're an alchemist with no rank? Tang Tianshu coldly sneered. Before, Lin Ling had inexplicably broken through his imperial elixir fire. This caused him to be unable to put down his face. Lin Ling is not an alchemist. In order to avenge senior apprentice brother Dan Lufen, he actually overestimated himself and came to challenge me? The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then roared with laughter. Lin Ling was very arrogant, and this made them somewhat afraid. But this was the Valley of Delicacy, and they pursued alchemy. If someone who did not know alchemy came here, then that would be a joke. Is there a rule that only a high-level alchemist can challenge? Of course, there were some people who supported Lin Ling. These people were Elder Long Dan's disciples. Now that Lin Ling was representing Alchemist Long, they naturally supported Lin Ling. Humph, deliberately mystifying things, you'll lose face. Elder Hu Ding's disciples disdainfully said. Lin Ling looked at Elder Long Dan in the distance and found that the latter was also stunned. But his eyes were still benevolent and full of support. Lin Ling nodded. Of the 7 profound martial house's 12 elders, besides Elder Jian, this was the first time that Lin Ling had seen a senior who was so kind to him. Since the other party trusted him, then whether it was for himself or for Elder Long Dan, he had to win this pill challenge. Moreover, he had to win beautifully. I say, you trash, can you stop your nonsense? Lin Ling's sarcastic voice sounded out. Now that Elder Long Dan was supporting him, he didn't need to have any scruples. You call us trash? Su Fan's face was ashen. Lin Ling was very arrogant. With Elder Long Dan's support, he dared to directly insult them. I gave you face, but you don't want it. If you're not trash, then what are you? Apprentice Su Fan, you're trash. Oh, it should be Elder Su Fan. You're no longer a lofty apprentice. Lin Ling coldly smiled. He didn't care about Su Fan's feelings, so there was no need to give him any face. And 18th young Master Tang Tianshu, I don't understand why your skin is so thick. I'm only challenging Dan Luofan, what does it have to do with you? Yet you're lecturing me from a lofty position. Besides your powerful family background, what else do you have? You're nothing but trash that relies on your family background. Lin Ling's aura was magnificent. He coldly said again, causing Tang Tianshu's eyes to fill with resentment. Lin Ling was cursing him. Such an ant, if not for the fact that they were in Exquisite Valley, he would have killed him with a single move. But now, this lowly ant was cursing him. Did he think that he was trash like the Dragon Monarch? And Dan Luofan, your skin is also very thick. Today is your stage, but I'm sorry, but I won't let you obtain anything. Ignoring Tang Tianshu's anger, Lin Ling looked at Dan Luofan and shouted. Dan Luofan's face was incomparably ugly, full of resentment. Lin Ling was so hateful, he wanted to play him to death. So arrogant, senior brother Dan Luofen, use your pill to defeat him. The disciples on Hu Ding Elder's side shouted angrily. However, Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. He didn't intend to offend others, but he wouldn't let Dan Luofan go. If others didn't like him, then let them be. Alright, since you want a challenge, then let's start. On the stands, Hu Ding Elder coldly said, as if he was also dissatisfied with Lin Ling. Ha! Long Dan Luofan laughed loudly. Most of his disciples were low-key, so it was rare to see someone as arrogant as Lin Ling. But no matter what, today's Lin Ling made him feel proud. Test 8th grade pill. Ha! Su Fan retracted his anger and coldly stared at Lin Ling, as if to emphasize that 8th grade pills weren't something Lin Ling could touch. Alright, no need to show your ignorance. Who here doesn't know 8th grade pills? However, Lin Ling didn't care at all, causing Su Fan to grind his teeth. He shouted again, Dan Luofan used 8th grade disaster pill for the test, then what pill are you going to use for the test? You must tell the 3 great alchemists. Ha! There were many types of 8th grade medicinal pills. Some were easier to pass while others were more difficult. Among the 8th grade medicinal pills, every alchemist would have a type that they were familiar with. Very few would know how to refine all of the 8th grade medicinal pills. That was why Su Fan asked. After all, Su Fan was the elder in charge of announcing the results. He had to remember what pill Lin Ling was going to refine. I wonder what pill Lin Ling will refine. Chapter 725. Teasing, it doesn't matter. Don't worry. However, just as the crowd was waiting expectantly, Lin Ling's soft voice drifted out, causing everyone to be stunned. Was Lin Ling crazy? He actually said it didn't matter. Did he think that he was an alchemy grandmaster? That he could refine any 8th grade pill? Someone who hasn't even participated in a 1st grade pill examination actually says it doesn't matter. In my opinion, he probably can't even refine a 1st grade pill. Old Tiger Cauldron's disciples roared with laughter, thinking that Lin Ling had come here to make a fool of himself. Old Dragon Pill's disciples wryly smiled. They supported Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had to be at least a little bit more reliable. Even Old Dragon Pill could only helplessly shake his head. But the arrow had already been knocked, it had to be released. He could not let Lin Ling give up the challenge. He could only hope that Lin Ling would not lose too much face. Of all the people present, only Dan Luofan did not dare to laugh. He could not laugh, because only he knew of Lin Ling's alchemy skills. After all, the matter of the Qin family's pill shop was still deeply engraved in his memory. Lin Ling had always been able to refine pills that even the 7 profound martial house did not have. Therefore, Lin Ling's indifference was not arrogance, but confidence. Of course, although he was cautious, he was still confident. As long as he performed well and Lin Ling was careless, then he would definitely win. If you don't say what pill you want to refine, then it will be difficult for Exquisite Valley to provide the herbs. But since you are so stubborn, then let the examination begin. Su Fan coldly spat out these words. Although many people were laughing at Lin Ling, he always felt that Lin Ling was playing with them. Although this feeling was vague, he somewhat believed it. But his guess was not far from the truth. Since Lin Ling had come here and also had Old Dragon Pill's support, what did he have to fear? If he wanted to win, then he would win beautifully. Just as Su Fan was about to announce the start of the examination, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded out, causing Su Fan to grind his teeth again. What tricks did Lin Ling want to play? Since Ling Long Valley is providing the ingredients, I naturally have a request. Lin Ling said indifferently. What do you want? Su Fan became angrier and angrier in his heart. This Lin Ling had previously said that he could refine pills as he pleased, but now he had put forward a condition. This was obviously playing with him. A stool and 3 apples. Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. Silence. Ling Long Valley became even quieter. They looked at the free and unrestrained youth and suddenly felt that it was a dream. 1 stool and 3 apples? What kind of pill was Lin Ling trying to refine? He had never heard of any kind of medicinal pill that used this kind of medicinal ingredient. In the stands, Long Dan Long could not help but laugh. That little guy was really interesting. Was he playing with everyone? Elder Hu Ding's face was extremely unsightly. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Give it to him." He wanted to see what kind of grade 8 medicinal pill could be refined with a stool, a piece of paper, and 3 apples. If it failed, he would definitely suppress Long Dan Lao. As for that arrogant and unruly Lin Ling, he would naturally not let him off. Su Fan suppressed the anger in his heart and brought a stool and 3 apples. Lin Ling waved his hand at him and said, "Put it there. Remember the position and don't put it wrong. Also, have you washed the apples? Do you think I'm a servant?" Su Fan roared. In the past, he was a high and mighty apprentice. However, today, he had to listen to Lin Ling's orders like a servant. "I don't think you're a servant. You are a servant." Lin Ling smiled calmly and shrugged. Su Fan snorted and suppressed his anger. After putting down the stool, he strode back. He knew that if he faced Lin Ling again, he would not be able to suppress the killing intent in his heart and kill Lin Ling. "Oh, I forgot to ask for an orange. Elder Su Fan, can you bring me another orange?" However, Su Fan had only taken a few steps when Lin Ling's voice floated over. Su Fan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Then he heard Lin Ling say indifferently, "If you don't have an orange, then forget it. Use an apple." Lin Ling was toying with him again. This Lin Ling is so hateful. In the distance, Dan Luofan's face was ashen. Today was his stage, but because of Lin Ling's interference, he seemed to have become a supporting role. All the alchemists in Linglong Valley seemed to have been toyed with by Lin Ling. Begin. Su Fan finally waved his hand and announced the start of the challenge. Dan Luofan took a deep breath and concentrated. No matter how arrogant Lin Ling was before, as long as he could win, he could make Lin Ling lose face. If he angered Elder Long Danlong, it was possible that Elder Long Danlong would kill Lin Ling. Therefore, he had to win. Dan Luofan came in front of an alchemy furnace and closed his eyes slightly. Then he warmed the furnace. He had refined the disaster pill many times, so he had absolute confidence in this pill. All kinds of herbs appeared in his mind, and then he put them one by one into the furnace. The furnace's flames spiraled like a dragon. As expected of senior brother Dan Luofan. His alchemy technique is as smooth as flowing water. Many people looked at Dan Luofan with admiration. Dan Luofan was able to pass the 8th grade exam before, so he naturally had some ability. His perfect technique made Elder Hu Ding smile slightly. He seemed to have seen his side win. Even Su Fan was full of confidence. Then he looked at Lin Ling, wanting to know what kind of pill Lin Ling was refining. However, after a glance, his pupils constricted. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting on a stool, calmly eating an apple. He looked at Dan Luofan and said from time to time, "Well, the timing of the 1,000-bone grass is good. Little Dan, your alchemy level has improved. But, bitterleaf flower, who told you to use it so quickly? Was your head kicked by a donkey?" His voice was not loud, but not only did Su Fan hear it, but the surrounding disciples also heard it. They were all dumbfounded. The stool that Lin Ling had asked for was for him to sit on, while the apple was for him to eat. What made people gnash their teeth the most was that Dan Luofan was already refining pills, while Lin Ling was leisurely eating the apple. He was even giving pointers to Dan Luofan. Was he here to challenge Dan Luofan, or was he here to tease everyone? This guy. Elder Hu Ding's disciples stared at the arrogant Lin Ling, their eyes spitting fire. "Ha, mad god Lin Ling, you're crazy enough." Elder Long Dan's disciples couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was like a big boss. His ridicule not only made Dan Luofan lose face, but also ridiculed Elder Hu Ding. "This little guy, I don't understand what he's doing." Elder Long Dan also laughed. Although Lin Ling seemed unreliable, at least he was helping him teach Elder Hu Ding's disciples a lesson. This seemed to vent his anger. "Elder Su Fan, he's interfering with me." Surprised voices sounded all around. Dan Luofan naturally heard it. After looking around, he couldn't help but vomit blood. Was Lin Ling refining pills? He was toying with him. "Little Dan, as an alchemist, you should have no distractions. If others' words can affect you, what kind of pill are you refining? What kind of alchemist are you?" Chapter 726. 8 trigrams Heavenly Fire Formation. Dan Luofan realized that offending Lin Ling was really troublesome. Lin Ling seemed to be able to crush him from every angle. "Elder Su Fan, he is interfering with me." Dan Luofan roared again. With a boom, because of his anger, he failed to refine the first pill. The pill furnace exploded, and the smoke covered his face. "Haha, this is an 8th grade alchemist?" "Ha!" Lin Ling's laughter came out. Many people couldn't help but laugh. Elder Hu Ding's face was ugly. Dan Luofan was so careless that he lost face. "You!" "Ha!" Dan Luofan pointed at Lin Ling. He wanted to say that Lin Ling caused his failure, but he didn't know where to start. After all, this was caused by his anger. An alchemist should be calm like water when refining pills. He was provoked by Lin Ling. This was because his state of mind was not enough. "Lin Ling!" "Ha!" Su Fan roared. Lin Ling was too hateful. "Okay, I was just bored so I said a few words. At most I won't say any more." But with little Dan's state of mind, he really needs to continue cultivating. "Ha!" Lin Ling spread out his hands and continued eating the apple. Everyone's heart trembled. Because he was bored, he said a few words? If Elder Long Dan didn't support Lin Ling, they really wanted to throw Lin Ling out of the sacred Linglong Valley. In the following time, Lin Ling didn't say anything. He just calmly ate the apple. Lin Ling's silence made Dan Luofan feel like a fish in water. Maybe because of his previous failure, he finally calmed down. He knew that if he wanted to turn the tables and nail Lin Ling to death in Ling Long Valley, he would win. Dan Luofan's alchemical furnace continuously emitted a pill fragrance. The time for Dan Luofan's pills to be produced was approaching, which made him smile proudly. On Long Dan's side, many people frowned. Although Lin Ling had made Dan Luofan lose face, this was a pill challenge. If Lin Ling couldn't refine an 8th grade pill, then everything he had done before would become a joke. What a mysterious little fellow. I hope he's satisfied. Compared to his own disciple, although Elder Long Dan was worried, he also had a trace of confidence. This was because he had a feeling that this youth Lin Ling was not someone who was brave but not astute. He had seemed arrogant before, but the truth was that he was suppressing the momentum of Elder Hu Ding's side. Now, it was time for Lin Ling to display his brilliance. A battle of alchemy was like a battle of martial arts. One's aura was also very important. In fact, if 2 alchemy grandmasters were to fight, even if one's alchemy skills were high, one's aura would be weak and one could still lose. This was because a weak aura would affect one's mentality. Still eating the apple. Many people looked at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling's eyes were closed, and he was calmly eating the apple. If Lin Ling wasn't eating the apple, they would have thought that Lin Ling had fallen asleep. In reality, Lin Ling seemed to be eating the apple, but his mind was rapidly thinking. One had to know that his alchemy skills were stronger than Dan Luofan's, but if he wanted to win beautifully, then he had to at least shock the entire audience. Therefore, he was thinking about the next pill he would refine, as well as searching for the Limitless Sword Saint's memories. And the True Fire pill was the next pill he would refine. 3 apples finished. Finally, Lin Ling stood up, causing the crowd to be stunned. 3 apples? This guy didn't plan on refining the pill after eating 3 apples? Half of the time has already passed, Lin Ling won't make it in time. 8th grade pill ingredients are very difficult to refine. Even my flame needs 3 incense sticks worth of time to warm the furnace. Humph, Lin Ling really knows alchemy? Tang Tianshu disdainfully said. As an alchemist who was even stronger than Dan Luofan, he naturally knew how difficult it was. Many people nodded. 8th grade pills were not ordinary pills, and it was indeed very difficult. Ignoring the doubts around him, Lin Ling walked out step by step. His eyes looked at the pill furnaces in the square, causing the crowd to be puzzled. Was Lin Ling looking for a pill furnace? However, with a rumble, one pill furnace after another was dismantled by Lin Ling and thrown into the distance, causing Su Fan to angrily roar. How long was Lin Ling going to play with them? Su Fan let him be. At this time, Elder Hu Ding's cold voice sounded. There was still half of the time left, so if Lin Ling wanted to be arrogant, then let him be. When the time was up, let's see what Lin Ling has to say. One pill furnace after another was dismantled, revealing a large open space, causing the crowd to be even more puzzled. They stared at Lin Ling, but in the next moment, their pupils constricted. Lin Ling was standing in the center of the open space. That arrogant and unruly aura had disappeared, and in its place was a dignified and steady aura. Even Lin Ling was standing there quietly, giving people the feeling that he was an alchemist from ancient times. Long hair fluttering in the wind, an indifferent expression, and a blue and white robe fluttering in the wind, Lin Ling, who had calmed down, attracted everyone's attention. Lin Ling, it's him! Exclamation point. In the distant stands, Gu Sushue's beautiful eyes narrowed. It was that familiar aura, the aura of her former benefactor, the Limitless Sword Saint. 4 yang hexagram, Qian, Zhen, Qin, Zhen. In the open space, Lin Ling muttered to himself. At this moment, his heart was as calm as still water. All the sounds and gazes around the square were completely isolated by him. His hands moved frequently, like flowing water. Flame characters appeared one after another, constantly floating in the air before falling to the ground and disappearing from sight. Kuan, Sun, Li, Dui, for een hexagram. Lin Ling continued to walk. Every time he went to a new direction, he would draw flame characters, causing the crowd to be even more puzzled. What is he doing? Even Elder Long Dan couldn't understand what Lin Ling was doing. Deliberately mystifying. Elder Hu Ding's eyes swept over, but he couldn't see through Lin Ling's intentions. Finally, he disdainfully smiled. In his opinion, he was a top alchemist of the 7 profound martial house. If even he couldn't understand, then Lin Ling must be deliberately mystifying and playing with everyone again. However, just as his voice fell, a majestic voice echoed throughout the square. 8 trigram Skyfire Array, rise. Bang! In the seemingly empty space, a terrifying flame soared into the sky. Then, a complex and mysterious flame array formation appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, the square was deathly silent. That is an ancient array formation. Shua shua. In the stands, the 2 Xian elders stood up. As they looked at the gorgeous flame array formation, they felt as if they were in a dream. The Tao of array formations was even more mysterious than the Tao of alchemy. So far, even they only knew a little about it. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would dismantle the pill furnaces in the square in order to lay down a mysterious flame array formation? The Tao of array formations has very strict requirements for soul force. This boy's soul force is truly terrifying. Long Dan Long's heart trembled. At the start, he had supported Lin Ling because Lin Ling was the only one who dared to challenge Dan Luofan. But now, he discovered that Lin Ling seemed to be a very good seedling on the Tao of alchemy because of his keen soul force. What is he trying to do? Many people stared with wide eyes, stubbornly staring at the calm youth in the square. Even Dan Luofan couldn't help but stop refining pills. His face was red and blue, as if he had been deeply humiliated. Today was his stage and he was about to bloom. But at this critical moment, Lin Ling had once again become a dazzling star, stealing away his light. But soon he coldly smiled. Lin Ling had laid out an ancient array formation. This was just a deliberate mystification. They were competing in alchemy. Chapter 727. Pill Tribulation Descends, Spiritual Yang Fruit, Heavenly Sound Flower, Music Stone, Divine Mud, Fire Poison Fruit. Lin Ling was focused as a large amount of herbs flew out from his green ring. Many of the rare herbs made the 2 Xian elders gasp. No wonder Lin Ling didn't need the herbs from Ling Long Valley. Lin Ling had them himself, and they were all very precious. However, what was Lin Ling trying to do by throwing so many spiritual herbs into the formation? Moreover, there didn't seem to be any grade 8 pills that required so many herbs. The more curious they were, the more confused they were. Even the 2 Xian elders felt the same. They couldn't understand Lin Ling. Interesting. However, what is he doing with the ancient array? Sigh. Long Dan Elder picked up the teacup beside him and was about to drink it to calm himself down. However, he suddenly stopped as a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Using the array as a furnace. Along with the thought in his mind, the square went silent for a moment. Then a huge fire surged out. Fire dragons flew back and forth, shaking the whole square violently. The place turned into a sea of fire, and the dragons formed the 8 trigrams. That's right, the 8 trigrams fire array, which came from the Wuji Sword Saint's memory, made a shocking appearance. Bang! The teacup in Long Dan Elder's hand shattered, spilling tea all over his hand. However, he didn't seem to notice it as he looked at the square in fear. Using the array as a furnace? The crowd was shocked. They could faintly see a huge 8 trigrams furnace in the flames. Sizzle! 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 The herbs that were thrown into the array started to melt under the scorching flames, making the crowd's heart beat faster. Impossible! Sizzle! Dan Luofan and Tang Tianshu shouted at the same time. They thought that Lin Ling didn't have enough time to refine the herbs. However, who knew that Lin Ling's mysterious array could speed up the refinement of the herbs and save half of the time? To them, this was completely impossible. However, was it impossible? When Lin Ling was in the extreme ice palace in the realm of clouds, he had already tried the method of refining pills without a cauldron. It was a method left behind by his mother. The array came from the memories of the Limitless Sword Saint, and Lin Ling had already tried to set it up, so it was not difficult to set it up. Refining several types of pills at the same time, Lin Ling had tried many of them. Nothing is impossible. An enormous amount of soul force gushed out, covering the entire ancient array formation. Lin Ling's hands constantly danced, controlling the spirit grasses within the array formation. A hot wind blew, causing countless people to stop breathing. At this moment, the young man's temperament changed. He was calm, and the aura of a grand scholar was even more obvious. It's his scent. In the distance, Gusu Shue's eyes were moist. She thought she would never see her master again, but in this youth, she saw the shadow of that master once more. It was the senior Limitless Sword Saint who had helped her in the past. You're crazy. How is it possible to forcefully purify the spirit grasses without separating them? Hu Ding Elder glared at the square and couldn't help but roar. With his level of alchemy, he could simultaneously refine the spirit grasses. But this youth below was only 20 years old, and yet he could also do it. This surpassed Hu Ding Elder's understanding. Nothing is impossible. If one's soul force is strong enough to cover all the spirit grasses, then they can be controlled. Elder Longdan looked down with interest. He then said, in addition to his perfect control over fire, this Lin Ling's alchemy level and potential surpasses your 18th young master Tang Tianshu. Hu Ding Elder roared. Before, when Dan Luofan rose up, he had been proud of himself. But now, Elder Longdan was even prouder than him. In the center of the square, the flame was like a dragon, and the 8 trigrams were like a mirror. In the huge array, countless spirit grasses turned into pearl-like existences. Then, under the control of Lin Ling's soul force, they separated and fused together, forming different colored pellets. In front of the array, Lin Ling's face was dignified. He had refined many of these pellets before, but to refine so many of them at once, he had to be more focused. Heavens, he seems to be refining the spirit grasses at the same time. The crowd's heart trembled again. At first, they were curious as to why Lin Ling would put the spirit grasses into the array at the same time. But now they understood. Lin Ling was crazy. Not only was he refining the spirit grasses at the same time, but he was also refining several different kinds of spirit grasses. Crazy! Dan Luofan's face was ashen. Lin Ling had become the most dazzling light in Linglong Valley. Dan Luofan's glory had been taken away by Lin Ling, making him a supporting character. Amazing, refining several kinds of spirit grasses at the same time without using a cauldron. This kind of technique is simply unprecedented. Elder Longden's disciples cheered. At this moment, they felt that Lin Ling's craziness was cute. Hu Ding Elder's disciples were silent. They were no longer as arrogant as before. They were mocking Lin Ling for daring to refine spirit grasses without even passing a spirit grasses test. But now, Lin Ling was telling them that he couldn't refine 8th grade spirit grasses without passing a spirit grasses test? He's about to succeed. He's making such a big fuss. He might not be able to refine 8th grade spirit grasses. It must be some low-grade spirit grasses. At this time, someone shouted. Many people nodded. Indeed, with such a dazzling technique, if he couldn't refine 8th grade spirit grasses, then everything was just empty talk. Dan Luofan heard those voices and his heart was filled with confidence. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, dark clouds rolled in the sky. A bolt of lightning shot towards the array like a dragon, shocking everyone to the point that their ears were ringing. According to legends, some spirit grasses violated the rules of heaven and earth. The moment the spirit grasses were formed, they would be punished by heaven and earth, not allowing the spirit grasses to exist in the world. As for spirit grasses that could cause heaven and earth to tremble, 1. They had to be of a high grade. 2. The spirit grasses had to be at least of the earth grade. Everyone was speechless. That was a pill tribulation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, another bolt of lightning smashed down from the sky. Heaven and earth spirit grasses rolled and dark clouds covered the sky. Another pill tribulation, and it's a yellow lightning. The crowd was shocked. Pill tribulations could be small or large, and they were differentiated by the color of the lightning in the sky. It was said that the most terrifying tribulation would be 9-colored lightning. It was a tribulation lightning formed by 9 different colors. Not to mention spirit grasses, even martial artists would find it hard to resist. And now Lin Ling's lightning was yellow. This meant that one of the spirit grasses had reached a very high grade, perhaps even a heaven-grade spirit grasses. A heaven-step pill, even if it was a very low-grade one, there were very few people present who could refine it. Of course, if they knew that Lin Ling had just touched upon the path of alchemy and was already able to refine a heaven-step reversion pill, then they wouldn't be so surprised. That ancient array formation is too fierce. It can actually block the pill tribulation. Then, many people's eyes widened. They were incomparably envious of that ancient array formation. The 8 trigrams ancient flame array. If they could arrange an array formation, then they wouldn't need a pill furnace. They could refine spirit grasses anywhere. However, they didn't know that this ancient array formation came from the limitless Sword Saint. It was something that the 7 profound martial house didn't have. Where did Lin Ling learn this ancient array formation to refine pills? Chapter 728. Losing the Heart of Alchemy, 8 trigrams Heavenly Fire Array, Seal. On the square, the young man's indifferent voice resounded. Rumble. Under countless gazes, the gorgeous flame runes trembled. Countless fire dragons and vermilion birds flew towards the ground. 8 huge words appeared on the ground. Qian, Zhen, Qin, General Qian, Zhen, Qin, Zhen. Those words were condensed from flames and were incomparably dazzling. However, they gradually dimmed. At the same time, pills shot down like meteors. The pills are done. Many people narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling waved his hands and a large number of jade bottles flew out, storing the elixirs that had turned into rainbow-colored lights one by one. Some of the elixir bottles even swayed after the elixirs were stored inside, as though there was a spirit sealed inside. Watching him refine is pleasing to the eye. Many people said in admiration. They had no choice but to be convinced. Lin Ling's refining process was too dazzling and smooth. It was not an ordinary refining method, but an unprecedented refining method. At this moment, many young female alchemists quietly looked at Lin Ling. Their beautiful eyes were filled with vigor. At the beginning, they also thought that this young man was too arrogant and disdained him. As alchemists, they didn't care about how strong the other party was. What they cared about was the other party's level of alchemy. But now, they didn't think that Lin Ling was arrogant. A talented alchemist was not arrogant, but proud. Lin Ling, I didn't expect his level of alchemy to be so high. Senior Dan Luofan can't compare to him. And now I realize that he's so handsome. Low voices sounded, making Dan Luofan, who was like a supporting character in the square, feel even more humiliated. The time hasn't ended yet. AI, if I knew this would happen, I would have eaten another apple. Little Dan, how's your pill? On the square, Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking. After putting away the pills, he looked at Dan Luofan and asked, Little Dan? Lin Ling called Dan Luofan Little Dan and stepped on Dan Luofan's pride. This made many people laugh. Compared to Lin Ling's dazzling performance, Dan Luofan was indeed like a little Dan. Lin Ling actually ate 3 apples before he started to refine. Subsequently, many people cried out in surprise. Only now did they notice that Lin Ling's level of alchemy had already reached the point of perfection. Not long after, the time limit was finally over. Dan Luofan had also successfully concocted the pill. He was somewhat nervous. The moment of life and death had arrived. Although Lin Ling had humiliated him and concocted a pill for pill tribulation, who knew if it was real or not? Only after the examination would everything be known. 8th grade disaster pill, pass, grade reached mystic grade. The pills pill, Dan's pills grade pills Dan's. The pill was divided into the 4 ranks of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. To be able to reach the pill meant that his pill was better than an ordinary one. Then, Dan Luofan looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was already sitting on a stool. Aware of Dan Luofan's gaze, Lin Ling disdainfully smiled and said, Not bad, you've made some progress. You are worthy of being called Little Dan. That tone, that arrogant appearance, Lin Ling was like Dan Luofan's master, as if he were praising Dan Luofan. Lin Ling, don't be too proud. If your pill is inferior to mine, I will make it so that you won't be able to survive in the 7 profound martial house. Dan Luofan's neck was red with anger. He is trying to provoke you. Don't be influenced by him. Results decide everything. At this time, Su Fan coldly said. Dan Luofan coldly snorted and put away the anger in his heart. However, at this time, Lin Ling's light voice floated over. Su Fan, how can you be a servant? I've been sitting here for so long and you haven't taken out an apple to entertain your master. Could it be that you don't want to be an elder anymore? Lin Ling. Su Fan had just comforted Dan Luofan and told him not to be impulsive, but in the next moment, he also couldn't restrain the anger in his heart. Lin Ling was too despicable. Haha, this kid is arrogant and unbridled in one moment, calm and collected in the next moment, like a hedonistic young master in the next moment. He really wears many layers of masks. On the grandstand, Elder Long Dan chuckled. Then he turned to the 3 examiners and said, "Let's begin." Bottles of pills were opened one after another. Radiance blossomed, and the fragrance of pills filled the air. The pupils of the 3 examiners narrowed. They actually couldn't tell what kind of pill the first pill was. Instantly, their expressions turned ugly. First True Fire pill, an 8th grade pill. The 7 profound martial house doesn't seem to have this kind of pill. Lin Ling's dull voice sounded out, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. Lin Ling had actually refined a pill that the Exquisite Valley didn't have. This was too terrifying. In fact, the first True Fire pill came from the Limitless Sword Saint, and the 7 profound martial house really didn't have it. Although this pill was the same rank as the Disaster pill, because it was rare, it was superior to Dan Luofan's Disaster pill. Little Dan, why are you so nervous? Lin Ling looked at Dan Luofan. At this moment, Dan Luofan's face was incomparably pale. It seemed that he had lost with the first pill. Although the 7 profound martial house doesn't have a pill, this is an 8th grade pill examination, not a test of the rarity of the pill. At least my 8th grade Disaster pill is a profound grade pill. But soon, Dan Luofan wanted to regain some face for himself. Little Dan, your attitude is very bad. An alchemist must be humble. How can you be proud and complacent just because you refined a profound grade pill? Lin Ling's lazy voice sounded out. His tone was just like Dan Luofan's master. Attitude? Many people laughed. Lin Ling seemed to be even more arrogant than Dan Luofan. How arrogant! He actually dared to say that Dan Luofan's attitude wasn't good. This master was actually quite decent. He should teach a lesson, but senior apprentice brother Dan Luofan had lost some face. This medicinal pill is the Disaster pill. At this moment, the 3 examiners opened the 2nd bottle of pills, and then their bodies trembled. Lin Ling can also refine the Disaster pill? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling could actually refine Dan Luofan's masterpiece. They were all surprised. Only Dan Luofan wasn't surprised. When he was at the Qin family's pill workshop, he already knew that Lin Ling could refine the Disaster pill. But could Lin Ling's Disaster pill compare to his? Earth-grade Disaster pill. But in the next moment, the 3 examiners were shocked. Plop. Dan Luofan's pupils constricted. His legs went soft and he sat down. He had only refined a profound-grade Disaster pill, but Lin Ling had refined an Earth-grade pill. Lin Ling had used Dan Luofan's strongest domain to defeat him. Lin Ling could also refine the Disaster pill, and it was even better than Dan Luofan's. Impossible, impossible. Dan Luofan shook his head continuously. He had spent the most effort on refining the Disaster pill, and that was his pride. But now, his pride had been defeated, and he even doubted himself. Alchemy was the same as martial arts. It had its own alchemy Dao. If one's alchemy Dao collapsed, then they would lose confidence in themselves and think that any pill would fail, never to recover from this setback. Serves you right. When you thought you were a high and mighty alchemist, you lost your own alchemy Dao. Chapter 729. The struggle for Lin Ling, however, Lin Ling was not surprised that he had defeated Dan Luofan. This was because he already knew that his alchemy skills were higher than Dan Luofan's, but he did not show it off. If it weren't for Dan Luofan, he would not have come to Nimble Valley today. Dan Luofan was an arrogant alchemist. Killing him would not allow him to recognize himself. Therefore, defeating him in his proudest field was the best counterattack. When Dan Luofan had used pills to frame Lin Ling, he had already taken half a step into this fate. Senior apprentice brother Dan has lost. The crowd secretly sighed. This scene was like a dream. After all, not long ago Dan Luofan was the most dazzling star. His arrogance made it so that no alchemist dared to challenge him. But after Lin Ling appeared, Dan Luofan was constantly humiliated by Lin Ling, and finally was defeated like a stray dog. Lin Ling is taking revenge. Some people secretly said. They guessed that Dan Luofan had wanted to kill Lin Ling, but had failed. Finally, this was the result. Dan Luofan was very sad. The next one is... The three examiners looked at Lin Ling, their complexions still ugly. They still could not understand the third bottle of pills. The crowd's hearts trembled. Another pill that they could not understand? Sir, what pill is this? One of the examiners hesitated for a moment before asking for advice. Su Fan's pupils shrank. These examiners were the highly respected second 36 examiners of the 7 profound martial house. Their status was above his, but today they were humbly asking for advice from Lin Ling. This huge contrast made him feel very unreal. Lin Ling was just an insignificant ant. How could he reach this step? The 8th grade Yang Spirit 100 Flower Pill has a powerful effect of restoring spiritual energy and increasing the limits of the human body. The main ingredient is the Yang Spirit fruit. Lin Ling said indifferently. He had refined quite a few of these pills. He had prepared them for future battles because they could quickly restore his spirit chi. As for the pill recipe, he had obtained it in the ancient tomb. Yang Spirit Fruit, TSK, amazing. This pill can probably restore the spirit energy of a royal spirit realm cultivator. The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. Other things aside, just the Yang Spirit Fruit alone was enough to show how rare this medicinal pill was. Next is the Heavenly Capital Bright River Pill, which is used by Emperor Spirit Realm and Saint Spirit Realm cultivators to cleanse their spiritual energy. Lin Ling calmly said. As expected, the entire square sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of pill was something that the 7 profound martial house did not have. Next is the Heaven and Earth Fortune Pill. It can change a person's innate king physique. With the Heaven and Earth Fortune fruit as the main ingredient, after refining the pill and swallowing it, the chance of obtaining a fortune is even greater. Hearing that voice, the square was in an uproar. As alchemists, they had naturally heard of the world's fortune fruit. It could change a martial artist's king body. However, this was the first time they had heard of it being refined into a pill. They were afraid that it could change a martial artist's king body even more. The 5 Souls Borrowing Ghost Pill allows martial artists who cultivate the ghost attribute to have the ability to communicate with the power of ghosts and gods. Ancient Flame Guidance Pill can borrow the flames of the desolate beast Ancient Flame Devil for a short period of time. It is a devil within flames. Lin Ling opened his mouth again. These pills were all refined for himself. After he finished speaking, he looked at the distant Tang Tianshu. Ancient Flame Guidance Pill. Although the flames that come from this pill do not belong to the master, it is at least stronger than some lowly fire attribute innate king physique. You're talking about me? Tang Tianshu's face was incomparably cold. Before, he had used his fire attribute innate king physique to roll over Lin Ling. He had thought that Lin Ling's innate king physique was a lowly innate king physique. But now Lin Ling had actually said that his innate king physique was lowly. Moreover, he had a conjecture that Lin Ling had not feared his majesty of fire. Could it be that he had borrowed the power of the ancient flame guidance pill? I'm talking about a dog. Whoever answers me is the dog. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain, and then no longer paid attention to him. The square was still silent. Countless eyes were looking at Lin Ling. At this moment, the glory belonged to Lin Ling. For the first time in 1,000 years, such a freak had appeared in Linglong Valley. Demonic genius. Not only is his refining technique amazing, his pills are rare, even his ingredients are rare. What a demonic genius! On the high platform, Elder Long Dan could not help but say, Lin Ling's level of alchemy seemed to have opened up a new world for Linglong Valley. An alternative refining method and pill were born. Even Elder Hu Ding was looking at Lin Ling at this moment. Although this junior was very arrogant, it had to be said that he had the qualifications to be arrogant. He was better than all of his disciples. To open up a new path and create a new path, this was one of the essential qualities of an alchemist. Dan Luofan scram. Elder Hu Ding looked at Dan Luofan and said, he had liked this disciple before, but after Lin Ling's arrival, he was constantly humiliated by Lin Ling. This made him feel that Dan Luofan did not have the necessary attitude of an alchemist. This made him feel even more embarrassed. Master! Master! Dan Luofan's eyes were red. He had lost his pride, and had become the laughingstock of Linglong Valley. From now on, he would truly lose all standing and reputation. As an alchemist, I am not afraid that your skill is not high. What I am afraid of is that your mentality is unstable. Moreover, you have already lost the pride of an alchemist. You are incompatible with Linglong Valley. From now on, Linglong Valley will not welcome you. Elder Hu Ding said again, making Dan Luofan feel as if he had lost his soul. Lin Ling coldly looked at him. Dan Luofan had met his end. He was not stupid enough to sympathize with Dan Luofan. After all, if his level of alchemy was not high, then he would have been crippled by Dan Luofan in the restaurant. At that time, who would sympathize with him? Of course not. Instead, it would attract even more ridicule and suppression. And when he returned to the Seven Profound Martial House, Dan Luofan would have used pills as a reward to destroy him. If his strength had not increased, then he would have been crippled. Therefore, Dan Luofan deserved it. Sins of the heavens can be forgiven, but sins of one's own making are the worst. Lin Ling coldly said, causing Dan Luofan's eyes to turn red. But in the end, he did not resist. He regretted his actions. In fact, he had many opportunities to make Lin Ling let him go, but he had not cherished them and had continued to commit all sorts of evil deeds. It was only when he had lost everything that he discovered just how wrong he had been. Lin Ling, your talent is very fierce. You have everything that an alchemist needs. At this time, in the stands, Elder Hu Ding looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Elder Long Dan's pupils shrank, and an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. Now that Elder Hu Ding had lost, he should have been angry out of shame. But Elder Hu Ding did not. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling with a doting look in his eyes. Elder Hu Ding, don't go too far. Elder Long Dan roared, but Elder Hu Ding only faintly smiled. You didn't teach him anything, so what qualifications do you have to care? The crowd was puzzled. Just what were these two elder Xians competing for? Lin Ling also frowned. Could it be that he had caused Elder Hu Ding to lose face, so Elder Hu Ding wanted to erase him? For a time, his heart became dignified. But in the next moment, Elder Hu Ding laughed. He looked at Lin Ling with an even more doting look. Lin Ling, are you interested in coming to my side? What? Elder Hu Ding and Elder Long Dan are fighting over Lin Ling? What? The crowd was stunned, their hearts fiercely trembling. Chapter 730. King Body Upgrade. In your dreams, Lin Ling, don't listen to him. Come to me, I have the final say in Linglong Valley. You don't need to bow to anyone in Linglong Valley, and I will tell my disciples that seeing you is like seeing me. So come to me. Elder Long Dan's anxious voice spread out, everyone's eyes focused on Lin Ling. I have the final say in Linglong Valley, not that old ghost. Lin Ling, come to me, I will personally guide you in alchemy. If you want any spirit herbs, just ask. Elder Hu Ding was even more anxious than Elder Long Dan. Lin Ling's eyes widened, so they didn't want to make things difficult for him, but actually wanted to steal him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Elder Long Dan, Elder Hu Ding, you are both seniors, I respect you greatly, but don't compete, I will come to Linglong Valley often. All right. Lin Ling didn't want to offend either side, so he could only reply like this. Good, 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 but remember, when you come to Ling Long Valley, you have to find me, don't pay attention to that black-faced old man. Elder Hu Ding didn't want to be outdone. When you come to find me, the first one you come to is me. All right. Lin Ling smiled bitterly, then shook his head and said, Thank you, Elder Long Dan. I saw that Elder Long Dan seemed to like the 8 trigrams Heaven Fire formation very much. That formation actually has a flaw. It can only refine level 8 to level 9 pills. Any higher, the flame power is not enough. If Elder Long Dan doesn't mind, I want to tell you about the formation. All right. Elder Long Dan's eyes lit up. He was incomparably excited. Although his level of alchemy was higher than Lin Ling's innovation moved his heart. As a Grand Master of Alchemy, as long as it was related to alchemy, he would be interested in it. Elder Hu Ding didn't want to give up. He was also very interested. He rubbed his hands and said, Lin Ling, when you have time, can you also give me some pointers? All right. His attitude was somewhat shameless, causing many disciples in the plaza to be stunned. Was this their respected Grandmaster of Alchemy? In fact, they didn't know that the two elders had been competing for many years. Now that Elder Long Dan wanted to learn a new alchemy method, Hu Ding Elder naturally didn't want to be at a disadvantage. In order to prevent Elder Long Dan from being proud in front of him in the future, he also wanted to learn it. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and shook his head. He suddenly looked at Su Fan and said, Elder Hu Ding, there's a disobedient servant here. Shouldn't we drive him out? Elder Hu Ding's eyes lit up. Earlier, Elder Hu Ding had helped Lin Ling, so Lin Ling had to repay the favor. Elder Hu Ding hadn't helped Lin Ling, so he naturally couldn't learn about ancient formations. But now Lin Ling had given him a chance, so he owed Lin Ling a favor. Su Fan, do you want to get out? Or would he be chased out? The Nimble Valley was the world of the two Elder Xians. This was a sacred place for refining pills. Everything was decided by the Elder Xian. Even if the Palace Master was here, he would not dare to be too arrogant. Su Fan's pupils widened. He had never thought that things would turn out like this. Lin Ling, what a lucky bastard. Not only had he defeated Dan Luofan with his extraordinary alchemy skills, but he had also obtained the favor of the two Elder Xians. This meant that in the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling had the support of 3 Elder Xians. Before, Lin Ling had become the Mad God and had gained a firm foothold. But now he had gained a firm foothold. Even if Su Fan wanted to move against Lin Ling, it would be even more difficult. Get out! Elder Hu Ding's angry roar sounded out. It was like the roar of the King of Beasts. That billowing aura blew Su Fan away like a gourd. Ha! Many people laughed. For a dignified elder to lose face like this was an incomparably rare occurrence in the 7 profound martial house. Thank you, Elder Hu Ding. Lin Ling was overjoyed. He had gained another backer in the 7 profound martial house. Not only that, but this backer was in charge of the 7 profound martial house's pills. Like this, he wouldn't have to be like before, where everyone would make things difficult for him. Lin Ling had become the disciple of 2 great pill masters, Elder Xian, and could freely enter Exquisite Valley. This news quickly spread throughout the 7 profound martial house. Countless people were shocked. Mad God Lin Ling was fierce. Like this, there were even fewer people that dared to offend Lin Ling. Even the martial house master received this news, and his heart instantly turned cold. His disciple, the Second Dream, had thought that Lin Ling was the greatest hidden danger, and he had thought that it was the D bloodline Sakura, because the latter had a terrifying bloodline. But now, his thoughts were somewhat shaken. Lin Ling's talent could not compare to Sakura's, but he seemed to have something that Sakura did not have. Perhaps this was the most terrifying thing. Like this Lin Ling was no longer an ant. To be able to freely enter Exquisite Valley, Lin Ling naturally would not waste such an opportunity. What he needed to do now was to raise his king body by a level. After all, he had seen in Exquisite Valley that if his king body was at a low level, others could easily crush him. If it wasn't for the ancient flame demon, then he would have lost face. Next, he needed to learn all of Exquisite Valley's 8th grade pill recipes and simultaneously refine pills. Soon he would return to the cloud domain. At that time, he would be able to give the pills to the Fire Ancient clan. This trip to Exquisite Valley was quite good. Lin Ling smiled again. In Exquisite Valley, he had refined many pills for himself. Among them, the Ancient Demon Welcoming Pill was the best. It was refined by borrowing the nine-tailed Ancient Flame Demon's flames from his Dantian. It allowed him to possess the Ancient Flame Demon's flames for a short period of time. Although it was only a small portion, it still increased his strength by 10%. In addition, the 100-Flower Sun Pill was also a rare pill. After all, the main ingredient was the Yang Spirit Fruit. It could allow Lin Ling to quickly restore his spiritual energy. It was much better than many pills that could restore spiritual energy. In Exquisite Valley, Lin Ling sat cross-legged, holding a fiery red pill in his hand. It was the first shade True Fire pill. Currently, he had the fifth shade True Fire, which was the source of all of his true intent of fire. If he could attain the sixth shade True Fire, then his foundation of true intent of fire would reach 60%. If he used the Great Vermilion Bird's flames, Blazing Sun, then it would reach 70%. In addition to half a step to 70% true intent of sword, Lin Ling's strength would increase greatly, and he would be more qualified to fight those above his level. Many people did not know why Lin Ling was able to fight those above his level, but only he knew. It was because he had developed in all aspects, and his foundation was incomparably solid. After that, Lin Ling swallowed the pill, and a scorching hot aura spread throughout his Dantian. Pa pa pa! The flames burned, turning everything around Lin Ling into ashes. From afar, one could only see a blood-red flame burning. With the experience of swallowing the first shade True Fire pill, Lin Ling was more familiar with the process this time. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Lin Ling's essence, energy, and spirit were undergoing the tempering of the flames. A person's essence, energy, and spirit were formless and colorless, but flames could still burn them. This was the characteristic of the first shade True Fire pill. After that, Lin Ling began to feel tired. His spirit was unbearable, and he had no strength left. Of course, this effect was much better than the last time he swallowed it. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Around his body, 6 balls of fire appeared and floated. Each ball of fire represented the first shade. And in his Dantian, the Vermilion Bird Dao platform was even clearer. 6th grade Talent King Body. King. Chapter 731. Bitter Calamity Mountain. After that, Lin Ling stabilized his cultivation and went to Elder Long Dan's alchemy place without stopping. Linglong Valley was divided into 2 alchemy camps, Elder Long Dan and Elder Huding. Their alchemy places were naturally different, and the alchemy methods were also different. Bitter Calamity Mountain, this was where Elder Long Dan stored his alchemy recipes. It was a magical place. The mountain was high into the clouds, and the surroundings were covered by gray clouds. It was as if one was in the starry sky, and the glittering starry sky was filled with alchemy recipes. At the top of the mountain, a large number of alchemists gathered there to learn alchemy skills. Elder Long Dan's alchemy recipes were never hidden, but publicly announced. If one wanted to learn, they could go. However, not everyone could learn it easily. Hey, you look unfamiliar. Are you a new disciple? Hello. When Lin Ling arrived at the top of the mountain, a woman wearing a patterned robe looked at him. Her voice was dignified. This woman's robe was embroidered with alchemy furnaces, and her long hair was tied behind her head. She had a valiant aura, but her attitude was a little strict. Lin Ling smiled. Senior sister, I'm new. Hello. How dare a new disciple come to the top of the mountain? Aren't there many 5th and 6th grade alchemy recipes at the foot of the mountain? Go down immediately, the woman said indifferently. Lin Ling frowned. Elder Long Dan had told him before that he could enter Linglong Valley freely. Now, he wanted to learn alchemy recipes, but the other party seemed to have stopped him. Is Elder Long Dan here? Lin Ling did not mind and asked again. Master is studying alchemy. How can he care about a junior like you? I'm the senior sister here. Go down immediately. If you don't blame me for being impolite. The woman frowned. This young man did not know the rules. He was just a new disciple, but he wanted to see Master. He did not understand himself at all. Moreover, she was Master's favorite disciple. This young man was neither arrogant nor humble in front of her. This was too arrogant. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. He did not expect this woman to be so domineering. He sized her up again and guessed that she should be the eldest senior sister type, or perhaps a disciple that Long Dan doted on. Therefore, he did not refute her forcefully. After all, Elder Long Dan had been very good to him, so he had to give face to Elder Long Dan's disciple. In fact, Lin Ling wasn't a difficult person to get along with. He didn't really care about some small difficulties. Alright, then I'll wait for Senior Long Dan at the foot of the mountain. Lin Ling smiled and left. The red-robed woman frowned even more. That young man had actually left without paying his respects. Furthermore, who did he think he was? Waiting for his master at the foot of the mountain? Right now, his master was still studying the newly acquired array formation and had no time at all. Even if he had time, he wouldn't have bothered with that junior. Stuff. The red-robed woman shouted angrily, causing many of the disciples who were studying alchemy recipes to look over. Their pupils suddenly constricted. Senior apprentice Sister Hong has been guarding the bitter tragedy mountain all this time. She doesn't know Lin Ling at all. Many disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. In other places of the Seven Profound Martial House, they could not give face to Lin Ling. But in Nimble Valley, they could not. Several days ago, Lin Ling had blossomed with a dazzling light. His alchemy skills were so unique that the two elder Xian adored him to no end. In order to compete for Lin Ling was sometimes below the two elder Xian in Nimble Valley. Senior apprentice Sister Hong, a disciple shouted out, wanting to warn the red-robed woman. However, the red-robed woman had great prestige in the bitter tragedy mountain. She turned around and glared at them, causing those disciples to not dare to speak. In bitter tragedy mountain, one could offend Elder Long Dan. After all, the latter was highly respected and would not care about trivial matters. But senior apprentice Sister Hong could not. I told you to stop, did you not hear me? If you take another step, you will never come back to study alchemy recipes again, and you will never be able to step into the bitter tragedy mountain. The woman called Hong angrily shouted. This caused Lin Ling to be even more startled. Because he did not bow, the other party was dissatisfied with him? But after he came to the bitter tragedy mountain, the other party was not polite at all. If you don't want to come, then don't come. Lin Ling shook his head and said, because of Elder Long Dan's face, he did not want to bother with her. Don't. I was just looking for you. At this moment, an anxious voice sounded out from the top of the mountain. Countless people looked up and saw that in the distant gray clouds, a figure was crossing the sky. Because he was anxious, he ran very fast, causing his loose robes to make flapping sounds. Elder Long Dan. Everyone respectfully saluted. However, Elder Long Dan did not pay attention to them. Instead, he chased after Lin Ling. These days, he had been studying the 8-trigram Skyfire array. He wanted to learn it as soon as possible and then suppress that Elder Hu Ding. But who would have thought that in the process of learning, there would be a problem? There was some rhythm of the array that he could not figure out. Therefore, he wanted to ask for Lin Ling's help. Although with his status, asking for Lin Ling's help was somewhat unsightly, when he thought about how he could suppress Elder Hu Ding, he did not care so much. Moreover, he was not the only one asking for Lin Ling's help. Elder Hu Ding was also asking for help, so there was even less of a problem of not being able to put down his face. Don't go. Did I bump into you? How can you leave? Elder Long Dan anxiously shouted again, causing the red-robed woman's beautiful eyes to widen. Master did not let that young man leave? But I don't want to leave either. It was that woman who chased me away. Lin Ling's footsteps had already stopped. He first saluted, then helplessly said, Hong, didn't you say that you admired the genius alchemist Lin Ling? Now that he is here, you actually want to chase him away? Elder Long Dan looked at the red-robed woman with great astonishment, while Hong Er's body trembled. This ordinary-looking young man was the genius alchemist Lin Ling who shocked Ling Long Valley that day. As for Lin Ling, she only knew about him after the incident. But from the mouths of her junior brothers, she knew that Lin Ling's alchemy skills were unique and superb. She admired him greatly and even wanted to see him with her own eyes. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be chased away by her when he came? For a moment, she bitterly clenched her teeth in regret. Then, her face flushed red with embarrassment and she said, "Master, how would I know that he was Lin Ling?" Then she glared at the disciples behind her. "Why didn't you remind me?" Ah! Those disciples all smiled bitterly. Would we have dared to remind her? My Hong is sometimes a little arrogant and a little strict. Lin Ling, don't mind her. She doesn't mean any harm. So, please don't leave. I still have many things to ask you. Elder Long Dan had more or less guessed what had happened and smiled. The other party was very polite. Lin Ling didn't care about this and now he didn't care. He smiled and said, "It's fine. This is also my fault. I didn't tell you my name at the start." "No, I was too unruly," quickly said, even her face was a little red. Mad God Lin Ling? How was he mad? Lin Ling was like the boy next door. She really didn't know why the geniuses of the Seven Profound Martial House thought that Lin Ling was mad. Good, I can answer all the questions about the 8 trigram Skyfire array. But for some time, I will be leaving the Seven Profound Martial House. So, Senior Long Dan Long, it would be best if you could ask those questions at once. Lin Ling smiled, causing Long Dan Long to nod in excitement. In his heart, he guessed that Lin Ling would be leaving for some time. After answering his questions, it would be some time before Hu Ding Elder could find Lin Ling. During this time, he could suppress Hu Ding Elder. Chapter 732. The second dream's invitation. If Lin Ling knew Long Dan Lao's thoughts, he would be even more helpless. Lin Ling didn't waste any time and hurriedly instructed Long Dan Lao on how to set up the array. Long Dan Long nodded continuously. His soul force was extremely powerful, but he didn't know much about ancient arrays. Therefore, even though Lin Ling guided him step by step, he often made mistakes. Sometimes, Lin Ling couldn't help but reprimand him. The surrounding disciples wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Their bodies were trembling. One of the 12 Xian elders, a highly respected alchemy grandmaster. Even in the rainforest Holy Land, he was famous. Even if he moved his feet, the rainforest Holy Land would be shaken. But now, he was being reprimanded by Lin Ling like a disciple. This scene was too strange. "Lin Ling, you're amazing." "Wow." Hong Er's beautiful eyes stared at the young man. Her heart was surging. She believed that Lin Ling wasn't as scary as the rumors said. He was approachable. Moreover, Lin Ling's alchemy skills were so strong, but she had never seen him show off. This Lin Ling was actually very low-key. Dan Luofan's pitiful ending was absolutely his own fault. Lin Ling didn't know what Hong Er was thinking. After instructing Long Dan Lao, he began to learn the pill recipes floating in the sky. In fact, his level of alchemy was not better than Long Danlong's. In fact, it was much worse. The only difference was that Lin Ling knew the elixir recipes that Long Danlong did not know, and that unique refining method. Lin Ling is learning pill recipes. The alchemists around looked at Lin Ling. They were looking forward to how many pill recipes Lin Ling could learn. Long Dan Lao looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He said to Hong Er, how many pill recipes do you think he can learn? These are 7th and 8th grade pill recipes. They're broad and profound. I guess he can learn more than 100. Looked at Lin Ling's back with admiration. 100? You underestimate him too much, Long Danlong said with a faint smile. Then he strode away to study his 8 trigrams heavenly fire formation. Could it be that he wants to break the Bitter Adversity Mountain's record and learn over 300 pill recipes? Hong Er's eyes narrowed. There were many alchemists in Ling Long Valley. Other than those who were still learning, there were also many genius alchemists who were ranked in the top 100 of the prodigy roll. However, those alchemists rarely came to Ling Long Valley. In the past, there was a truly monstrous alchemist in Ku-I Mountain who had once learned 365 types of 8th grade pill recipes. It was very difficult to concoct an 8th-grade medicinal pill. The refinement of medicinal ingredients, the fusion of medicinal pills, the control of heat, and the production of pills all required a lot of knowledge. One even needed to calculate. To be able to learn more than 300 8th-grade medicinal pill recipes in one go, if that wasn't a monster, then what was? Time passed quietly. On the summit of Bitter Adversity Mountain, all the alchemists were shocked. Lin Ling was still looking at the pill recipes floating in the sky. He didn't seem to be tired at all. Moreover, many of them saw that Lin Ling would sometimes grab a pill recipe from the sky with his right hand and throw it away after a glance. This left them puzzled. After all, most people would grab a pill recipe and then diligently study it. Then they would throw it away. Did this mean that he didn't want to learn the pill recipe? Or was it disdain? Although I admire him a little, his mentality doesn't seem to be good. Hong Er had also been paying attention to Lin Ling. She discovered that this blue and white robed youth was extremely mysterious. 3 days later, Lin Ling rubbed his somewhat numb temples. Then he closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. When he opened his eyes, a smile appeared on his face. His study at Bitter Adversity Mountain had ended. Wait, Lin Ling, how many pill recipes have you learned? Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, Er couldn't help but ask. All the alchemists looked over, their eyes filled with curiosity. How many? I don't remember. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head and smiled. Then there should be 300. No, that's not right. If you've forgotten how many you've learned, then it shouldn't be that many. Hunter's beautiful eyes flashed. Could it be that Lin Ling had studied too many pill recipes and had become stupid? The crowd's eyes also flashed, thinking the same thing. It's not that I've forgotten many, but that I've learned all the pill recipes here. It's just that I've spent a bit too much time on them. However, this is my first time coming to Bitter Adversity Mountain, so I definitely can't compare to you. Lin Ling helplessly smiled. He could sense that this elder's senior apprentice, Sister Hong, seemed to be mocking him for spending too much time. But he didn't care. In any case, it was fine as long as he could learn all the pill recipes. However, as his words fell, the entire mountaintop fell silent. He had learned all of them in 3 days? There were countless pill recipes here, yet Lin Ling had actually learned all of them? Everyone's jaws dropped open, their hearts shaking like thunder. Lin Ling had created the first record of Bitter Adversity Mountain, surpassing that monstrous alchemist who had once been ranked at the top of the proud Son of Heaven decree. Monster! Hong couldn't help but say. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, not understanding why she would say such a thing. But then he was too lazy to care about what others thought of him. If they wanted to laugh at him, then laugh at him. He had to return to the cloud domain. Freak! On the mountaintop, all the alchemists cried out in horror. Lin Ling didn't know that all the alchemists thought of him as a freakish monster. In the distance, Elder Long Dan faintly smiled. He was the only one who wasn't surprised. This was because he knew that Lin Ling's soul force was able to accomplish all of this. Lin Ling was currently the most powerful monstrous alchemist in Exquisite Valley. As for where his limits were, even Elder Long Dan didn't know. After leaving Exquisite Valley, Lin Ling stopped outside the vast valley. His lips curved up in a warm smile. He had been in the rainforest Holy Land for almost a year now. From an ant-like existence, he had gradually become more powerful. He had even established a firm foothold in the 7 profound martial house. Therefore, it was time for his loved ones to come. He had just taken a few steps when a figure blocked in front of Lin Ling. This person was around 20 years old. His face was thin, but his eyes were indifferent. He had one hand behind his back, and his other hand held a black invitation card. You are Lin Ling. Someone told me to give you an invitation card, and that you should go. Calm. There was even a touch of curiosity in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, he had heard of Mad God Lin Ling's name before. But this person was only ranked 250 on the proud Son of Heaven decree. How arrogant could he be? Who is that person? Lin Ling said with a frown. Look at the invitation card and you will know. The person lightly replied. There was a jade card hanging from his waist. From his appearance, he seemed to be a proud son of heaven on the proud son of heaven decree. His strength was good. He was at the middle stage of the emperor spirit realm. Okay, I understand. Lin Ling calmly replied. This person's attitude was a bit arrogant, so he didn't need to lower his voice. Humph. The person coldly snorted and left, as if he had completed the task entrusted to him. Lin Ling picked up the invitation card and looked at it. The name on the invitation card was the second dream. Lin Ling was unfamiliar with this person and didn't understand why they had invited him. But as he continued to read, another name appeared. It was Sakura. The invitation card also stated the purpose of the banquet. The girl called the second dream wanted to announce her love life, so she had invited all the proud sons of heaven to attend. This woman has great prestige. She actually wants to invite all the proud sons of heaven on the proud son of heaven decree. Lin Ling pondered. If Sakura's name wasn't there, then he definitely wouldn't go to this banquet. But the invitation card had Sakura's name. Chapter 733. 100 Proud Sons of Heaven. This matter was related to Sakura, so Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. He went to the location. The banquet was held in the 7 Profound Martial House. The 7 Profound Martial House was very large. It was like a city. Naturally, it had its own bustling streets. The banquet was being held at the Sky Universe Palace, the largest restaurant in the 7 Profound Martial House. It was said that the person behind the restaurant was one of the 12 Xian elders, and those that were able to enter were all illustrious characters of the 7 Profound Martial House. The second dream is able to invite so many people to the Sky Universe Palace. Her origin is not small. Lin Ling secretly guessed. As he walked down the street, he saw a massive number of disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House. Some of them recognized Lin Ling and avoided him. The name of the mad god was currently famous throughout the 7 Profound Martial House. A moment later, the Sky Universe Palace appeared in front of him. The palace was magnificent, and broad. The gate was engraved with gorgeous cloud patterns, and the degree of grandeur was no less than that of Cloud Sea City's imperial palace. Lin Ling's eyes swept around. At this moment, there were no guards at the magnificent palace, but people were entering one after another. In the distance, there were many Moon Guard-level disciples looking on in awe. They didn't dare to take a single step into the Sky Universe Palace. It seemed that if one wanted to enter the Sky Universe Palace, they had to have a certain status. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, there was a rumbling sound in the distance. The clouds in the sky parted, and a gorgeous and dazzling palace appeared from the distant horizon. This palace was carried by 5 beautiful women, and wherever the palace passed, fresh flowers would sprinkle down. The fragrance of the flowers overflowed, and it was incomparably dazzling. The traversing flower palace has appeared. It is the proud son of heaven's 99th ranked Hua Huoxia. The crowd's pupils shrank. The 7 Profound Martial House was very large, so it wasn't common to see a powerful proud son of heaven. But the traversing flower palace was the symbol of the proud son of heaven, Hua Huoxia. Then the palace descended, and a youth in a fiery red robe walked out. His hands were crossed behind his back, and he was handsome and confident. He was like a demon king, and his powerful aura caused everyone around him to be in awe. Hua Huoxia, what a rare sight. Have you come out of seclusion? An indifferent voice came from the distance, and a young man in cotton clothes slowly walked over. This young man did not care about his appearance, and as he walked, he drank wine. As he walked, bubbles floated around him and floated into the sky. When the bubbles burst, the smell of alcohol filled the air. It was a very strange power. The young man seemed to have transformed into a wine pot. However, the crowd knew that another genius ranked in the top 100 had arrived. Bang, bang, bang. In the distance, a 20-meter-tall giant walked over, causing the street to sway. A jade-like radiance appeared on the surface of the giant's body. As he walked, his body gradually shrank. Obviously, this person's defensive martial arts were extremely strong. The giant spirit king is here too. The crowd was even more shocked. The young man who had returned to his normal appearance was ranked 88th. He was at the peak of the emperor spirit plane and had a 7th level king body. He was extremely terrifying. At the same time, an ear-piercing eagle's cry came from the distance, causing everyone's ears to ring. In the sky, a gigantic golden-feathered eagle stirred up the clouds and slowly descended, looking down at the crowd. On the eagle, a young man in embroidered clothes floated down, looking at the crowd with an indifferent expression. Golden-feathered eagle. According to legend, it has the bloodline of a vicious beast. It can travel 1,000 miles in a day. It's the fastest flying demonic beast. That must be Jin Pengzi, the genius who came from the North Sea and shone in the last 100 regions competition. The crowd was shocked again. Today, the Sky Universe Palace had welcomed many peerless geniuses. Lin Ling's eyes were shining. Very strong. Were these geniuses ranked above 250? I heard that the second dream is going to announce her lover. I'm looking forward to it. Ha! However, to be worthy of the second dream, he shouldn't be a nobody. Otherwise, how could he convince the crowd? Ha! The proud geniuses didn't pay attention to the people around them. They chatted with each other and entered the Sky Universe Palace one after another. As for the others, they could only admire. They simply couldn't enter. Lin Ling frowned. He suddenly felt that the second dream was much larger than he had imagined. It was able to summon so many top geniuses. Moreover, the second dream's sensational announcement seemed to have harmed his big brother. Of course, this was only a guess. After all, whether or not the second dream was his big brother's lover had to be confirmed. This person's face is unfamiliar, and he's only at the early royal spirit realm. He dares to enter the Sky Universe Palace? The top geniuses soon discovered Lin Ling and were curious. After all, every youth that could enter the Sky Universe Palace was famous in the 7 profound martial house. Even the weakest of them was at the middle royal spirit realm. For an early royal spirit realm cultivator to dare enter, this was very abnormal. He should be a new rising junior. I heard that there were several dark horses in the preliminaries of the Proud Son of Heaven tournament. This junior is really full of drive. He wants to surpass us older geniuses. The top geniuses looked at Lin Ling in front of the gate. They didn't try to make things difficult for him. After all, with their seniority, they disdained to do anything. They were just curious. Little Rock, what are you looking at? Don't scare this junior. The genius called Jin Pingzi laughed softly. On his shoulder, the golden-feathered rock from before had transformed into the size of an ordinary eagle. It stood majestically on his shoulder, and its sharp gaze was fixed on Little Flame, who was on his shoulder. This youth is called Lin Ling. He is known as the Mad God. He is so arrogant that he doesn't place any other genius in his eyes. At this moment, a light voice sounded out. Everyone looked over and saw that the one speaking was the 18th young master, Tang Tianshu. Although Tang Tianshu wasn't a top genius on the Proud Son of Heaven tournament, no one dared to underestimate him. This was because he was less than 20 years old and came from the Great Tang Empire, one of the 5 great ancient countries. Because of this, Tang Tianshu had the qualifications to enter the Sky Universe Palace. Moreover, many of the older geniuses knew that this Tang Tianshu would surpass many of them in the future. Mad God Lin Ling? An early royal spirit realm cultivator has the qualifications to be arrogant? Golden Rock narrowed his eyes. The others were the same. They were beginning to suspect that this youth dared to enter the Sky Universe Palace. They didn't think that this youth would be the Mad God Lin Ling. Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't thought that he would suddenly become the center of attention. He looked at Tang Tianshu and saw a cold smile on the latter's face. Tang Tianshu was pushing Lin Ling into the limelight. The geniuses here were all a cut above the rest. They were all proud and arrogant. How could they submit to a junior like Lin Ling? The second dream? This is hard to guess. According to the rules of the Sky Universe Palace, those who enter must be ranked at least 200 on the Proud Son of Heaven tournament. But this little Lin Ling is only ranked 250. Isn't it embarrassing for us to be together with him? Golden Rock said disdainfully. At first, he didn't care about Lin Ling, but after hearing the name Mad God, he became even more interested. Little Rock, today is a gathering of geniuses. You can't be rude. Even if you see that he doesn't care about you, don't attack him. Yes. Golden Rock said again. Everyone's eyes lit up. They looked at the majestic Golden Rock and suddenly had a guess. Chapter 734. The First Dark Horse. Suddenly, the Golden Rock let out a loud and clear cry. It was looking at the little monkey on Lin Ling's shoulder. The Golden Rock had a noble bloodline. After seeing Lin Ling's little flame, it naturally wanted to make little flame kneel down and submit. The crowd became even more interested. Jean Pingzi smiled indifferently. Although it was not appropriate for him to teach Lin Ling a lesson due to his seniority, he could use his mount to play with Lin Ling. This would not affect his status. However, under countless gazes, little flame on Lin Ling's shoulder widened its eyes. Not only was it not afraid, it even bared its fangs. Many people's eyes narrowed. Demonic beasts should tremble in fear when they see the king of demonic beasts. That little monkey was actually not afraid of the Golden Rock? One had to know that in the ancient records, the ancestor of the Golden Rock was one of the 10 ancient ferocious beasts, the Kuan. It was said that there was a fish in the north. The Kuan was so big that no one knew how many thousands of miles it was. It transformed into a bird and was called a rock. From its origin, one could see how mysterious the Golden Rock was. As for the little monkey, it looked so gloomy. What kind of noble bloodline did it have? Little flame, we are here to attend the banquet. Don't cause trouble. All right. Lin Ling said indifferently. Little flame on his shoulder waved its fist in dissatisfaction. After that, it fell asleep on Lin Ling's shoulder again. Boom. The Golden Rock's voice became even louder. However, the little monkey did not seem to have heard it. It even waved its hand in disdain and slept even more soundly. What's going on? Yes. Jean Pingzi frowned. He felt very surprised and embarrassed. Previously, he had proudly ridden the golden-feathered great rock. Everyone was in awe and envy. But now, the little monkey was not afraid of the golden-feathered great rock. It even slept under the pressure of the golden-feathered great rock. This made people doubt the nobility of the golden-feathered great rock. Can you move aside? Yes. Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he spoke to the elite sky prides in front of the door. Lin Ling was truly arrogant. He was only at the early Emperor Spirit realm, and yet he dared to ignore them. Not only that, but there were so many people watching. This made it difficult for them to step down. After all, according to the rules of the 7 profound martial house, when the weak saw the strong, they should respectfully bow. Even if they were toyed with by a senior, they should swallow their anger. However, Lin Ling did not. His reaction was calm. Golden Rock Z, let me do it. Right at this moment, a voice rumbled like thunder. A tall and sturdy young man walked over and stood in front of Lin Ling. He was at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit realm and was ranked at the 220th position on the Prodigy rankings. He was extremely powerful while Lin Ling was only ranked at the 250th position. Lin Ling, how about we compare notes? The young man said as he looked at Lin Ling. The other elite sky prides of heaven faintly smiled. With their seniority, it was not appropriate for them to bully Lin Ling. After all, even if they won, it would be an unfair victory. But this young man was different. After all, this young man and Lin Ling's cultivation were similar, and their rankings were also the same. Also, they wanted to see just how strong Mad God Lin Ling was. Did he have the qualifications to be so arrogant? Thunder Lord Ing. As the crowd looked at this young man, a name appeared in their minds. This person was the greatest dark horse of this year's Prodigy rankings preliminaries. Until now, Thunder Lord Ing had been an ordinary elite of the 7 profound martial house. But this year he had inadvertently obtained an ancient 7th grade Emperor Step martial art, and had displayed his king body to the limit. In the Prodigy rankings preliminaries, he had swept away all the elites of his realm, and his name had shaken the 7 profound martial house. Obviously, Thunder Lord Ing was a genius that had accumulated a great deal of experience. There were many kinds of geniuses. Some were born as a proud son of heaven, and had a terrifying talent. Some had a sudden epiphany, and soared to the heavens. Some had accumulated a great deal of experience, and cultivated steadily, and finally rose to prominence. Thunder Lord Ing was the third kind. The 7 profound martial house respects martial prowess. We do not rely on arrogance, nor do we rely on arrogance to attract the attention of others. So, do you dare or not? Thunder Lord Ying's expression was indifferent. His eyes were tranquil, as if he did not want to compare notes with Lin Ling. Rather, it was Lin Ling who wanted to compare notes with him. That was his reward for Lin Ling. Not too far behind him, Tang Tianshu silently smiled. He also wanted to see Lin Ling's strength. Of course, he also wanted to see Lin Ling lose face at Sky Universe Palace, and take revenge for the enmity at Exquisite Valley. What, you don't dare? Thunder Lord Ying said again, the disdain on his face thickening, causing the crowd to laugh. Thunder Lord Ying was tall and steady, like a guardian god. But Lin Ling was thin and tall. Compared to him, Lin Ling was very small. How long have you been cultivating at the 7 profound martial house? Lin Ling calmly asked, ignoring the gazes around him. I came when I was 17 years old. I have been here for 3 years, and I am the number 1 dark horse of the proud son of heaven preliminaries. Thunder Lord Ying proudly replied, as if saying that Lin Ling only dared to bully the weak. Facing a powerhouse, he would return to his original form. So you are 20 years old? Lin Ling nodded. I am 18 years old, younger than you. I have been at the 7 profound martial house for less than a year, but you have been here for 3 years. Not only that, but in the proud son of heaven preliminaries, you were the number 1 dark horse. You should be invincible in the Middle Emperor spirit realm. So in order to prove that you are stronger than me, you want to compare notes with me? Thunder Lord Ying was startled, and then his complexion turned ugly. That's right, Thunder Lord Ying and Lin Ling's ages are far apart in terms of cultivation time. The crowd's eyes flashed. Lin Ling was right. If Thunder Lord Ying were to compare notes with Lin Ling, that would be the same as bullying the weak. With Thunder Lord Ying's seniority, he should be challenging Golden Rock and the other top proud sons of heaven. Then do you dare or not? If you don't dare, then don't even think about entering Sky Universe Temple. Thunder Lord Ying coldly said. Now that things had come to this, he could not give up halfway. Ha, you are the number 1 dark horse. Very overbearing, bullying the weak, and even speaking righteously. Your skin is also very thick. Lin Ling lightly said, causing Thunder Lord Ying's pupils to widen. Lin Ling was taunting him, and Lin Ling did not seem to want to compare notes. Most importantly, if Lin Ling refused, no one would think that Lin Ling was afraid of death. Lin Ling, where is your mad god title? Tang Tianshu frowned. He couldn't help but ask. If Lin Ling did not want to fight, could he only watch helplessly as Lin Ling entered Sky Universe Temple? Trying to goad me is useless. Also, did I say that I don't dare? Lin Ling's eyes swept over Tang Tianshu, and then he calmly replied. The other party had already come to his door to bully him. If he had the strength, then he naturally did not fear a fight. Not only that, but he also wanted to test the strength of the ranked 220 on the proud son of heaven decree. He agreed? The crowd was stunned. Lin Ling was younger, and his time in the 7 profound martial house was even shorter. If he didn't fight, then that was normal, and no one thought that he was a coward. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would actually agree to fight? This Lin Ling was truly crazy. In truth, many geniuses did not fear a middle-stage royal spirit realm martial artist. In fact, many of them could even jump ranks to fight. But if they were also facing a genius, then jumping ranks to fight was very difficult. Most importantly, Thunder Lord Ying was a peak middle-stage royal spirit realm talent. He was different from those law enforcement disciples that Lin Ling had killed. After all, Thunder Lord Ying was the dark horse of the proud son of heaven decree preliminaries. He was invincible in the middle stage of the royal spirit realm. Chapter 735. Unrivaled Realm. Hee, my impression of you has changed, Mad God Lin Ling. You know I'm a dark horse and you still dare to challenge me, you're really crazy. Ha! Thunder Lord Ying laughed lightly. He was afraid that Lin Ling wouldn't challenge him, then he wouldn't be able to answer to Jin Pingzi. But since Lin Ling agreed, then he could teach him a good lesson. As for losing? Thunder Lord Ying didn't think about it. He was an unrivaled mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, How could he lose to Lin Ling? I won't fight to the death in front of so many people. After all, I don't have any enmity with you, I'm only here because someone asked me to. So let's just have a normal fight. If you can break through my defense, then I won't go to Sky Universe Palace. Thunder Lord Ing walked down step by step. An oppressive chi spread out, causing the ground to shake slightly. Jin Pengzi and Tang Tianshu smiled indifferently. They wanted to see how Lin Ling would face Thunder Lord Ing. I'll only defend and not attack. Thunder Lord Ing stopped and said proudly. His words made many people's hearts tremble. As expected of the dark horse of the preliminary round, he had courage. Following Thunder Lord Ying's disdainful voice, the image of an ancient elephant appeared behind him. It was as steady as a mountain, unmoving even if the sky collapsed. Pava. The hard ground of Sky Universe Palace cracked, as if Thunder Lord Ying's strength was as heavy as a mountain. Thunder Lord Ing is a defensive maniac. He once carried 3 cities on his back in Sky Farmer region. Everyone was talking. The crowd was discussing fervently. During the preliminaries of the prodigy ranking, they had already seen how terrifying Thunder Lord Ing was. It seemed that no one at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm could shake him. However, to be able to carry 3 large cities on his back and not move, this was extremely terrifying. The cities were already enormous, and there were even 3 of them. Even though Thunder Lord Ing was carrying the cities with 2 hands, he still didn't move. This meant that his foundation was extremely solid. I have a 6th grade king body, the suppressing hell elephant body. Thunder Lord Ing continued, I only know one kind of martial arts, the suppressing hell elephant body. It's a true meaning of martial arts. It allowed me to reach 70% true meaning of martial arts. A 6th grade king body, this was a very frightening advantage. Adding on the 70% true meaning of martial, it was no wonder that Thundermaster Ing had the confidence to stand there and let others hit him. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He could also feel Thunder Lord Ying's enormous aura. His cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, his talent was the same as his king body, and his true meaning of martial intent was also the same. This Thunder Lord Ing was truly formidable. Today is an invitation to a banquet, so it's not suitable for a long battle. Let's settle this in 10 moves. Lin Ling said after taking a deep breath. 10 moves? During the preliminary round, Hu Liehu, a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy, couldn't break through Lightning Lord Ying's defenses even after 100 moves. This Lin Ling sure is confident. The crowd was stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that Thunder Lord Ing hadn't even stated his conditions, but Lin Ling himself had. He wanted to break through Lin Ling's defense in 10 moves. Lin Ling didn't want to lose face, so he was trying to show off. Ignoring the crowd's thoughts, Lin Ling slowly pulled out his tyrannical song sword. His eyes were cold. He wanted to test the strength of a prodigy ranked 200 on the prodigy ranking, and he also wanted to see his own limits. Earth-shattering sky. Xiao. A sharp sword intent bloomed. Lin Ling took a step forward, and a frenzied sword slash came out like a storm. Amazing! This was the first time many people saw Lin Ling in action, but this move proved that Lin Ling's strength was invincible in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Is that all you've got? However, Thunder Lord Ing shook his head in disdain. The terrifying aura around him grew even stronger, and an ancient suppressing hell elephant covered his entire body. All the sword slashes landed on Thunder Lord Ying's body, but the latter was indifferent. He didn't even bat an eyelid. Using his body to block the sword, this defensive power was terrifying. This was the suppressing hell elephant's tyrannical strength. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He noticed that there were rays of light circulating around Thunder Lord Ying's body. He had actually blocked his sword slashes with ease. First move. Thunder Lord Ying's indifferent voice rang out. Sword shaking mountains and rivers. Lin Ling's expression didn't change, and his powerful sword intent slashed out once again. Clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Lin Ling also noticed that Thunder Lord Ing was able to reflect his sword intent. At least 30% of it had been reflected back. No wonder Thunder Lord Ing was only defending. The more powerful the attack, the more harmful it would be to the user. However, if one didn't use a powerful attack, they wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Thunder Lord Ying's martial arts and his king physique gave people a feeling of invincibility. Flames of the Great Vermilion Bird. Blazing Sun, Vermilion Bird. Lin Ling's body flowed like water. He stabbed his sword into the ground and stretched out his hands. A great vermilion bird appeared on his left hand, and a blazing sun appeared on his right hand. He was bathed in flames, as if he wanted to destroy everything. What a powerful flame power. Lin Ling actually has a 6th grade king physique. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Some of them had seen Lin Ling fight before, but their impression was that he had a 5th grade king physique. But now, he had a 6th grade king physique. This meant that Lin Ling's king physique was very special and could continuously improve. Lin Ling was able to laugh at the top 200 and below on the Heaven's Pride list. He indeed had some strength. Destroy. The two flame powers crazily rushed out, causing many of the Heaven's Prides to narrow their eyes and retreat. That's all you've got? Outside the gate, the 18th young master, Tang Tianshu, smirked disdainfully. Last time, Lin Ling had strangely broken his flame. He thought that Lin Ling's king's physique was very powerful, but it turned out that he was only of the 6th rank. Boom! The two flames crazily rushed towards Thunder Lord Ying. It was as if the heavens had descended. Prison suppression. At this moment, a cold shout rang out. Thunder Lord Ying raised his right foot high and stomped on the ground. It was as if an ancient giant elephant had lifted its foreleg and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! A thick and heavy force that seemed capable of destroying everything erupted from Thunder Lord Ying's body, blowing in all directions. The flames of the Great Vermilion Bird and the blazing sun that could burn anything were both extinguished. One had to know that these two flames had already reached 70% completion, but they were still unable to harm Thunder Lord Ying. What a terrifying defensive power! Many people's faces stiffened. Thunder Lord Ying was indeed an invincible Heaven's Pride in the middle stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. That's the 4th move. Is that all you've got? Thunder Lord Ying looked at Lin Ling like a giant elephant amidst the surging airwaves. He tilted his head and his words were filled with disdain. It's not even 10 moves. You'd better not be too proud. Lin Ling replied indifferently. His heart was heavy. Thunder Lord Ying was stronger than he had imagined, dominating the world. With a wave of his right hand, Lin Ling pulled out his sword and slashed out with his terrifying sword intent. AI, you can't even defeat me in 100 moves. You're not qualified to enter the Sky Universe Palace. Thunder Lord Ying said with disdain. 5th move, failure. 6th move, failure. 7th move, failure. The crowd shook their heads when they saw that Lin Ling's continuous attacks were futile. The mad god Lin Ling could not be arrogant at this moment. It was as the top Heaven's Pride had said. Lin Ling could only be arrogant when facing the weak. Facing a true Heaven's Pride, he was like a stray dog. His king physique is the same as mine, and his martial intent is the same as mine. But his cultivation level is higher than mine. Chapter 736. Who was the first dark horse? This sword is interesting. You can actually fuse a half-step 70% sword intent and a 70% sword intent. Lightning Lord Ying's eyes flickered as he said seriously. But that was it. Dominating the world. An even more terrifying sword slashed out. Rumble. The fusion of the two great true meanings caused Thunderbolt Lord Ying's enormous body to finally be pushed back. He stretched out both of his hands, and actually managed to grab hold of Lin Ling's sword. Veins popped out on his forehead as he finally roared, "Break?" The sword slash was also broken. The crowd was even more terrified. Was Lightning Lord Ying torturing Lin Ling? The 8th move, that should be your final trump card. Unfortunately, I have to disappoint you. Lightning Lord Ying waved his slightly numb hand and smiled faintly. But his heart was heavy. The power of the previous sword slash had increased crazily, and he had used up 80% of his strength to break it. This Lin Ling was very powerful. If he had participated in the preliminary round, his result would not have been much worse than his. But the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's cultivation was one level lower than his. 10 moves have not passed yet. It's hard to say. Lin Ling replied faintly. His heart was heavy. Another one of his trump cards had been broken. Was Lightning Lord Ying really invincible? It seemed like he was still too weak. The crowd was silent as they stared at the ground beneath Lightning Lord Ying's feet. There were 2 deep marks on the ground caused by Lightning Lord Ying blocking Lin Ling's sword. During the preliminary round, it seemed like no one had been able to do this. Although this Lin Ling was not Lightning Lord Ying's opponent, his strength was also terrifying. Most importantly, Lin Ling was younger than Lightning Lord Ying. What if they were at the same age? The 9th move. Lin Ling slapped his left hand and a pill appeared in his mouth. He then swallowed it slowly. Ancient Demon Welcoming Pill. His current cultivation was weaker than Thunder Lord Ying's, so his king physique and martial true meaning were unable to display his advantage. He could only rely on another trump card. Moreover, this was only one of Lin Ling's trump cards. He still had another trump card that he had yet to use. He was thinking of using it in his 10th attack, which was his soul power. Of course, apart from this trump card, Lin Ling still had another powerful trump card, which was the Ancient Flame Demon. However, the Ancient Flame Demon was unstable and could easily devour its owner. It was a move that would cause both sides to suffer. Therefore, unless it was a life and death situation, Lin Ling would never use it. Boom! A white flame blossomed and enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. A wild and domineering aura filled the air, causing the crowd to tremble. Lin Ling actually had other flames? This flame is very strange. It doesn't seem to be an innate king body. Tang Tianshu furrowed his brows. After the flame appeared, it gave him an ancient and violent feeling. It did not seem to be a flame controlled by a martial artist, but a beast. He also felt that when the flame appeared, the flame in his body seemed to have been affected. Lin Ling borrowed the power of the pill to change the flame. If that flame is Lin Ling's innate king physique, then Lin Ling's innate talent is terrifying. Tang Tianshu thought. Let's try it now. After taking the Ancient Demon Welcoming Pill for the first time, Lin Ling felt a huge amount of energy gushing out from his dantian. The white flame swallowed the vermilion bird's flames and grew crazily. It even made him feel as if he was the Ancient Flame Demon. I didn't expect such a move. Let's try it. Thunder Lord Ying's face turned serious. He did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling anymore. 3 Elephants Prison. Thunder Lord Ying let out an angry roar, and 3 ancient giant elephants appeared, dominating the world. It was still the same ordinary sword attack. It was still the fusion of martial true meaning and fire true meaning. However, at this moment, the flame changed, turning into a demonic white color. Shio. A figure slashed towards Thunder Lord Ying like a dream. Boom. Thunder Lord Ying pushed his palms forward. Like a giant elephant raising its legs, a large number of ghosts appeared behind him. It was said that in another holy land, elephants were sacred objects used to guard hell. When the hell-suppressing elephant moved, the ghosts of hell would fly out. However, the divine elephant was not facing ordinary flames. It was facing an ancient flame demon. Under countless gazes, a huge 9-tailed ancient flame demon appeared. It was formed by flames and clashed with the divine elephant crazily, causing the jade steps on the street to tremble. What a terrifying power! Many people sucked in a cold breath. Some were even affected by the power and spat out blood. The top prodigies' faces turned serious. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so powerful that he could make Thunder Lord Ying use his full strength. Puff, puff. In the next moment, the sound of spiritual energy exploding rang out. In the open space, the 2 beasts collapsed. In the rolling spiritual energy fluctuations, 2 figures flew out. Lin Ling retreated 100 steps. Thunder Lord Ying retreated 80 steps. He was still standing proudly, looking at Lin Ling with a faint smile. Invincible as expected of invincible. Looking at the giant Thunder Lord Ying, the crowd was in an uproar. The result of this move was clear. Thunder Lord Ying deserved his title of invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. The spiritual energy in Lin Ling's body kept surging. He was slightly injured. He looked at Thunder Lord Ing with furrowed brows. The number one in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm was really strong. His ancient demon welcoming pill could not break through his opponent's defense. You can swallow the pill and prepare for the 10th move. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a crazy desire to battle. Today, Lin Ling must enter the Sky Universe Palace. Lin Ling, you haven't given up yet? Many people suddenly admired Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was defeated by an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, he was still honorable. The top geniuses sneered. They did not care about the honorable defeat. They only knew that Lin Ling was blocked from entering the Sky Universe Palace and was too ashamed to enter. That was enough. The 10th move. Thunder Lord Ing slowly raised his head and looked deeply at Lin Ling. Suddenly, a bitter smile appeared on his face. When he faced Lin Ling's sword of two true intents, he had already used 80% of his strength. It was just that no one could see it on the surface. But on the 9th move, he had reached his limit. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Thunder Lord Ing gave Lin Ling a thumbs up before collapsing to the ground. Silence. The Sky Universe Palace was completely silent. Thunder Lord Ing lost? This scene was beyond everyone's imagination. They thought that Thunder Lord Ing would continue to crush Lin Ling's pride. But who knew that he would suddenly vomit blood and faint on the 9th move? This meant that Lin Ling had won. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This result was also beyond his expectations. He wanted to use even more powerful trump cards. Then he smiled helplessly. After putting away his sword, he slowly walked towards the Sky Universe Palace's main gate. Wherever he passed, everyone would make way for him. Now, no one dared to say that Lin Ling was not qualified to enter. Moreover, Lin Ling did not participate in the preliminary round. If he had, then he would be the true dark horse. You're just borrowing the power of the pill. Without the pill, how could you defeat Thunder Lord Ing? At this moment, Tang Tianshu's disdainful voice rang out. When Lin Ling heard it, he shook his head and sneered. Then can I say that he's just borrowing the fact that he has more time to cultivate than me? If we had the same amount of time, then he would not have been able to defeat me? Tang Tianshu's eyes narrowed. He could not refute this. The crowd also nodded. Originally, even if Lin Ling had lost, he would have lost honorably. After all, Lin Ling's foundation was weak, so Lin Ling won by relying on the pill. This was not embarrassing. Chapter 737. Overbearing and magnificent, get out of my way. Is it fun to stand in the middle of the road? Stop. Lin Ling ignored the pale-faced Tang Tianshu and lightly said, These peak-proud children of heaven were lofty and aloof. Because he hadn't respectfully bowed to them, they had deliberately made things difficult for him. He didn't need to give them any face, and he believed that in front of the gates of Sky Universe Palace, these peak-proud children of heaven wouldn't dare to move against him. Lin Ling. These peak-proud children of heaven glared at Lin Ling, their eyes cold, but they had no words to refute him. If people give me face 3 times, then I give them face 5 times. If people don't want face, then I don't need to give them face either. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders, his eyes looking at Thunder Lord Ing on the ground. In fact, he knew that in the previous battle, if Thunder Lord Ing had attacked from the side, then it would have been very difficult for him to win. Thus, he had won this battle by a fluke. Not only that, but the ancient demon welcoming pill had a time limit. If Thunder Lord Ing had survived, then he would have had to face another situation. Of course, Thunder Lord Ing had been too confident in himself. He had actually dared to only defend and not attack. Not only that, but Lin Ling still had a hidden card that he hadn't used yet. Through this battle, Lin Ling had a much better understanding of his own strength. Without using his soul force or the ancient flame demon, he could erupt with his full strength and defeat the strongest Middle Emperor Spirit Realm proud children of heaven. Of course, this was only in the 7 profound martial house. As for the peak Middle Emperor Spirit Realm proud children of heaven from the other 6 great martial halls, he didn't know. After all, he hadn't fought them yet. At this moment, an icy voice sounded out, blocking Lin Ling from entering Sky Universe Palace. It was Jin Pingzi. Get out of here. With me here, you can enter Sky Universe Palace. Jean Pingzi indifferently said. At the start, Lin Ling had been nothing more than an ant to Jean Pingzi. He disdained to move against him, but now he couldn't. Lin Ling had disgraced him twice. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. Even if he lost face, he would not allow Lin Ling to enter Sky Universe Palace. What if I want him to go in? As soon as Jean Pingzi's voice fell, a thunderous voice came from the palace. Then, a burly figure strode out. His aura was unruly, arrogant, and overbearing. Jean Pingzi's eyes flickered. He knew who it was. It was Sakura. What do you mean? Jean Pingzi asked. He seemed to not dare to look down on Sakura. I told you to get lost. Sakura appeared at the entrance. His cold eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at the crowd of supreme geniuses. Those supreme geniuses were all silent. Big brother. Lin Ling was very surprised. Sakura is Lin Ling's big brother? Jean Pingzi was even more surprised than Lin Ling. They didn't know about the relationship between Lin Ling and Sakura, but Sakura was the king of dark horses. During this period of time, he had been in the limelight. After suppressing the law enforcement hall elder, he had repeatedly challenged the top geniuses of the proud son of heaven role. Now, he was regarded as the most tyrannical evildoer in the circle of top geniuses. Within the top 100 of the proud son of heaven role, no one dared to look down on Sakura. I want my brother to go in. You can try to stop me, but I can't guarantee the consequences. If you don't dare to stop me, then get lost. Sakura shouted again, but no one dared to resist him. Sakura, how tyrannical. You actually shouted at Jean Pingzi and the others. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They were ordinary geniuses. How could they know about the top geniuses circle? They also didn't know that Sakura had defeated many geniuses on the proud son of heaven role. Apart from those rumored evildoers, Sakura wasn't afraid of any other geniuses. Big brother, you're so powerful. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. It seemed that when he was cultivating in Linglong Valley, his big brother was also constantly proving himself. Now, he seemed to be smiling proudly. If you want to fight, sure. Half a year later, you can fight with my brother. Let's see how my brother oppresses you. Sakura said disdainfully. He smiled at Lin Ling and walked in with Lin Ling. When Lin Ling passed by Jean Pingzi, he smiled indifferently and said, You, before, said that with you here, I won't be able to enter the Sky Universe Palace. But now, please use your eyes to watch carefully. I'm about to step into the Sky Universe Palace. After saying that, Lin Ling strode in. Jean Pingzi stood coldly in the same place. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Lin Ling, borrowing his big brother's prestige, actually dared to mock him. In the distance, many people were secretly envious. Domineering, this was the prestige of a top genius. If you want to get lost, then you must get lost. If you don't want to fight, then fight. At first, Jean Pingzi and the others thought that they were the older generation's geniuses, so they were arrogant and wanted to bully Lin Ling. However, after Sakura came, they immediately didn't dare to say anything. They lost even more face. Lin Ling is so lucky. He's actually brothers with Sakura. I heard that Sakura's strength is comparable to an elder's. His talent is extremely terrifying. These two brothers are both freaks. Many people discussed spiritedly. They were even more in awe of Lin Ling and his brother. One of them was arrogant and the other was overbearing. Both of them were existences that shouldn't be trifled with. At this moment, Lin Ling and Sakura entered the palace. Along the way, they met many geniuses, even elders and apprentices. Lin Ling sensed that those elders and geniuses seemed to be afraid of Sakura. This showed that his big brother had risen in this period of time and should have challenged many people. However, his big brother's talent was already extraordinary, so this wasn't impossible. After all, Lin Ling had always thought that his speed of growth was fast, but he was still not Sakura's opponent. Now that he could challenge those of a higher level and defeat those of the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, then his big brother could naturally defeat those of the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, or even those at the peak stage. After passing through the resplendent corridor, Indra brought Lin Ling to a large hall. The hall was square in shape, with a large number of tables and chairs placed around it. On the tables and chairs were various rare demon beast meat and spiritual herbs from the 100 territories. At this moment, many people had already gathered in the hall and were chatting merrily. However, after seeing Sakura enter, there was a short moment of silence in the hall. Since the battle in the valley, Sakura had risen completely. He challenged all the heroes and dominated the 7 profound genius list. Now, his reputation was even greater than Lin Ling's. During this time, Lin Ling's reputation had risen in the exquisite valley. Many alchemists knew of Lin Ling's name. If a newcomer rose and their background was insufficient, they would naturally attract a great deal of jealousy and dissatisfaction. After all, the proud sons of heaven of the older generation had risen step by step in the 7 profound martial house. They had also experienced many challenges. Many deep eyes looked at him, causing Lin Ling's pupils to sparkle. There were many geniuses here, perhaps those that were ranked in the top 200 of the Heaven's Pride list. In addition, many elders were present. Lin Ling even saw apprentice Gu Sushua. This meant that there were many apprentices present, and even old Xian was present. Besides those old monsters, there are also powerhouses from the other martial arts palaces. There are also people from the 5 great ancient countries. Chapter 738. 2 brothers show their might. Sakura, don't be too arrogant. This is the place where all the great figures of the 7 profound martial house gather. What is the meaning of letting an ant come here? Are you looking down on us? Amidst the silence, a hoarse voice rang out, causing Lin Ling to turn his gaze over. At a table far away, a white-haired young man was calmly drinking wine as he spoke. This person seemed to be unhappy with Sakura's rise, hence, he wanted to provoke Sakura. Do I not have the qualifications? Sakura coldly said as he looked at the youth. At the same time, he told Lin Ling that this youth was a proud son of heaven ranked in the top 100, and was at the peak of the royal spirit realm. Lin Ling nodded. This youth was really strong. His king body was not weak, but he was too overbearing. He and his big brother had not disturbed them when they came in, but they still tried to make things difficult for him. This sort of high and mighty attitude caused anger to rise in Lin Ling's heart. After all, it had happened twice today. I did not say that you are not qualified, but the person you brought is not qualified. The youth's voice was as cold as ever. Many people indifferently nodded. Those that could appear here had a delicate status, and the weakest of them was at the middle royal spirit realm. Even an ordinary middle royal spirit realm martial artist did not have the qualifications to enter. One had to be a true proud son of heaven. So for an early royal spirit realm martial artist to appear here, there were naturally people who were dissatisfied. Not to mention a proud son of heaven, but even the servants here were at the middle royal spirit realm. Their talent was ordinary, and their cultivation had been forcefully increased by the use of pills. Sky Universe Palace represented status. It was not a place that ordinary people could come to. He is my brother Lin Ling. I called him here, so he naturally has the qualifications to come. Sakura shouted again, not afraid of the crowd. Many people's pupils shrank. In the 7 profound martial house, there was no one who did not know of the mad god Lin Ling. This did not mean that Lin Ling's strength was terrifying, but Lin Ling's arrogance. It was said that this youth did not even fear old Xian. His reputation is superficial, but that does not mean that he can come here. In the 7 profound martial house, strength is everything. Another peak-proud son of heaven said. At this moment, the 18th young master Tang Tianlong and the others had also arrived. As they saw this scene, they were not surprised, but quietly watched the show. Really? How about this? Get any 18-year-old genius to come out and fight with my younger brother. If my younger brother loses, I'll bring my head to you. Sakura suddenly said coldly, making the main hall even more silent. Sakura, such courage, to actually gamble with his life for Lin Ling to be able to enter this place. Are you serious? Some of the top geniuses smiled coldly. Sakura, am a man of my word. How can I be like some people who go back on their words? Sakura said with lofty sentiments. He didn't like people looking down on his second brother, so he used his life to bet on Lin Ling's pride. Lin Ling's heart warmed. He knew that Sakura was a man of his words. This big brother of his was risking his life for him. Moreover, Sakura's purpose was very simple, which was to clear his name. An 18-year-old genius? Young Master Tang, you seem to be the youngest genius. Someone looked at Tang Tianshu and said, after all the geniuses here were above the age of 20. Tang Tianshu's face turned ugly. He was just 20 years old, 2 years older than Lin Ling. He could put down his face to teach Lin Ling a lesson because he had already done so at the entrance. Today, with so many big shots gathered here, if he didn't say enough, he would be ridiculed. Is there anyone? When the crowd was looking around, Lin Ling's lazy voice sounded. His big brother had cleared his name, so how could he be a coward? No matter what kind of strength, origin, or talent, as long as you're 18 years old, I'll defeat all of you, and I'll even give you 10 moves. Lin Ling smiled lightly, looking at the crowd indifferently. His words made everyone's pupils dilate. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. One had to know that all the big shots here were from the 5 ancient countries, elders, and top geniuses, but Lin Ling, a mere junior, actually dared to challenge them. Moreover, he even said that as long as he was 18 years old, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Lin Ling, don't forget your identity. One of the top geniuses coldly said, my identity is that of an ant, so big brother, why don't you send someone to fight? Why are you still talking nonsense? Lin Ling was still smiling calmly, causing Sakura to laugh loudly. This was his brother. When he was low-key, no one knew him, but when you wanted to humiliate him, he would be arrogant under the heavens. You! That top genius's face instantly turned ugly. A bunch of self-righteous people, I thought you were so strong, but you don't dare to send someone to fight. You only know how to croak like frogs. I really don't understand how you guys became geniuses. However, I can tell you in advance, within the age limit of 18, I'm invincible, I'm not afraid of death. Come. Lin Ling took a step forward. Facing the top geniuses, his aura became even sharper. No one would be in a good mood after being bullied twice for no reason, so Lin Ling might as well be arrogant to the end. Within the age limit of 18, invincible. Many people frowned. Lin Ling, how confident. You're only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. At best, you're invincible within the same realm. If we go outside and call an 18-year-old mid-stage Emperor Spirit realm genius to fight, you'll lose in shame and your big brother will die because of you. Young man, it's good to be arrogant, but you have to know your limits. An old man coldly said. He was from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Then call me old ghost. Lin Ling saw through the old man's background and directly shouted at him. He didn't need to give face to the people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. There's no need to call him. Lin Ling is at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. He's invincible. At this time, someone was extremely unwilling. This person obviously saw the battle in front of the gate, and Lin Ling was able to defeat Lightning Lord Ing. That meant that there was no one in the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit realm who could be his opponent. This time, the hall was silent. Many people looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They didn't expect that Lin Ling, who was only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, would have such terrifying strength. Then they looked at the two brothers, Lin Ling, and their expressions became even more serious. Sakura was slightly older, but he was a terrifying monstrous genius, and Lin Ling was younger, but he was also at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. The potential of these two was hard to estimate. For a moment, no one said anything. It could be considered that Lin Ling was qualified. Although they were also dissatisfied with Lin Ling, they didn't dare to be rash because they weren't the host today. Hee, what a pity. I'll offer my head to see you, but you can't get it. How disappointing. Sakura smiled disdainfully and led Lin Ling to an empty table. Lin Ling indifferently shrugged his shoulders. He knew that apart from Tang Tianshu, most of the people here were targeting his big brother, and he was just implicated. However, since it was his big brother's matter, he, Lin Ling, would naturally lend a hand. The crowd looked at Lin Ling and Sakura coldly. Today, these two brothers were showing off their strength. The second dream is here. Chapter 739. The second dream, the most important thing was that this woman's eyes were very charming, making one feel as if they were mesmerized by them. The night was as mysterious as the night itself. She was the host of this banquet. As she walked in, many people nodded to her. The reason we have gathered here today is because of the semi-finals of the Proud Son of Heaven list. The woman's voice was clear like a bell, but if one listened carefully, it was like a wind chime in the night, very mysterious. It's her. Lin Ling looked at the woman, his pupils flashing. He had seen this woman before. In the past, when he first came to the Seven Profound Martial House, Di Jichuan had been hunted down by others. But he had saved Di Jichuan and captured a black-clothed leader. That leader was the second Meng. However, the second dream had no strength at all. But now, the second dream was at the late Emperor Spirit Realm, and had even reached the peak of the late Emperor Spirit Realm. This was a great change. As for the Talent King body, Lin Ling couldn't see through it. Of course, although Lin Ling was surprised, he wasn't surprised. After all, a pill could awaken a martial artist's Talent King body, and even change it. Who could guarantee that the second dream hadn't been hiding her strength? After that, Second Dream's voice drifted out from the main hall, roughly speaking about the semi-finals of the Heaven's Chosen rankings. However, Lin Ling wasn't interested in listening. Instead, he glanced at his elder brother and discovered that Sakura was smiling. That smile was a warm smile. Could it be that the woman his big brother was chasing was the second dream? Lin Ling had a bad feeling in his heart. He asked, "Big brother, what is that woman's background?" "She is the favorite disciple of old Zhong of the 12 Xian elders, and also a proud daughter of heaven on the Proud Son of Heaven list." Sakura laughed. Lin Ling frowned. If she was the favorite disciple of one of the 12 Xian elders, then she indeed had the qualifications to invite all the proud sons of heaven. But the 5 great ancient countries, and even the other martial arts palaces, had also appeared. Could a mere disciple summon them all? "What else do you know about her?" Lin Ling asked again. Sakura shook his head. "She doesn't like others asking too much, so I only asked about her." "Brother." "Big brother, you and her are." "Hee, we admire each other and we like each other." Sakura's face reddened as he said with some difficulty, "Then I should call her sister-in-law." Lin Ling smiled, but he still felt that something was wrong. It was just that he couldn't find it at the moment. Plus, Sakura and the second dream were in love. Before he found out what was going on, he couldn't say much. After all, this would affect his relationship with his brother. Today, apart from the semi-finals of the Prodigy list, I also want to announce my martial Dao companion, Sakura. Within the palace, the second dream sat quietly and smiled as he spoke. "Sakura, it's actually him, what luck." Based on what did the proud daughter of heaven fancy Di Shirti on? Many people let out all kinds of voices, but Sakura had always been a lone wolf, so he naturally disdained to pay attention to them. Instead, he smiled proudly. Lin Ling glanced over as he silently mused in his heart. Second Dream's ostentatious announcement of martial Dao companions seemed to be giving Indra pride. But in reality, it was harming Indra, causing him to become a thorn in Second Dream's side. In my impression, this woman's scheming is very deep. Lin Ling thought again. His eyes noticed that there was a sword hanging beside the Second Dream's slim waist. It was a spiritual weapon, the Mixed Evil Sword. This sword was given to Sakura by him. "Big brother, that sword?" Lin Ling frowned and asked. "Second brother, I wanted to tell you this before, but I forgot. The second dream likes the Mixed Evil Sword a lot, so she asked me to give it to her." "Sorry, I didn't get your consent," Sakura said apologetically. Lin Ling waved his hand. "It's okay, I gave you the sword, so it belongs to you. I don't mind who you give it to." "Thank you, second brother," Sakura gratefully said. Lin Ling gently smiled, but his heart was even more awe-inspiring. A spiritual weapon was very rare, especially the Mixed Evil Sword. It could resist soul force attacks to a certain extent, but it had been taken away by that woman. If Sakura hadn't given it to him, he would have taken it back. After all, he had risked his life to obtain this sword. At the banquet, many people stared at Sakura with dissatisfaction, but Sakura didn't fear them. Instead, the second dream walked over and wrapped her small hands around Sakura's arm, greatly satisfying Sakura's sense of superiority. After all, the second dream was a beautiful woman. Although there were many women in the 7 profound martial house who studied martial arts, the second dream was a proud daughter of heaven. Her talent was outstanding, and it would be a lie to say that the hearts of the young elites weren't moved. But this beautiful woman had been taken away by Sakura. Sakura naturally had a pride that made others jealous. You are the Lin Ling that Sakura spoke of. Nice to meet you, I am the second dream. The second dream said to Sakura, and then looked at Lin Ling. She stretched out her snow-white hand. Greetings, sister-in-law. Lin Ling faintly smiled, and also stretched out his hand. The second dream had seen him, but she had never seen him before. The second dream made Lin Ling feel even more mysterious. What was her purpose? My second brother is also a top monstrous genius. It's just that he is younger than me, otherwise I wouldn't be the only dazzling one today. Sakura was incomparably happy and proudly introduced Lin Ling. Lin Ling shrugged and didn't say anything. I know. In fact, Sakura, I have always thought that he is more outstanding than you. However, others don't think so. The second dream pointed out. Those words made Sakura's eyes twinkle, and he laughed out loud. If the second dream was talking about other people, he would definitely be jealous. However, he wasn't jealous of Lin Ling, because Lin Ling was his brother. Sister-in-law, you flatter me. Lin Ling's expression was still calm, and there wasn't any arrogance. On the contrary, his heart became heavier. The second dream's gentle words seemed to be trying to sow discord between his relationship with his big brother. The second dream wasn't simple, and she was very shrewd. You guys continue chatting, I'm going to change my clothes. After chatting for a while, the second dream said to Sakura, and then bowed slightly to Lin Ling. She looked like a gentle wife, and this made Sakura smile with satisfaction. Big brother, what do you think of the second dream? Lin Ling probed. Very good. I have seen countless beauties in my life, but the second dream attracted me the most. I have already decided that I will marry no one but her in this life. Sakura smiled. Lin Ling secretly shook his head. As expected, he wanted to distract Sakura, but it seemed impossible. You guys haven't known each other for long, sometimes it is better to pay more attention. However, Lin Ling still reminded him. Of course, the effect wasn't great. Lin Ling could only hope that the second dream was sincere to Sakura. Not long later, the banquet ended, and Lin Ling left with the crowd. Second brother, your big brother is impulsive and offends people easily. I hope you can persuade him more when you are free. He listens to you, and he once said that you are the person he admires the most in his life. Chapter 740. Return to the cloud realm. Okay, but sister-in-law, you should also try to persuade big brother. Your words have a lot of authority. Lin Ling smiled back. Actually, I still think that you're much stronger than your brother. The second dream smiled again. Her Hongyan lips were even more alluring. Actually, we've met before. However, I didn't want Shirtion to have any misunderstandings, so we didn't get to know each other. I hope you don't mind. As she spoke, Lin Ling discovered that her eyes were very beautiful. They were the most beautiful eyes Lin Ling had ever seen. It was as if they could see through a person's heart. Lin Ling could not help but be mesmerized by them. Faintly, he saw the second dream slowly unravel her black dress, revealing her alluring body. Actually, I think you're more outstanding than your brother. At the same time, a gentle voice drifted into Lin Ling's ears. It was perfect. This was a beauty with wisdom, innate talent, and appearance gathered together, making Lin Ling unable to help but be infatuated with her. No wonder Sakura would be infatuated with her. No, this was the hallway of Sky Universe Palace. The second dream wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. At this critical moment, Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. Then his soul power surged out. Only then did he realize that the second dream was still standing in front of him quietly. She was smiling and had not taken off her clothes at all. Was this an illusion? Lin Ling's heart became even more dignified. If he had been charmed before, he didn't know what kind of excessive things he would have done. And those things that he did in the corridor, even if Sakura believed him, it would be hard to explain. Lin Ling, what happened to you? At this moment, the second dream's worried voice sounded, as if she had nothing to do with what had just happened. This caused Lin Ling's eyes to twinkle. He was sure that what he saw before wasn't an illusion, but rather a type of true martial intent. It was able to cause a martial artist to unconsciously feel a sense of admiration, leaving a shadow of the other party in their heart of martial arts. It couldn't be erased, and in the end, they would be controlled by the other party. I'm fine. Maybe it's the aftereffects of the previous battle, Lin Ling said with a smile that was not a smile. Regardless of whether it was a guess or an illusion, Lin Ling was even more cautious when it came to the second dream. This woman was truly terrifying. It could leave a shadow in a martial artist's heart of martial arts, making it impossible to guard against. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Lin Ling smiled again and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and shrugged. Sister-in-law's figure is not bad. After Lin Ling's figure disappeared, the second dream's delicate body trembled. Sure enough, compared to Sakura, Lin Ling is the truly terrifying one. My king body actually couldn't affect him, and he even sensed me. It's a pity that Master made me attack Sakura, which caused Lin Ling to escape. Forget it, my target is Sakura, so I'll deal with him. The second dream's eyes turned cold. Her eyes were pitch black, just like the mysterious night sky. Her king body was very mysterious. When night fell, she could erupt with 120% of her strength. On the surface, she seemed to be at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, but in reality, her combat strength had surpassed that realm. Before, she was only testing Lin Ling to see if she could control Lin Ling. However, she discovered that she couldn't control him. He was even harder to control than Sakura. This made her give up at the crucial moment. However, she sensed that Lin Ling was wary and even teased her. This Lin Ling was very mysterious, and although his strength was inferior to Sakura, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. Of course, even if she sensed it, she wouldn't be afraid. After all, her target was Sakura. Outside Sky Universe Palace, it was already late at night. Stars twinkled in the sky. As Lin Ling looked out, he felt that the second dream was just like the night sky, full of charm and mystery. Sakura was also waiting for Lin Ling. As the two left together, Lin Ling secretly thought to himself, "This woman is too mysterious. Even if I warn Big Brother, he might not listen. I hope that this woman doesn't have any evil intentions. If she does, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Sigh. At present, the second dream hadn't revealed any evil intentions, so it was difficult for Lin Ling to judge. The next day, Lin Ling bid farewell and left for the Cloud Domain. As he left, he warned Sakura to pay attention to the second dream, but the effect was the same as nothing. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head and left. On this trip, Lin Ling didn't inform anyone. He left in a low-key manner. After all, he had too many enemies. Outside of the 7 profound martial house, without the 3 Shen elders, Lin Ling would be in a lot of trouble. Above the Sea of Rain, a dragon boat sailed into the distance. On the dragon boat, Lin Ling wore a large cloak, his eyes shining as he looked ahead. I'm going back. Nearly a year of growth flashed through his mind, causing his lips to curve into a confident smile. At this moment, his mood was lively, just like a wanderer returning home. Moreover, he was returning with pride. After a long time, Lin Ling finally set foot on the land of the middle 3 regions. He patted Little Flame on his shoulder and excitedly laughed. "Little Flame, let's go home. Let Grandpa see you, you little monkey." On his shoulder, Little Flame waved his fists, also incomparably excited. The smell of the Cloud Domain was still familiar. Here, there were blue skies and white clouds, and the sun was charming. The mountains weren't as high, and the rivers weren't as vast. But there was a sense of homesickness. Lin Ling picked up a jug of wine and walked with Little Flame, drinking as he walked. Here, there wasn't the formidable competition of the 7 profound martial house, so he could relax. But in the middle 3 regions, to put it bluntly, he could dominate the entire middle 3 regions. Even in the upper 3 regions, besides the 5 great ancient countries, he didn't fear any other power. The beacon fires illuminate the West capital. My heart is unjust. My teeth fly from the Phoenix Tower. Armored horses circle the Dragon City. The snow is dark, the wind is heavy, and the drums are loud. Better to be a centurion than a scholar. As he drank, Lin Ling remembered a poem that he had read in his past life. He couldn't help but shout out loud, causing little Flame on his shoulder to dance with joy. "Ha, young man, you're a really interesting monkey." As the passers-by saw Lin Ling, they couldn't help but laugh. Then, they saw the little monkey grab the jug of wine and drink in large gulps. After drinking, he glared at them. What a fierce monkey! Some passers-by helplessly shook their heads. What a naughty monkey! But most of them were looking at the young man. The young man was wearing a blue and white robe, and he was handsome and ethereal. With a jug of wine in his hand, he seemed free and unrestrained. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking. He looked at the map and knew that he was in the Stone Saint Nation, so he decided to go to the Extreme Ice Temple. The Cloud region had 3 great nations: the Stone Saint Nation, the Heaven Mystical Nation, and the Snake Swamp Nation. Currently, 2 of the great nations belonged to Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, if he flew in the air, he would arrive at the Extreme Ice Temple in half a day. However, after arriving at the Stone Saint Nation's Extreme Ice Temple, Lin Ling discovered that the Extreme Ice Temple had already disappeared. Moreover, there were very few martial artists in the Stone Saint Nation. Lin Ling couldn't help but be puzzled. Faintly, he could see traces of battle. Was there a great battle at the Extreme Ice Temple? Chapter 741. Chaotic Cloud Domain North Ice, the border between the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom. At this moment, the land was no longer as cold as it used to be. Instead, it was filled with flames and smoke. Looking from the sky, the vast land had dragon-like smoke rising into the sky from time to time. The land was a mess. On the ancient road, a large group of escorts continued to move forward. The person guarding the escorts was a man at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. This person had a great reputation in the northern ice region. Most of the escorts under his protection were successful. "Father, more and more people are going to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It seems like the Stone Saint Kingdom can't survive anymore. The Snake Marsh Kingdom is under the orders of the Saint race to suppress our 2 ancient kingdoms. In the past, the Cloud Sea King was unwilling to let the Cloud Sea City be taken away and joined the Saint race. If this goes on, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom won't be safe." Beside the man, a young man in white armor said with a frown. His eyebrows were high and he looked handsome. He rode his horse at the head of the escort team like a javelin. Many people behind the escort team looked at the young man with admiration in their eyes. Yiziki was only 23 years old, but he had reached the mid-stage of the Heaven Spirit realm. He was considered a peerless genius in the Stone Saint Kingdom. After all, the strongest in the Cloud Domain was only at the King Spirit realm. To reach the mid-stage of the Heaven Spirit realm in his 20s, what was he if not a peerless expert? Many people even compared him to the legends of the past and said that he was another genius after the rise of that legend. As for that legend, it was naturally Lin Ling who was famous in the Cloud Domain but had disappeared for almost a year. In this chaotic world, Ziki, you should improve your strength as soon as possible. For this battle, the oldest saint race in the Cloud Domain has taken action. The experts of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom may not be able to stop the saint race. The man at the head of the escort team sighed. The saint race was too powerful. In the past, when Lin Ling was here, it was said that he couldn't shake the saint race. Now that Lin Ling had disappeared, no one in the Cloud Domain could stop the saint race. Okay, I plan to improve my strength by another 10% before joining the Flame Corps. The young man laughed proudly. His voice was not soft, causing many warriors behind the escort team to tremble. The Flame Legion was currently the strongest combat force in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom. It was like a sharp knife that had repeatedly blocked the attacks of the saint race. It had an illustrious reputation in the 3 kingdoms. Joining the Flame Legion was the dream of every youth in the Cloud region. After all, it represented pride and honor. Unfortunately, the conditions to join the Flame Corps were very harsh and this had eliminated many people. However, this had also motivated many youths to work hard. The leader of the Flame Legion, Lin Ling. The leader of the escort team muttered to himself. The legends were indeed legends. Even though they had left, the things they left behind were still shocking to the world. Then he looked at the sky and instructed the escort team to speed up and reach the Heaven Mystics Kingdom as soon as possible. That was the only place they could claim as their territory. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom was currently guarded by a large number of experts to resist the attacks of the Saint Race and the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Among them, Elder Huayang Patriarch Tian, the Three Kings, the Three Pillars, and other elite experts were the strongest backing. This trip to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom requires us to pass through the front lines of the battle. There are many martial artists from the Snake Swamp Kingdom ambushing us. Hence, we have to speed up. Don't fall behind. Yi Ziki waved his hand behind him. Despite his young age, he already had the demeanor of a general. Many people behind the escort team nodded. In this chaotic world, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was the only place to find a peaceful haven. However, the journey to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was very difficult. Hence, they hired the escort team to protect them. This group of people came from all over the world and pooled their money to hire the escort team. Yi Ziki, so handsome. There were many young ladies in the escort team. They looked at the awe-inspiring white-armored Yi Ziki and their hearts were beating fast. Hold on, who are you? Right at this moment, the leader of the escort team, Yi Kai, spoke with an indifferent voice. On the desolate road, there was a young man wearing a blue and white robe drinking while walking. He looked so carefree. What was more surprising was that there was a monkey hanging on the young man's shoulder. When the monkey saw the escort team approaching, it was making funny faces at them. A man and a monkey. It was a strange combination that gave people the feeling that they were roaming the world. Oh, what's the matter? The young man looked back and asked with a strange expression. He didn't seem to understand why the escort team called for him. Is this young man stupid? He dares to walk on the North Ice alone. The crowd was completely speechless. He dared to wander around alone. If he encountered the people from the Snake Swamp Kingdom, that young man would die without a burial ground. The people from the Snake Swamp Kingdom have thick long hair. You shouldn't be from the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Looking at your ordinary attire, you shouldn't be from the Saint Race either. Come over. Yi Kai spoke indifferently. If the young man wasn't from the Snake Swamp Kingdom, he had to be from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom or the Stone Saint Kingdom. Since he saw him, he naturally had to help him. Why? The young man asked curiously. Are you stupid? Grandmaster Yi is saving you. Otherwise, do you think you can reach the Stone Saint Kingdom by yourself? Behind the escort team, a good-looking young lady frowned and said, she hated such arrogant and ignorant young men the most. Furthermore, they wasted so much of their time. After all, if the escort team didn't move forward and stayed where they would be in danger at any time. Thinking of this, the young lady looked at Yi Ziki and secretly compared him. She couldn't help but shake her head. Everyone was about the same age, but why was there such a huge gap? The young man was like a little bug on the ground, while Yi Ziki's brother was like an eagle in the sky. Kiki, little brother, come with us. If there is no Panchuan, we won't accept you. It is better to take care of each other when we are outside. Yi Ziki also spoke. The young man pondered for a moment and finally nodded. He seemed to have just returned to the cloud domain and wasn't clear about many things. Hence, he wanted to go with everyone and find out more information. The young man was Lin Ling. Giddy up. The escort team moved forward again. Look at Yi Ziki's brother. He is only 2 years older than you, but he is already famous in the Stone Saint Kingdom and is admired by countless people. He has his own career and dreams. You, on the other hand, are lazy and ignorant. If Yi Ziki's brother didn't help you out of kindness, you might not even know what happened when you died. In the escort team, a young lady named Yen looked at Lin Ling and said. She had a calm personality and didn't hide anything from Lin Ling. Although the others didn't say anything, there was a hint of complaint in their eyes. They seemed to think that Lin Ling wasn't very sensible. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He didn't mind the young lady's complaint. He vaguely guessed that the escort team had wasted some time waiting for him on the road. They were afraid that there would be danger along the way, so they were complaining about him. Currently, what happened between the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom? Lin Ling asked an old man politely. The old man looked at Lin Ling in shock. The war between the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Saint race had been going on for more than half a year. How could there be someone who didn't know about this? Many people thought that Lin Ling had lost his memory or came out from some hidden corner. However, they still slowly explained the situation. Lin Ling nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 742. He couldn't see through it. The Saint Race. In the past, he had killed the Saint Race's son Xing Feiyun in the Great Battle of the 100 Generals. Since then he had formed a grudge with the Saint Race. In the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, the Saint Race had also come. They had bewitched the people of the middle three regions to kill him, but they had still failed. At that time, Lin Ling had wanted to go to the Seven Profound Martial House, so he hadn't dealt with the Saint Race yet. Now that he had returned, there was no need for the Saint Race to exist. Moreover, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had such a great war, but why hadn't his grandfather informed him? But in the next moment, Lin Ling's heart was filled with excitement. His grandfather and the others didn't want to disturb his cultivation at the Seven Profound Martial House, so they had silently endured everything. It's time to make the Saint Race disappear, Lin Ling muttered, causing the eyes of the escort team to widen. As they looked at Lin Ling, they discovered that this youth had an indescribable temperament that made them want to worship him. But this feeling quickly disappeared. After looking carefully, Lin Ling seemed like an ordinary youth again. What was strange was that Lin Ling's cultivation alternated between the Earth Spirit Realm and the Martial Spirit Realm, making it difficult for them to see through him. There was only one reason for this feeling, and that was that he was too strong. They couldn't see through him. It was just that Lin Ling was too young, so how could they not see through his cultivation? So many people guessed that Lin Ling was at the Martial Spirit Realm and was about to break through to the Earth Spirit Realm. As the escort team moved forward, they were safe and sound. At night, the escort team stopped and found a valley to rest. Everyone gathered around a fire, talking and laughing. An old man who was blind smiled at everyone, and then began to feel their bones. This old man used to be a top powerhouse of the Stone Saint Kingdom's Extreme Ice Temple. Later, he was wounded in a great battle and was reduced to a cripple. In order to survive, he had researched a mysterious divination technique. It was said that he had learned it from the Extreme Ice Temple's Heavenly Concubine. The Heavenly Concubine was a goddess of the Stone Saint Kingdom and could predict everything under the heavens. Old He, help me calculate. The escort team leader Yi Kai laughed and sat down beside the old man. The others respectfully made way for him. Haha, since Senior Yi asked this old man to perform a divination, this old man naturally wouldn't dare to hide anything. That elder smiled politely. He knew that if they wanted to reach the Heaven Mystics Kingdom safely, they would have to rely on Yi Kai and his son. Hence, he respected them very much. Hee, we don't have to be so polite. You're older than me, so I'll take the liberty to call you Old He. Yi Kai didn't put on any airs and was very amiable. Lin Ling, who was drinking wine by the bonfire, nodded slightly. Originally, he wanted to leave immediately after he found out about the battle at the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, Yi Kai was kind enough to help him. If he were to leave abruptly and allow the escort team to encounter the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army, the escort team would all perish. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to travel with the escort team. Lin Ling's principle was to treat others how they treated him. Brother Yi, what do you want to calculate? Old He asked. Let's just consider the dangers of this trip. Yi Kai didn't have much confidence in this trip. After all, they were about to reach the borders of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That was the battlefield, and there were plenty of people from the Snake Swamp Kingdom. It would be hard to walk over safely. Old He nodded and touched Yi Kai's face. He constantly felt around and frowned after a moment. Everyone's heart shuddered. Could this trip be dangerous? Brother Yi, please speak frankly. Yi Kai spoke with a grave expression. Strange. This trip is extremely dangerous. There will be a bloody calamity and even a complete annihilation. Old He spoke with a grave expression, which caused everyone's heart to shudder. Complete annihilation? Would they all perish? However, with the arrival of fortune and the shroud of a king, Brother Yi exchanged for an opportunity. It is truly hard to come by. Old He spoke again. Yi Kai's body trembled slightly. His own fortune had descended, and a single action had exchanged for an opportunity. Therefore, everyone was able to walk through the danger safely? However, he didn't do anything, and the escort team was as per normal. If there was anything, it would be that he had helped a youth earlier. That youth? Yi Kai shook his head. It obviously wasn't any fortune. Old He's divination, the inheritance of the peak grade hall, is definitely accurate. At this moment, Yi Ziki walked over and said. In fact, he was also comforting everyone. He didn't really believe in fortune, so he also asked Old He to divine his future. Father's fortune and son's support. Little friend Yi, your divination is a dream of an old ox pulling a red chariot and the return of the champion. This means that your future is bright and you can achieve the goal in your heart. Old He laughed loudly, which made Yiziki's heart tremble and a touch of joy rose in his heart. His goal and dream was to join the Flame Corps. Could it really be achieved? Divine for me as well. Everyone asked Old He for help, and Old He also needed everyone's help along the way, so he was duty-bound to do so. Little friend, how about I divine for you? Old He suddenly said to Lin Ling. Everyone else had been divined except for Lin Ling. He didn't want to be exclusive and make Lin Ling feel uncomfortable, so he also did a divination for Lin Ling, me. Lin Ling was drinking wine by the fire and was a little surprised. Old He is a famous fortune teller in the Stone Saint Nation. If he wasn't in your escort team, he wouldn't even care if you asked him. Why don't you go and divine for him? The girl called Yen, seemed to dislike Lin Ling, so she said sarcastically. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't care about the words of a small character. After shaking his head, he also walked towards Old He. Divine for the future. Lin Ling actually didn't believe in divination because he had always believed in himself. Old He nodded and touched Lin Ling's cheeks with his aged hands. Yenner on the side smiled and said, he has a mediocre life. He can't compare to Yiziki's big brother at all. However, Old He's body trembled and he almost knelt down. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Old He, what's wrong? Lin Ling quickly supported Old He, but Old He's heart was still pounding. In the end, he said, I can't see through it. Previously, he had divined Lin Ling's past life. It was a hazy cloud, and he couldn't see through the past life. When he divined Lin Ling's current life, he only saw a pair of mysterious eyes in the gray sky, looking down at the world. When he divined the future, a bloody light soared into the sky. In the bloody path, a cold and slender figure walked out, and behind that figure were a large number of shadows. As if to protect the people behind, that cold figure killed a bloody path. Old He had divined thousands of times, but this was the first time he had encountered such a miraculous thing. I can't see through it. I can only say that there will be a tribulation next. Once you cross it, you will have a bright future. Old He frowned. This was the only thing he could see through. That tribulation is related to a woman. At night she plotted against you. Lin Ling's eyes focused. Old He, can you tell me more in detail? Old He smiled bitterly and shook his head. To divine for you, I spent more effort than anyone else. To be able to see this tribulation is already my limit. I can only say that this tribulation is called night tribulation. Lin Ling nodded and secretly remembered the words, night tribulation. Chapter 743. Army of Snake Swamp Country. However, that aura disappeared very quickly and he did not know if it was an illusion or something else. At night, the north ice was very cold. However, there were many demonic beasts roaming around and no one dared to sleep too deeply. The next day came quietly. You're too thick-skinned. Everyone took turns to keep watch, but you slept the entire night. A sharp voice came from the valley and many people looked over helplessly. It was Yenner's voice. Yen was a little pampered in the escort team. After all, she was the young miss of a big family in the Stone Saint country. Hence, many people in the escort team gave in to the willful young miss. Alright, nothing happened anyway. Miss Yen, you should stop talking. Old He's voice came out. He did not know why, but he had a feeling of supporting Lin Ling. He did not like others to infringe on Lin Ling's dignity. As for why he had such a feeling, he did not know. Perhaps it had something to do with the divination last night. Lin Ling calmly packed up his things and took a sip from the wine pot. He then passed it to Little Flame and did not even look at Yen. He did not have time to care about this kind of young lady who did whatever she wanted. Little Flame bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Yen. Yenner clenched her teeth and looked at Yiziki, who was on guard. She shook her head and said, "Why is the difference between people so big? A little bug and an eagle is indeed incomparable." Towards Yiziki, the adoration in her beautiful eyes deepened. Lin Ling continued to drink as if it was none of his business. Alert? Last night, there were a total of 3 waves of demonic beast sneak attacks. Among them, the most frightening was the Earth King Worm. It was a demonic beast that swam under the hard, profound ice. It would often swallow up martial artists and catch them off guard. If it wasn't for Little Flame's fierce beast aura, who knew how many people would have died last night? What was the point of being alert when the Earth King Worm attacked? Little Friend's little monkey seems to be not bad. It seems to be fearless in the face of anything. Yi Kai led the horse over and said with a smile. On his shoulder, Little Flame looked at Yi Kai in disdain and continued to drink. To it, there was nothing to be afraid of. They were just a bunch of ants. Little Flame, don't be rude. Lin Ling reprimanded him. He also knew that Lin Ling's bloodline was noble and naturally disdained Yi Kai's tone of taking advantage of his seniority. However, Yi Kai did not do it on purpose. In addition, Yi Kai's character was amiable and approachable. Therefore, Lin Ling also respected Yi Kai quite a bit. Haha, interesting. Yi Kai naturally did not mind Little Flame's disdain. He laughed heartily as he mounted his horse. Of course, if he knew that he was talking to a ferocious beast, then he wouldn't be able to maintain his indifferent attitude. That ferocious beast only needed a single finger to kill him. The escort team moved forward again and was about to leave the North Ice. They were getting closer to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Everyone was getting nervous. The border of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was a place of war. If they were to pass through this chaotic place, there was no doubt about the danger. Along the way, the group was extremely quiet. However, the Snake Swamp Kingdom had already surrounded the massive Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was very difficult for them to break through that defensive line. Rumble. From afar, there was a deafening sound. A scout had discovered the escort team and notified a large number of soldiers to come over. Snakes, lizards, and even mountain-sized toads. These were the mounts of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. On the mounts, those martial artists were all bare-chested and had eerie green hair. They were emitting a baleful aura that covered the sky. This was an army formed by martial artists, and the weakest of them was at the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm. All of you have to die. Leave the women behind. The leader was a man who was close to 3 meters tall and had dark green skin. His voice was deep like thunder, and his face was very ugly. His nostrils were as big as a fist. Beside him was a man who was riding on a stinking crocodile. This man was very skinny, but his body was very long and very smooth. He was like a monster with a human head and a snake body. The people of the Snake Swamp Kingdom had always been very ugly. Not good. 2 late-stage King Spirit Realm martial artists. I'm afraid 2 great generals have appeared. When Yi Kai saw the majestic aura approaching, his body couldn't help but tremble. The martial artists of the Snake Swamp Kingdom were already ferocious and terrifying. They were even stronger than ordinary martial artists. Right now, the enemy had 2 late-stage King Spirit Realm martial artists. The great calamity was approaching. The crowd also trembled, especially the women. They didn't dare to look at the army. If the women stayed behind, it meant that the women would be captured by the people of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. What would happen to them then? How terrifying! Yen, who had always been unruly, also trembled. Her beautiful eyes were wet. TSK, there are quite a few women. I can play with them for a few days. Sigh. Almost 1,000 martial artists of the Snake Swamp Kingdom surrounded the escort team. The escort team only had a little over 100 people. Big brother Yi Chi, it's up to you. Sigh. Yen looked at the young man at the front of the escort team. In her heart, he was the only person she could rely on. Many people also looked over. The only people they could rely on were the father and son of the escort team. However, as Yi Ziki looked at that massive body and that tyrannical aura, he actually began to tremble. His opponent was stronger than him, and his aura was thicker than his own. Therefore, he was afraid. He had fought many powerhouses before, but he had never fought a Snake Swamp Kingdom martial artist before. Ziki, calm down. Sigh. Ye Kai shouted. He knew that his son was a little shaken. All right. Sigh. Yi Chi nodded heavily and forced himself to pull himself together. Ha, pretty boy, I like it too. Don't kill this one. Play with him first before eating him. Of the two leaders, the leader who was as thin as a snake licked his lips. A surge of killing intent swept over, causing Yi Chi's mind to go blank. Play with him? The other party wanted to play with him first before eating him? How terrifying. Plop. He fell from the horse, causing the crowd to be stunned. The martial artists of the Snake Swamp Kingdom all laughed. On the escort team side, everyone felt as if their strongest pillar had collapsed. Yi Chi, who they relied on, was actually afraid and didn't dare to fight. Impossible, this is fake. Yen shook her head. Yen kept shaking her head. Yi Ziki was her idol, but at this moment, the image of her idol shattered like glass, making her sky turn gray. Impossible? How beautiful women love heroes. Unfortunately, your hero isn't a hero. I am the hero of your dreams. That woman will be the first to catch him. The leader, who was nearly 3 meters tall, laughed loudly. With a wave of his hand, a large number of martial artists charged at Yen. You dare! Go! Yi Kai jumped down from his horse. He was about to attack, but the other leader stopped him. These leaders were all generals. The Snake Swamp Kingdom had 10 commanders, and above them were the generals, who were even more powerful. Ziki, you are an escort. Pull yourself together and don't forget your responsibility. Yi Kai barely blocked one of them, but he couldn't block the other, so he could only angrily shout at his son. On the ground, Yi Chi was still trembling. He clenched his teeth and wanted to stand up, but for some reason his body went soft. His martial heart was filled with fear, and he no longer had the will to fight. Alas, the heavens want to destroy my escort team. Sigh. Yi Kai sighed helplessly. Chapter 744. Annihilation. However, just as the Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivators pounced at Yen, a sword light silently sliced through the air. 7 Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivators were decapitated with a whoosh. A figure then appeared like a dream and lightly punched out with a flaming fist. The 8th Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivator was hit by the fist. His body trembled slightly, and endless flames spewed out from his back in the next moment. Thump. The 8th Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivator fell. All of this had happened in the blink of an eye, but it was like a dream that didn't seem real. The crowd stared fixedly at the fallen figure, and when their gazes shifted to the youth gently wiping his hands, their gazes became shocked and even dazed. The arrogant Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivators had appeared and suppressed the escort team, causing them to feel as if they were in the middle of an apocalypse. But in just a few breaths, the arrogant Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivators had become corpses. This change was 180-degree, and it caused a moment of deathly silence to descend on the noisy road. It's him! Yen stared fixedly at the figure as her heart pounded violently. Was this the youth she'd been reprimanding before? It's you! Yi Kai's pupils also constricted. He hadn't thought that this nameless youth would dare to make a move when even his son was so scared that he didn't dare. You killed those of our Ophidian Swamp Kingdom. On the other side, the other head of the Ophidian Swamp Kingdom's eyes turned red as a killing intent rippled out. He was also very surprised, but the youth's strength was very vague and he couldn't see through him. He seemed to be in the earth spirit realm, and there were 2 reasons for this. First, the youth was much stronger than him, and he was in a domain that he didn't understand at all. Second, the youth was on the verge of breaking through, so his cultivation level wasn't stable. Of course, he believed the second reason. After all, the youth was still young, how strong could he be? You'll be the first to die. The head pounced towards Lin Ling. The escort team became nervous. How would the youth be able to withstand the head's attack? Be careful! Yi Kai roared and wanted to help Lin Ling, but the other head held him back. Who would have thought that you'd want me to kill someone as soon as I return? However, a calm voice sounded. Under countless gazes, the youth in blue and white robes was as steady as a mountain, but also like the clouds on the horizon. He only waved his sword lightly. Wherever the sword passed, the stars and moon would be cut apart. The leader who had charged over released a powerful aura. However, after the invisible sword slashed over, he stopped and stared at the youth in disbelief. He pointed at the youth and wanted to say something, but with a plop, he fell to the ground and his huge head also fell. Silence. On the great path, there was a deathly silence. Not only were the eyes of the escort team wide open, even the cultivators from the Snake Swamp Country were the same. Killing a late-stage heavenly spirit realm expert with a single strike? Where did that young man come from? Kill. Crane Snake is dead. Kill them all. The other leader was enraged. He did not expect that robbing an escort team would result in the death of one of their leaders. Kill. Thousands of martial artists from the Snake Swamp Nation threw themselves at Lin Ling. Their auras were vast and mighty, as if they could shake the heavens and earth. The hearts of the escort team trembled. What had they just seen? They saw the beast tide. That's right, it was a huge beast tide. There were huge snakes, crocodiles, and lizards. Their baleful auras soared to the heavens. Young friend, don't try to show off. Oldie couldn't help but worry when he heard the terrifying sound. You're right. Sometimes, I'll kill my way out in order to protect my family. However, the blue and white robed youth was not afraid or nervous under countless gazes. Instead, he looked at Old He and smiled faintly. Crazy. The youth was still in the mood to talk at this juncture. Judging from his tone, he seemed to be talking to an old friend. Ants, if you want to die, then I'll kill you all. Lin Ling shook his head under the numerous gazes with different thoughts. There was no need to release any powerful strength at all. After all, many of these cultivators were only in the Earth Spirit Realm while he was in the Emperor Spirit Realm. There was a difference between the Heavenly Spirit Realm and the King Spirit Realm. Therefore ants were ants. Silent soul force attacked from all directions with Lin Ling as the center. Time seemed to stop as the thousands of Snake Swamp Country cultivators stopped their frenzied footsteps and seemed to be frozen in place. In the next moment, continuous plopping sounds rang out as they all fell down one by one. Thousands of people had been killed in one move. Domineering. The escort team's hearts trembled fiercely. What was called one person killing thousands of soldiers? What was called one move to settle mountains and rivers? This was it. The youth in the center was like a war god from ancient times. No, it should be called a monarch. Who exactly are you? There was only one Snake Swamp Country leader left on the main road. He was terrified as he stared at Lin Ling. Not even 30 minutes was enough to kill all of them. What kind of terrifying existence was this? I'm the one who destroyed your Snake Swamp Country. Lin Ling said indifferently. The opponent was at the late stage of the Heavenly Spirit Realm and was too weak. A very ordinary sword slash went straight for the leader. The Saint Race will not let you go. The Cloud Sea King and the Snake Swamp King will not let you go either. The leader roared and fled frantically. He knew that he wasn't a match for Lin Ling, so he had to go back and inform his lord that an unknown expert had appeared in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. However, could he escape? Swish. The sword slash passed and the leader was split into two. The severed body burned with flames. Thousands of Snake Swamp Country's army were annihilated. I'm afraid his strength is above mine. Yi Kai smiled bitterly at the handsome youth and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He had fought with the leader for a long time and couldn't even shake the other party. However, the youth killed everything with a single slash. Could he be the legendary King Spirit Realm? So strong. Why is the gap between me and him so huge? On the ground, Yiziki looked at Lin Ling in a daze. He had always thought of himself as the outstanding genius of the Stone Saint Nation. Therefore, after Lin Ling arrived, he rarely talked to Lin Ling because of his identity. He had always thought that Lin Ling worshipped him. But now, it was all a little ironic. As for she was feeling complicated. Yi Ziki, whom she had always worshipped, didn't dare to fight, but the strange youth, who had been making things difficult for her, didn't fear a battle. He even killed everything with one slash. His strength is so terrifying. He's the true genius. What's funny is that I've been reprimanding him. Revealed a self-deprecating smile. She finally understood why the youth didn't pay attention to her. Perhaps in the youth's heart, her willfulness was just like a clown dancing by herself. After letting out a soft sigh, looked at Lin Ling. She noticed that the youth was slowly carrying his sword on his back. His handsome face was still calm, as if the previous feat had nothing to do with him. It was as if it was just a simple matter for the youth to kill those experts that terrified them. She looked at Yi Ziki again and suddenly realized that compared to the indifferent youth, Yi Ziki wasn't as handsome anymore. At least, Yi Ziki was still trembling on the ground. Incredible! You're able to kill late-stage Heaven Spirit Realm experts at such a young age. In time, you will definitely be famous in the Cloud region. Chapter 745. Mountain splitting rocks to siege the city. Could that fortuitous encounter be that young man? It's nothing much. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and looked at Yi Ziki, who still hadn't overcome his inner demons. He said indifferently, in a martial artist's life, defeating your opponent doesn't mean you win. Sometimes, defeating yourself is the only way to win. If you are afraid, then face your fear and challenge your fear the next time. Yes. On the ground, Yi Ziki's heart shook, and then he nodded. He had been constantly defeating genius martial artists, but he was afraid of death. This meant that he didn't have the fear to defeat himself. May I ask, what is your name? Yes. Yi Ziki stood up and bowed respectfully to Lin Ling before asking respectfully. Many people were curious and looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward at the same time, leading the horse forward again. The legend of the Cloud region, Lin Ling. Yes. Everyone's heart shook violently. The legend who ruled the Cloud Sea City, resisted the geniuses from the outside world, and protected the extreme ice palace. Had he returned? Sorry. Yes. Looked at the slender figure who mounted the horse with shock, and only one sentence suddenly appeared in her heart. The escort team moved forward again, and this time, it wasn't Yi Kai and his son who were leading the team. There was an additional horse, and it was Lin Ling. Yi Kai and his son would subtly slow down their horses and let Lin Ling be the leader. Lin Ling remained silent and kept looking forward. Sir Lin Ling, we are getting closer to the border. The Flame Corps is standing guard there. If you are worried, you can leave first. We will rush over soon. Yi Kai spoke respectfully. There is no need. The Flame Corps was able to resist the Snake Swamp Kingdom for half a year, and they should be proud. It doesn't matter if I return earlier or later. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Since he intended to protect the escort team until the end, he naturally wouldn't give up halfway. Speed up and head to the border. Lin Ling has returned, and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom situation is settled. Yi Kai was filled with gratitude. Then he shouted loudly, causing everyone behind the escort team to perk up. Yes, the legend had returned. How could the Heaven Mystics Kingdom situation not be settled? This was the king of their two countries, and also the #1 genius of the Cloud Realm. Thump. The escort team sped up. After a long while, the border appeared in the distance. Over there, smoke rose from all directions, and battle cries echoed throughout the sky. A giant city wall was built there, and it towered into the clouds. It was like a majestic divine dragon that separated the Heaven Mystics Kingdom from the outside world. And above the city walls, banners were hung high. There was a mountain representing Sky Fragrance City's 300,000-strong army. There was a ghost representing the Ghost Commander's army. There was a Extreme Ice representing the martial artists of Extreme Ice Temple. And the largest and most dazzling banner was the Flame. This represented the pride of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The Flame Legion was also the strongest legion that was going to stop the alliance of the Snake Swamp Kingdom and the Saint Race. I'm back. On top of a peak shrouded in clouds, Lin Ling quietly looked at the plain battlefield in the distance. He didn't rush over to help because he knew that this moment was the pride of the Flame Legion. On the vast land, there were countless sounds of killing, and blood flowed like rivers. Spirit auras collided, and weapons clashed, forming an earth-shattering battle song. "Sir Lin Ling, should we go and help?" Yi Kai asked worriedly, but Lin Ling still shook his head. Everyone stood behind Lin Ling and looked at that slender figure. They felt like they were in a dream. Was this youth who wasn't even 20 years old their king? Although it felt unreal, if they looked carefully, they could see that this youth was faintly emitting an aura that looked down on the mountains and rivers. This made them certain that this world belonged to Lin Ling. Kill. After the city is breached, blood will flow like rivers. On the intense battlefield, a deafening voice echoed. A burly giant that was close to 20 meters tall rode on a malevolent lizard and looked coldly at the city wall in the distance. This person was one of the two kings of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. His strength and status were comparable to the Cloud Sea King and the Extreme Ice Palace's Extreme Ice Elder. This time, the Saint race gave the Snake Swamp Kingdom a condition. If they eliminated the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom, the Cloud region would belong to the Snake Swamp Kingdom. With the Saint race as their backing, the entire Snake Swamp Kingdom would come out and besiege the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was very difficult to deal with and was very tenacious. The strongest master in charge was Old Man Huayang, and his strength was unfathomable. This caused the war to drag on until now. Of course, according to the rumors, the war was about to end. It was said that the Saint race had found help from other powerful kingdoms. The Cloud region depended on this war. The Snake Swamp Kingdom and the Saint race's experts have all come out and blocked the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's experts. Now, let's attack the city. Far away, a youth stood with one hand behind his back and the other hand holding the Heaven Feather Fan. He proudly pointed forward. This person was from the Saint race and was extremely powerful. He was the main general of this war. "Heaven-splitting stone, move out." That youth yelled out in a deep voice, causing the entire battlefield to quiet down. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's army began to retreat one after another. This caused the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's army to be puzzled. What was the Snake Swamp Kingdom trying to do? Below the giant city walls, the Flame Legion's Tian Xiaoman, Qin Xiaolan, Cloud Sea City's Tian Chu, the three pillars He Yenshan, the Ghost Commander, Duan Wangye of the Three Kings, and other experts were all present. They all looked forward with grave expressions. Was the Saint race preparing for the final attack? What was the heaven-splitting stone? Rumble. It appeared. In the distant horizon, a giant rock the size of a mountain appeared. This rock was shining with golden light and emitted a sacred and inviolable aura. This rock was circular, and after it appeared, it rolled towards the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's city walls. The most terrifying thing was that the giant rock was constantly absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy as it rolled. It grew bigger and bigger and actually occupied the entire sky. It was a very terrifying giant rock. Could that be the heaven-splitting stone? Soldiers of the heavenly fragrance ancient city, listen up. Break it. Zhang Sanshan yelled out, and the mighty army surged out, wanting to block that giant rock. Rumble. However, as the giant rock rolled, it caused the earth to split open. All the attacks landed on the giant rock, but they didn't stop it. Instead, they made it bigger. Flame Legion, move out. Tian Xiaoman's charming face was cold as she waved her hand. I'll lead the army. Qin Xiaolan was born in the plains and was valiant. She immediately led the Flame Legion and moved out. Ghost Commander, move out. The Ghost Commander frowned. That giant rock was too mysterious and they had to stop it. Otherwise, if the giant rock broke through the city walls and crushed everything along the way, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom would be plunged into misery and suffering. Kill. On the vast land, countless experts of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom moved out, wanting to stop the giant rock. However, they failed again. The giant rock was getting bigger and bigger, and it even blocked the blazing sun in the sky. It was as if it came from ancient times, and it was also like the rolling wheel of history that wanted to crush everything. Retreat! Tian Xiaoman shouted angrily and asked the army to retreat. Otherwise, the army would be crushed by the giant rock. So scary. Is there no other way? Can we only watch as that divine rock crushes us? Chapter 746. The king returns. Below the saint race, everything is an ant. The half-spirit artifact, splitting mountain rock, will kill everything. In the distance, the youth from the saint race smiled confidently. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Nation had formed an alliance, but in reality, it was just a gathering of ants. How could it stop the saint race's proud footsteps? Kill! Kill! The king of the Snake Swamp Kingdom roared, and the army followed the giant splitting heaven rock and walked towards the city wall. They were going to break into the city and kill everything. With the splitting heaven rock as the vanguard, who could stop them? The wind was blowing, the blood was burning, and the earth was shaking. All the martial artists from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom gritted their teeth. Were they going to lose? We can't give up. If we lose, we will all die. When he comes back, how will we answer to him? Jiao! Qin Xiaolan suddenly shouted. Tian Xiaoman gritted her teeth. Their king had left the Cloud Realm, but he had left the Cloud Realm to them. Therefore, they had to protect everything. If they couldn't stop the splitting heaven rock from rolling, then they would use people to pile it up. They would use corpses to stop it. In the distant Cloud Sea City, the citizens and martial artists from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Nation had gathered. This was their only safe harbor. The people guarding this place were Patriarch Extreme Flame, the current king of the Cloud Sea, Yun Yishuan, and Old Man Huayang. They had also received news from the front line that the Snake Swamp Kingdom had used the mysterious splitting heaven rock and was coming to crush the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Has this war finally reached its final battle? Jiao! Patriarch Extreme Flame looked at the distant horizon, his eyes filled with worry and a trace of nostalgia. He wondered how his cute grandson was doing in the rainforest's sacred land. King of the Cloud Sea, Yun Yishuan, had a serious expression. At this moment he suddenly thought of that youth who had helped him build the kingdom in the past. That legend who would descend from the sky every time the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was in trouble. His worried gaze pierced through the layers of clouds and quietly landed on the frontline battlefield. Warriors, we might die in this battle, but we are martial artists. Why should we fear death? In this battle, we will use our blood and flesh to pile up the splitting heaven rock and make it stop its merciless footsteps. Jiao! On the battlefield, the merciless wind blew, and the scattered flames burned. Qin Xiaolan's proud voice. She tidied her armor, gripped her weapon, and looked ahead. Crack, crack. Everyone adjusted their armors and gripped their weapons. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit as they looked forward. Kill! A cold voice echoed as the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's army moved out again. They used their flesh and blood to block the giant rock. Lin Ling, I won't let you down. At the back, Qin Xiaolan and Tian Xiaoman looked at each other and nodded heavily. Then they looked at Zhang Sanshan, Ghost Marshal, and the others beside them and nodded at each other. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom would never retreat in a battle with their back to the river. This was their pride. They rushed forward, their eyes looking at the smoke-covered sky. However, in that instant, a fiery red figure appeared in the sky, like a shooting star, as if it was coming from the horizon. A fist fell from the sky. You are my pride. Now, it's time for me to make my move. The scorching fist carried an unparalleled fighting spirit as it passed through the vast battlefield and heavily smashed down from the sky, directly smashing towards the divine stone that was about to be destroyed. The divine stone was massive as though it came from ancient times. On top of the divine stone, the fist was tiny. It was unknown why, but at this moment, the entire battlefield stopped. That scene was shocking. Boom! The fist smashed down, causing the giant divine stone to sway slightly. Then cracks appeared on it, and it exploded with a boom. That explosion was like the collapse of heaven and earth. Boom! 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 Countless flames blossomed at that moment, forming a gorgeous firework. This was the pride of the Fire Ancient Clan. Yen had returned. Rumble! The divine stone that exploded was incomparably massive. It turned into countless golden rocks that scattered out. A large number of the golden rocks were blazing as they shot towards the Snake Swamp Kingdom's martial artists, causing a large number of them to perish. Boom! There was another loud explosion, which made everyone realize that the shattered divine stone was actually bigger than a mountain. It wasn't made of mud but was refined with ancient mysterious materials. However, the terrifying thing wasn't the divine stone, but the person that exploded the divine stone with a single fist. The battlefield was silent as countless eyes stared at the figure in the sky. That person had his hands behind his back, and the surface of his body was emitting blazing flames. He looked down at everyone with a smile as though he was looking down at everyone. A soft voice echoed, "I have returned." "Yes." "Lin Ling." "Yes." After a short moment of silence, there were plenty of excited voices from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He had returned. Their king had returned. Their legend had returned. He has returned. After not seeing him for a year, he has grown much taller. If grandfather knew that he had returned, I wonder how happy he would be. Qin Xiaolan was crying tears of joy. That delicate smile was filled with tears, but it couldn't stop the excitement in her heart. The pride of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had returned. "Lin Ling, Lin Ling." "Yes." There were frenzied yells that echoed like a violent storm. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom's morale soared, and everyone was boiling with excitement. "He is Lin Ling." Far away, the Saint Race youth frowned and looked at the shattered divine stone on the ground. His heart trembled violently. He had destroyed a half-spirit artifact with a single fist. What cultivation realm was this Lin Ling at? Could he be at the mid-stage or late stage of the King Spirit realm? Or even at the peak? This bastard is finally back. I thought that he would only return after he had massacred the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The Swamp King, one of the two kings of the Snake Swamp Kingdom, sneered. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. At this moment, Lin Ling was soaring in the sky. He didn't even look at the Snake Swamp Kingdom. His gaze was fixed on his family and friends. A gratified smile finally appeared on his face. "Before, I didn't make a move because I knew that it was your time to be proud. You had blocked the Snake Swamp Kingdom and the Saint Race for half a year, so I didn't want to blaspheme your pride. But now, in order to make up for my disappearance for a year, I will end this battle." The voice that came out of Lin Ling's mouth was like a gust of wind in everyone's heart. Many people's hearts trembled as they clenched their fists and nodded. Their king was proud of them. As Lin Ling's people, they were also exceptionally proud. Lin Ling's gaze then looked at the Snake Swamp Kingdom. He smiled faintly. "If the two generals are dead, then the battle will be over." Crazy, crazy. Many people's hearts trembled violently. This was Lin Ling. A battle of 1,000,000 people that caused the sky to turn dark. However, in Lin Ling's words, this battle was nothing and could be easily resolved. "Lin Ling, we will help you," Tian Xiaoman shouted excitedly. "No need. You all rest. I will settle this myself." "Rest." Lin Ling floated down from the sky and walked step by step towards the Snake Swamp Kingdom. On the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's side, everyone was even more shocked. "Kill! Kill!" Hundreds of thousands of soldiers rushed towards Lin Ling. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's Swamp King revealed a cold smile. "Junior, who is still wet behind the ears. You can't see yourself clearly. Kill!" He was rather excited. If he could kill Lin Ling, he might be able to collapse the spiritual pillar of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Flames of the Great Vermilion Bird. Right at this moment, layers of flames burst out, killing all who came in contact with it. In a breath's time, the battlefield turned into a sea of flames. In the surging flames, a figure bathed in flames slowly walked out. "How many more people do you have for me to kill?" A martial artist's strength could decide everything. The slaughter on the battlefield and the human wave tactic couldn't stop Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling had returned as the king. Chapter 747. Saint Clan's Shengtong. The wind was blowing, the fire was burning, and hundreds of thousands of the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army were turned into ashes. On the ancient battlefield, there was only a raging inferno soaring into the sky, And the one who did all this was a youth who wasn't even 20 years old. Lin Ling is so powerful. On the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's side, everyone's heart was trembling. In less than a year, that youth seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The youth used to be a legend, the biggest miracle of the Cloud region, but now the youth seemed to be even further away from them and even more fantastical. You are too ruthless, causing misery and suffering. In the distance, the main general from the Saint clan, Sheng Tong's eyes narrowed as he muttered. He had heard of Lin Ling before. He had killed their Saint clan's youngest prodigy, Xing Fifan, and then in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Contest, his name shook the middle 3 regions. Such a prodigy was terrifying, but he wasn't in the Cloud region at that time. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't have the chance to be proud. After all, he was also from the Rainforest's sacred land and was a disciple of the Sun Moon Sky sect, one of the 7 major martial arts halls. He came with pride. He heard that Lin Ling also went to the Rainforest's sacred land, but could he be compared to him? However, he realized that he seemed to have underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling destroyed the half-spirit artifact that the Duan clan lent to the Saint clan with a single punch. This Lin Ling's strength was indeed incredible. In the sea of fire, Lin Ling walked out step by step and looked at Sheng Tong indifferently with a disdainful smile. Causing misery and suffering? This was a battlefield, and it was either you die or I die. If I didn't make a move, that mysterious giant rock would have swept everything away. At that time, would the Saint clan youth say that it was causing misery and suffering? Would they think that I was ruthless? I am ruthless, what can you do to me? A soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, and Sheng Tong's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling didn't fear him at all. How many soldiers do you have left? Let them come out one by one. I'll kill them one by one until only 2 of you remain. Lin Ling added, causing Sheng Tong and the Marsh King's expressions to change. They looked behind Lin Ling and realized that there was a sea of fire behind Lin Ling. All the troops had been annihilated. If Lin Ling hadn't reminded them, they wouldn't have noticed it. Lin Ling was so arrogant. He single-handedly wiped out an entire army, and then directly declared war in front of them. I'll kill you. The Swamp King growled. In his impression, Lin Ling's strength was not weak, and should have reached the King's spirit realm. Lin Ling was a genius that could rival the Cloud Sea King and Old Man Extreme Ice in the Cloud domain. However, he had the confidence to fight Lin Ling. After all, he was one of the 2 kings of the Snake Swamp Country. Too weak. I don't even want to look at you properly. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at the Marsh King. His calm voice caused the people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to get excited. This was their legend. After returning, Lin Ling directly said to the Snake Swamp Country's king that he was too weak. He didn't even want to look at him properly. Arrogant. You are the most arrogant junior I have ever seen. The Marsh King's body was emitting a dense, chilling aura. He was a dignified king who summoned millions of martial artists from the Snake Swamp Country. However, Lin Ling didn't even bother to look at him. Lin Ling's disdainful smile got even more intense. Arrogant? The Marsh King wasn't even at the royal spirit realm. With such strength, would Lin Ling even bother with him? Even if the Marsh King was a royal spirit realm martial artist, as long as he wasn't a prodigy, Lin Ling would still disdain him. What about me? The Saint Race's Sheng Tong spoke coldly. When he saw Lin Ling still sneering and didn't seem to want to say anything, he shook his head. He also knew that this battle was at its climax. Only by killing Lin Ling would they win this battle. Lin Ling was the spiritual pillar of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom. He was also a symbol and a legend. If this legend collapsed, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom would be easily conquered. In fact, it is better that you are back. Rather than a long and arduous battle, it is better to end it in one battle. When he thought of this, Sheng Tong laughed lightly. He seemed to see Lin Ling being obliterated by him. The Saint Race and the Cloud region would be vast and mighty because of him. His name might be passed down for hundreds of years, and he might also have the name of a legend. You are slightly stronger than the Marsh King, but you are still an ant. However, Lin Ling's soft voice echoed, causing Sheng Tong's expression to freeze. He was still thinking about how his name would spread far and wide. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the Marsh King's descendant and didn't care about him. It seems that you don't know where I come from. I am a disciple of the Rainforest Holy Land's Sun and Moon Gateless sect. That is the world of geniuses. I know that you also went to the Rainforest Holy Land, but may I ask, have you become a Moon Guard level disciple? Sheng Tong faintly shook his head. In his opinion, Lin Ling had gone to the Rainforest Holy Land for a year. At best, he would struggle in the circle of Star Guard level disciples. But he had already been there for 3 years, and had already become a Moon Guard level disciple of the Sun and Moon Gateless sect. Moreover, the weak and small geniuses of the Rainforest Holy Land were not valued in the martial hall. Most of them returned to their hometowns in search of a sense of superiority, a sense of honor. Lin Ling was certainly one of them. That was why he had returned so dazzlingly. Unfortunately, all of this was ignorant and ridiculous. Sun and Moon Gateless sect. Lin Ling nodded. He wasn't too familiar with this martial arts hall. But from another perspective, Sheng Tong naturally wasn't too clear on the matters of the 7 profound martial house. Otherwise, would he have dared to speak like this? I am no longer a Moon Guard level disciple. Lin Ling shook his head. Then do you have the qualifications to look down on me? Well, I heard that you are also a fire attribute martial artist. Then let me see how your flame compares to my Saint Flame. Sheng Tong didn't seem to want to speak anymore. Perhaps he thought that no matter how much he spoke, Lin Ling wouldn't know of his glorious achievements in the Sun and Moon Gateless sect. He was one of the top few Moon Guard level disciples of the Sun and Moon Gateless sect. The Saint Flame is the king of all flames under the heavens. Bang! Golden flames filled the air. It was not pure gold but a dazzling golden color. After it appeared, Sheng Tong was like a dazzling sun in the sky, attracting the attention of countless people. On the side of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Tian Xiaoman and the others were silent. Although they were confident in Lin Ling, could Lin Ling really fight with the Saint Race's Sheng Tong? Sheng Tong was an older genius than Xing Fifan. Moreover, he had said that in the vast and mysterious Rainforest Holy Land, Sheng Tong's reputation was not small. I just want to say that your vision is too narrow. Lin Ling still shook his head and found it funny. Then, he saw Sheng Tong raise both of his hands and waves of golden flames rolled out crazily and rolled over. Lin Ling, you are not a Moon Guard level disciple, but today, you will know the power of a Moon Guard level disciple. Sheng Tong's arrogant voice floated out at the same time, causing the Marsh King to reveal a cold smile. Sheng Tong had the bloodline of the Saint Race. His flame was definitely more domineering than Lin Ling's. Bang! The golden flames engulfed Lin Ling, causing the hearts of the people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to tremble. Lin Ling actually didn't defend and didn't evade? Is that all you have? Sheng Tong was a little surprised, but the mocking smile on his face deepened. He won just like that? It was too fast. That sentence should be left for you. However, at this moment, a calm voice echoed from the golden flames. A slender figure slowly walked out. He wasn't fast and seemed to be taking a stroll. He actually ignored the golden flames. How is that possible? Sheng Tong's eyes widened. This scene was beyond his understanding. Chapter 748. End the battle. Haven't you noticed that your flame is very tender? Lin Ling's expression was calm. He gently waved his left hand, and the vermilion bird flames bloomed like fireworks. Under the surprised eyes of everyone present, the golden flame was burned to a crisp. This terrifying method caused Sheng Tong's body to tremble. Although he was not a proud son of heaven in the Sun Moon sect, there were very, very few Moon Guard level disciples that dared to receive his flames. I said that you are only Esos. Also, I said that I am not a Moon Guard level disciple, but that does not mean that I am a Star Guard level disciple. Lin Ling stepped forwards, step by step. His slender figure was not large, but he was like a giant. Sheng Tong's face paled, and he constantly retreated. Yes, Lin Ling had said that he was no longer a Moon Guard level disciple. This had caused Sheng Tong to think that Lin Ling was still a Star Guard level disciple. He had never thought that Lin Ling was a proud son of heaven. After all, the possibility was very slim. To become a proud son of heaven in less than a year, this was simply unheard of in the Sun-Moon sect. So, he had guessed wrong. Of course, it wasn't just him. Even in the Seven Profound Martial House, there were many people that were surprised that Lin Ling had become a proud son of heaven in a year. "You don't seem familiar with that giant stone," Lin Ling said as he walked. Sheng Tong frowned, and his heart became more and more dignified. He didn't understand why Lin Ling would say this, but the heaven-splitting stone was loaned to them by the Justice Duan family, so he only knew that the divine stone was very strong. But as for how strong it was, he didn't know. "My flame can blow apart a half-spirit artifact. In fact, this already explains everything." Lin Ling stretched out his palm, and the vermilion bird flames slowly condensed. A flame that was even more terrifying than Xing Tong's spread out, causing Xing Tong to shake his head, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Indeed, Lin Ling was able to break apart a half-spirit artifact. In fact, this already explained everything. To Lin Ling he, Xing Tong, was nothing but an ant. "You are a proud son of heaven of the Seven Profound Martial House," Xing Tong said fearfully as he thought about it in shock. "You're right this time. I'm a prodigy, currently ranked 200. Lin Ling waved his hand lightly, and the vermilion bird's flames transformed into a dazzling light that shot straight towards the sage. 200? That's invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Sheng Tong's face instantly turned pale. The fear in his heart made him frantically retreat. He was afraid and regretful. He had never thought that such a terrifying genius would be born in the cloud domain. In less than a year, he had rushed to the 200th place on the Heaven's Pride list. Shouldn't such a genius come from the 5 great ancient countries? "I admit defeat." As he fled, Sheng Tong shouted loudly. That anxious look was nothing like a commanding general. Just admitting defeat? How could one admit defeat on the battlefield? He admitted defeat after knowing that he was no match for Lin Ling? All of this was impossible. Boom! The flames of the vermilion bird wrapped around Sheng Tong, not even allowing him to cry out in pain before everything was turned to ash. The main commander of this war, Sheng Tong, who came from the noble bloodline of the Saint race, had fallen here. In the entire army of the Ophidian Swamp Country, only the Swamp King was left. "Now, do you still think that I'm arrogant?" Lin Ling looked indifferently at the Swamp King. Being arrogant without strength was indeed arrogant, but was being arrogant with strength? Lin Ling. The Swamp King swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His huge body actually trembled. He believed that he could shake the world in the cloud domain, but he knew that he was no match for Sheng Tong, who came from the rainforest's sacred land. However, Lin Ling had killed Xing Tong in one move. What about him? Moreover, he had heard Xing Tong say that Lin Ling was invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. What kind of realm was the Emperor's spirit realm? It was a realm that he would never be able to enter in his lifetime. Suddenly, he smiled bitterly. Facing such a terrifying enemy like Lin Ling, he actually didn't care about him at all? "I'm too stupid. The people of the Ophidian Swamp Country are ugly." Lin Ling shook his head. A flame appeared in his hand again. He didn't even look at the Swamp King and spoke. Perhaps everything was as he said. At his current cultivation level, the Swamp King was indeed not worthy of his attention. "Wait, my Ophidian Swamp Country is willing to join the Heaven Mystics Kingdom." "Yes." The Swamp King yelled out anxiously. That rolling voice was like thunder, which made the people of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom feel like they were in a dream. He was the king of one of the 3 major kingdoms, and he was actually begging for mercy? However, Lin Ling didn't bother to say anything. Perhaps everything was as he said. The people of the Ophidian Swamp Country were ugly, and he didn't want to recruit them. Boom! Wherever the flame went, an ancient expert would be entangled by the flame and disappear forever. This battle had ended. On the ancient battlefield, the wind was blowing and the flames were burning. However, everything was silent. The hundreds of thousands of people of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom looked at the youth walking over from afar and suddenly had mixed feelings. An earth-shattering battle had ended in the hands of this youth, and the time it took wasn't even 15 minutes. Was this their cloud domain's Lin Ling? My lord, my lord! Roar! After a short moment of silence, the Flame Legion let out a shocking roar. That was their leader, the young man who promised them when they were still weak and young. He once promised them that the Flame Legion would intimidate the Cloud Domain. Right now, this youth did it. The Flame Legion intimidated the Cloud Domain, and the leader of the Flame Legion was renowned throughout the world. This fellow isn't human. Every time we meet, his strength would increase greatly. Even if I were to fight with him now, I would probably lose within 100 moves. Roar! Those acquaintances of Lin Ling were all excited. Among them, the Ghost Marshal lamented. Keep bragging. You won't even be able to block a single move. At the side, the 3 pillars he Yenshan scolded with a smile. Ha! Roar! The Ghost Marshal also laughed loudly. He naturally knew that if Lin Ling were to fight with him now, he would be the one to lose instantly. Not to mention 100 moves, he wouldn't even be able to block a single move. For a moment, those ancient experts felt like they were in a dream. A year ago, this youth was still very weak and weaker than them. Because they saw the youth's potential, they were willing to stand in front of him and block the wind and rain for him. However, a year later, this youth was standing in front of them and had surpassed all the experts of the older generation. Blocking the wind and rain for them, protecting everything. Lin Ling. Yes. Qin Xiaolan couldn't bear it anymore. She took a step forward and threw herself at Lin Ling. Xiaolan. Yes. Lin Ling's heart was filled with deep nostalgia as he hugged Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan gave up her own future and protected his family without any complaints or regrets. Lin Ling would always remember this kindness in his heart. Let's go home. Let's go. Lin Ling's gaze swept across all the excited acquaintances and laughed loudly. His martial heart became even more determined. Apart from not being bullied, another reason to become strong was to protect his family. Let's go home. We don't need to guard this place anymore. Ghost Marshal. The Ghost Marshal was somewhat worried. No need. I'm back. The sacred race shouldn't dare to act rashly. It won't be long before I personally go and see how powerful the sacred race is. Lin Ling laughed loudly again. His words were heroic, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. They didn't need to guard the border anymore because Lin Ling had returned. The sacred race, Lin Ling, would soon personally go to their door. Crazy tyrant, this was the true king of their cloud domain. Chapter 749. Reunion. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling ruled the world by himself and restored peace to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. In the Stone Saint Kingdom, when Lin Ling faced the clamoring of the prodigies from the other regions, he swept them all by himself and even killed Extreme Ice Elder, which allowed the Stone Saint Kingdom to settle down. To all the martial artists, Lin Ling was omnipotent, and now he was back. This made many people feel that the Cloud region situation was settled. Early in the morning, the city gate of the Cloud Sea City was densely packed with people, and they were silently waiting for Lin Ling's arrival. Ha! Grandpayan, Lin Ling is back, and the battle at the border was settled by Lin Ling alone. You have a good grandson. Ha! The current Cloud Sea King, Yunishuan, was already above everyone, but he treated Patriarch Tai Yen with the respect of his grandfather. When Lin Ling returned, he personally came to welcome him, and he didn't wear the dragon robe but the clothes he wore when he was with Lin Ling. This represented his admiration for Lin Ling. Ha! Ha! Patriarch Tai Yen laughed loudly, and his laughter was filled with gratification while his old eyes were filled with tears. It was like a dream, and he didn't expect his grandson to reach such heights. In the past, his expectations for Lin Ling was to be famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but his grandson's potential was beyond imagination. Not only was he famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but he was also famous in the Cloud region. Lin Ling is back. Ha! Right at this moment, someone exclaimed, and all the martial artists laughed. Some of the youths even looked into the distance with admiration while the young ladies' hearts were jumping. When they saw that handsome figure in the distance, those who saw Lin Ling for the first time were even more astonished. Lin Ling was so young. Grandfather. Ha! When he just got close to the Cloud Sea City, Lin Ling saw a familiar figure, and he was instantly excited. No matter how he fought outside, he would always be Patriarch Tai Yan's grandson at home. Good, good, good. The extreme flame ancestor strode forward. His old eyes were moist. Lin Ling arrived in front of the extreme flame ancestor and immediately knelt down. From his appearance, it seemed that he was not a legend, but a grandson who went out to learn martial arts. Get up, get up. Patriarch Extreme Flame was extremely excited. After helping Lin Ling up, he looked him up and down. He found that his grandson had grown a lot taller, and the childishness on his face had completely disappeared. What replaced it was a kind of steadiness and calmness, and there was a hint of frivolity hidden in his eyes. I'm glad you're back. Ancestor Extreme Flame was the same as all the other elders. He was happier than anything else to see his descendant return safely. Lin Ling, you're really something. Now you've become a legend. Later, tell me more about the rainforest. Also, teach us martial arts. In the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling and the others, who had grown up with Lin Ling, immediately pestered Lin Ling. Some of the younger children even pestered Lin Ling for pills. "Oh, little tiger, I haven't seen you for a year. You've grown so tall." Lin Ling was extremely happy at this moment. He looked at one of the children and took out a large amount of pills. He had already prepared the pills and spiritual herbs for the Fire Ancient clan and the Fire Core to become stronger. At night, the entire Cloud Sea city was bustling with noise and excitement. There was no one guarding the city anymore. The entire city was celebrating because they knew that the sacred race could no longer be arrogant with Lin Ling's return. In the huge square, acquaintances took turns to drink with Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. He knew that he would have to drink a lot after returning. "Lin Ling, what treasure did you bring back?" Old man Huayang looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Only he could see that Lin Ling had reached the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. This progress was beyond his expectations. Moreover, he had a feeling that even the current him was no match for Lin Ling. What a terrifying genius. In less than a year, he had reached such a level. His vision was very accurate back then. "Thank you, Old Man Huayang." Lin Ling bowed respectfully to Old Man Huayang. The latter was the one who recommended him to go to the rainforest's sacred land. After Lin Ling left, Old Man Huayang didn't leave out of consideration for the safety of the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling would remember this kindness in his heart. This is the Yang Spirit 100 Flower Pill. It's refined with the Yang Spirit fruit as the main ingredient. Lin Ling took out a large amount of pills. When the words Yang Spirit fruit came out, Old Man Huayang trembled and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. "This is for me?" With his experience, he naturally knew how precious the Yang Spirit fruit was. Lin Ling nodded and took out a large amount of rare pills. This made Old Man Huayang very excited. Lin Ling was a very nice person. After cultivating in the rainforest's sacred land, he would share some of his gains with the others. "Lin Ling, what about us?" Qin Xiaolan and the others were not satisfied. The Heaven and Earth Creation Pill has an 80% chance of allowing you to reach the innate king body. Lin Ling smiled faintly. When he spoke, the entire plaza was silent. At present, most of the martial artists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom only had the innate spirit body. The innate king body was a talent that they dreamed of. After all, everything below the innate king body was like an ant. Now, Lin Ling had a miraculous pill that could actually change the innate spirit body. This was the rarest treasure in the world. "Lin Ling, you're too awesome." Many members of the Fire Ancient clan exclaimed while many members of the Fire Legion were excited. They knew that with the return of their leader, their Fire Legion strength would increase greatly. The entire city celebrated and was bustling with noise. Dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky until late into the night. Late into the night, it was as quiet as water. Patriarch Extreme Flame brought Lin Ling to the ancestral grave. Lin Ling paid his respects to his father with a heavy heart. He had been in the rainforest's sacred land for almost a year, but he still couldn't find his mother. This was his biggest regret. "Don't worry. Wait until you are stronger, you will definitely find her." Patriarch Extreme Flame comforted him. He knew that this was Lin Ling's wish. "Those are?" Suddenly, Lin Ling looked into the distance. There were a large number of newly erected tombstones, but they didn't belong to the Fire Ancient clan. They are the warriors of the Fire Legion. After the Saint Race's large-scale attack, they were the vanguard and blocked the Saint Race's most terrifying attack. After that, they were ambushed by the Snake Swamp Kingdom and sacrificed heroically. Patriarch Extreme Flame said with a heavy expression. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. This debt of blood must be paid with blood. Blood! Patriarch Extreme Flame's eyes flickered as he looked at Lin Ling. He knew that his grandson was someone who would definitely take revenge. Now that Lin Ling had promised, he wouldn't have any fear. However, the opponent was the Saint Race. Could Lin Ling do it? I heard that the Saint Race has the support of 5 great ancient nations. They are the powerful Justice Duan family. 5 great ancient nations. Legend has it that they have terrifying bloodlines in the upper 3 regions. Patriarch Extreme Flame cautiously said. He had only learned about the 5 great ancient nations after the incident. To the Cloud Domain, they were a colossus. It's just the Justice Duan family. It's not like I haven't killed anyone before. Blood, Lin Ling coldly said, causing Patriarch Extreme Flame to tremble. His grandson had killed someone from the Justice Duan family? How was that possible? Lin Ling had only been in the Rainforest's sacred land for a year. How could he have the strength to face the Justice Duan family? Not only the Justice Duan family, I have even killed people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Lin Ling shook his head, causing Patriarch Extreme Flame to be stunned. Only now did he realize that in this 1 year, his grandson was an unknown in the Rainforest's sacred land. For a moment, Patriarch Extreme Flame had mixed feelings. He realized that wherever his grandson went, he was a dazzling light. Chapter 750. Revisiting an old place, Grandfather, the Serpent Swamp Kingdom is ugly. Let's destroy them first. Father. Lin Ling didn't know what his grandfather was thinking. He replied coldly. Since he was back, he naturally had to pay with blood. Otherwise, how could he face the loyal Flame Legion? That's good. The Serpent Swamp Kingdom has always been eyeing them. It's right to destroy them first. Ling, when do you plan to set off? I will ask the Flame Legion and other experts to assist you. Patriarch Extreme Flame's expression turned serious. He also hated the Serpent Swamp Kingdom because the martial artists of that kingdom were brutal. Thus, he couldn't wait to kill them. No need. I alone am enough. Set off tomorrow? Tomorrow. Lin Ling replied with a smile, which caused Patriarch Extreme Flame's eyes to narrow. Alone? Set off tomorrow? Lin Ling was facing a huge kingdom, and he only prepared for 1 day before setting off. Did Lin Ling think that he was going to play house? Grandfather has to admit that I am old. Father. Finally, Patriarch Extreme Flame smiled helplessly. Afterward, the grandfather and grandson drank and sang, telling each other about their experiences. When dawn broke, Patriarch Extreme Flame left reluctantly. Perhaps it was because he hadn't seen his grandson for a long time, so he had too much to say. Lin Ling smiled helplessly and looked at the sky. He then sat down cross-legged to cultivate. He knew that his strength was very strong in the middle 3 regions, but when facing those ancient experts in the Rainforest Sacred Land, his foundation was still weak. Not to mention those far away, even those on the 7 profound prodigy list were stronger than him. Thus, in order to cultivate in peace, the matters in the Cloud region had to be settled. The Serpent Swamp Kingdom was the first place that Lin Ling wanted to attack. In order to protect his family, he would not be soft-hearted. On the 2nd day, the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom was still immersed in the joy of Lin Ling's return. Lin Ling set off on a journey alone to protect his family. The Snake Swamp Kingdom was close to the southern sea of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling was walking across the sky. When he passed by the Gu Yen sect, he suddenly had a nostalgic feeling. In the past, he rose up step by step from that place. When he faced the difficulties from the Gu Yen sect patriarch and the elders, he persevered and used his own willpower to open up the situation and grow step by step. Now, Gu Yen sect was very insignificant to him. It was so weak that he could destroy it with a wave of his hand. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Ling moved and headed towards the ancient sect on the ground. As he passed by this place, he decided to take a look at the place where he used to practice cultivation, Alcade Peak. His body stopped on Alcade Peak. Everything was the same as before. There were no changes to the flowers, grass, trees, or houses. It seems that the current sect leader of Gu Yen sect is smarter than the previous sect leader. She did not change anything about Gu Yen sect. Audacious! How can you enter the Alcade Peak Holy Land as you wish? Are you courting death? Right at this moment, Lin Ling's arrival attracted the attention of many disciples. Subsequently, more and more disciples arrived and looked at Lin Ling with anger. Lin Ling was startled for a moment. He didn't expect Alcade Peak to become the Gu Yen sect's holy land. After all, Alcade Peak was always empty in the past. However, he didn't bother about the anger of those disciples and smiled apologetically. I'm just passing by to take a look. Apologies for bringing trouble to you. Passing by? Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you wish? One of the blue-clothed disciples seemed to have quite a high seniority as he spoke coldly. The other disciples followed him as their leader. It was obvious that the blue-clothed disciple was the most outstanding prodigy in the Gu Yen sect. I really didn't know about the taboo here. I apologize for bringing trouble. Lin Ling smiled gently. He naturally wouldn't get angry over such a small matter and apologized sincerely. Even when he was surrounded by so many people, Lin Ling's expression was still calm and composed. No one could see through him at all. At this moment, those disciples' hearts turned grave. This youth was very strange. Firstly, Alcade Peak was the Gu Yen sect's holy land. It was also the place where the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's legend, Lin Ling, grew up. Outsiders were not allowed to enter, but this youth broke through the layers of security and arrived here. Secondly, this youth's cultivation couldn't be seen clearly. It didn't seem strong, but it seemed to be as high as the mountains and flowing water, unfathomable. The most terrifying thing was that this youth was actually so calm when he was surrounded by so many people. He was a very strange person. Since you have apologized, we won't make things difficult for you. However, Alcade Peak is a holy land, and outsiders are indeed not allowed to enter. Hence, we will have to trouble you to follow us to the Elder Hall to verify your identity. If you don't have any ill intentions, we will let you go. The blue-clothed disciple's attitude wasn't as unyielding as before. Lin Ling paused for a moment. He was just passing by and wanted to take a look. He didn't want to spend too much time here. He smiled helplessly and said, "Apologies, I will leave immediately. As for going to the Elder Hall, there is no need for that." Lin Ling smiled helplessly. "Apologies, we are limited by our duties." The blue-clothed disciple said helplessly. Jiang Yi had a calm temperament and was approachable, which gave him a good feeling. However, rules were rules. How could he allow a stranger to come to Alcade Peak and leave without any explanation? Sorry for the offense. The blue-clothed disciple waved his hand and asked all the disciples to get ready to capture Lin Ling. Lin Ling sighed softly. With his current strength, he naturally wasn't afraid of being besieged by these disciples. He just didn't expect that a nostalgic action would bring him so much trouble. He took a step forward and wanted to leave. "Hold on, you guys are crazy." At this moment, an anxious shout was heard, causing all the disciples' hearts to tremble. When they looked over, they saw a middle-aged man striding over. This man had quite a high status in the Gu Yen sect. He was the former sect leader of the Gu Yen sect, Mo Jingtian. Mo Jingtian was once chased away by Gu Yen sect. Later on, he met Lin Ling and received help from Lin Ling. However, he was worried about Gu Yen sect and returned. The current sect leader of Gu Yen sect knew that although Mo Jingtian had a grudge with Lin Ling in the past, they had a good relationship. Hence, the current sect leader treated Mo Jingtian well and allowed him to become one of the current elders. At this moment, the disciples were puzzled as to why Elder Mo was reprimanding them. Moreover, he looked anxious and even agitated. It's you? You are finally back." The old man who appeared at Alcade Peak was Mo Jingtian. Most of the people here had heard of Lin Ling's name but had never seen Lin Ling before. Only Mo Jingtian knew him. "It has been a few years since we last met, but your appearance hasn't changed at all. Mo Jingtian's heart was in turmoil. He was a little agitated and bowed slightly. As a martial artist of Heaven Mystic's kingdom, how could he not know about the miracles that Lin Ling had created? Lin Ling was a disciple of Gu Yan's sect in the past. Now, he had become the #1 martial artist in Heaven Mystic's kingdom. All of this was like a dream. When he faced Lin Ling, he felt as though he was facing a senior sect leader. Lin Ling originally wanted to leave. However, he couldn't help but feel delighted as he didn't expect to see an old friend. Don't mention the word sect leader anymore. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Mo. Mo Jingtian laughed excitedly, causing the hearts of the surrounding disciples to tremble violently. Elder Mo was a person of virtue and prestige in the 100,000 mountains. He actually bowed to this young man? Moreover, his tone was extremely respectful. Chapter 751. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios killing the Snake King. Alright, then I shall be thick-skinned and call you Brother Mo. Lin Ling smiled gently and pondered for a moment before taking out a few bottles of elixirs. You were injured when you went out, and I'm afraid it will be hard for you to recover your cultivation. Now, I shall give you a bottle of 100-flower spirit elixir which will allow you to be reborn. I shall also give you a bottle of heaven and earth creation elixir. I hope it will help your innate spirit body to become an innate king body. I am in a rush for time and have to exterminate the snake swamp kingdom now. Hence, I shall not say much. Let's have a good gathering the next time we meet. After handing the elixirs to Mo Jingtian, Lin Ling waved at Mo Jingtian and kept them. He then took a step forward and walked towards the sky. Heaven and earth creation elixir? Help an innate spirit body to become an innate king body? And 100-flower spirit elixir. Mo Jingtian looked at the elixir in his hand and shuddered. It was a very precious elixir. In the 100,000 mountains, there was no one with the innate king body. Lin Ling casually gave him a chance and allowed him to have the #1 innate talent in the 100,000 mountains. Thank you. Mo Jingtian had mixed feelings in his heart as he bowed towards the slender figure in the sky again. All the surrounding disciples were shocked. Who was that youth? He was so arrogant. He actually said that he was going to exterminate the snake swamp kingdom? Who gave him the right to be so arrogant? Elder Mo, he is? That blue-robed disciple asked respectfully. He is the owner of Alcade Peak and also the pride of the Gu Yan sect. Mo Jingtian said indifferently with a voice filled with admiration. Boom! All the disciples' hearts shuddered as their eyes lit up with excitement. There was only one voice in their hearts, the legend of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Lin Ling. After crossing the southern sea, it was the Snake Swamp Kingdom. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's climate was rather humid and hot. It was dull, and the plants were luxuriant. The martial artists here were valiant and had violent temperaments. The Snake King City was the main city of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. At this moment, in an inn on the way to the Snake King City, a large number of martial artists were resting. Some of them were as tall as 3 meters while some were as thin as Snake's King City. Have you heard? Lin Ling from the Heaven Mystic's kingdom has returned, and he returned victorious in the battle at the border. The Marsh King has also died in the hands of Lin Ling. This Lin Ling is truly terrifying. However, once the sacred race learns that Lin Ling has returned, they definitely won't let Lin Ling go. That's right. I heard that the Snake King has been discussing with the Saint race experts. They've decided to join forces to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, the Saint race has a powerful backing. It seems to be the 5 ancient empires. It's fine if Lin Ling doesn't come back, but if he does, he'll die. In the restaurant, those martial artists were discussing animatedly, their voices like thunder. In the corner, a figure wearing a large cloak was calmly drinking wine. After hearing those words, the corners of his mouth lifted into a disdainful smile. After finishing the wine in his hand, he took out some money and placed it on the table. Then he turned around and left. Wait, you don't seem to be from the Snake Marsh country? Suddenly, at a table by the side, a martial artist dressed in a strange green color spoke with a cold voice. When he saw that person handing over the money, the hand that extended out from the cloak was white, and the skin was different. Hence, he felt that this person wasn't from the Snake Marsh country. If he isn't from the Snake Marsh country, then he must be from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom or the Stone Saint Kingdom. Right now, the two kingdoms are at war, and someone from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom actually dares to come to the Snake Marsh country? Everyone in the restaurant stopped eating and looked coldly at that cloaked man. I'm just here to drink wine and see where the Imperial Palace is. I didn't expect for it to be so troublesome. Under the cold gazes, that cloaked man shrugged his shoulders helplessly and slowly took off his cloak, revealing a handsome and indifferent face. Many people were secretly surprised as they didn't expect this person to be so young. Who exactly are you? What are you here for? All the Snake Marsh country's martial artists had cold expressions and even revealed killing intent. Now that the two kingdoms were at war, they were naturally extremely vigilant against martial artists from other kingdoms. Kill your Snake King. That youth shook his head and spoke softly before slowly walking out of the restaurant. It was as though killing the Snake Marsh country's king was as simple as eating a meal for him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, as expected, the entire restaurant fell silent. So arrogant. It was fine that he came to the Snake Marsh country alone, but he even declared that he was going to kill their king. He simply couldn't see through himself. The Snake Marsh country isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. If you don't leave your name, can you walk out of the restaurant? A formidable martial artist took a large step forward, causing the ground to shake. He was like a wild bull as he crashed towards that youth. Boom! Before he even got close, blazing flames burst out, instantly incinerating that martial artist into ashes. Everyone gasped for cold air as that youth's strength was formidable. After all, that martial artist from before was an expert at the peak stage of the Earth Spirit realm. I am Lin Ling. If you want to kill, then come. Kill. That youth slowly wore the brim of his hat. From start to finish, he didn't even look at the people in the restaurant before he calmly left. The restaurant got even quieter. Lin Ling? Did Lin Ling come? He actually wanted to kill his way into the royal palace, and he was going to do it alone. This was too arrogant. Countless eyes looked at that slender back as he walked towards the royal palace, but no one dared to obstruct him. Those Snake Marsh country's martial artists were shocked and even had a smear of admiration. This was the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, no, the Cloud region? Judging from his boldness, he was just like his name. However, he calmly killed his way into the royal palace and was going to do it alone. Would he be able to walk out alive? There were countless experts in the royal palace. Furthermore, Lin Ling was overly confident and didn't choose to assassinate. Instead, he walked into the royal palace openly. The Snake King and the other experts must have received the news. Right now, the Snake King city was in an uproar. As the city gates opened, countless martial artists and commoners gathered by the roadside to watch from afar. They watched as a young man leisurely strolled into the city. It was a strange feeling, but it was also very shocking. In the thousands of years of the Snake Marsh country's history, it wasn't that no one had killed their way into the royal palace. However, most of them would bring a large number of experts and kill their way into the royal palace. Furthermore, the entire army would be wiped out. One person? He was going to kill so casually. This was the first person in the thousands of years of the Snake Marsh country's history. This youth seemed to be reminding the Snake King that he was coming to kill him. He could make ample preparations. If there were any experts, ask them to return immediately. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have another chance. This feeling was like a dream to the people of the Snake Marsh country and felt unreal. With all sorts of thoughts, no one dared to obstruct Lin Ling. They could only look on with reverence from a distance. Soon enough, the royal palace appeared in front of Lin Ling's eyes, which caused Lin Ling to reveal a smile. The Snake Marsh country's martial artists were truly strange. They looked similar to the mysterious expert in the ancient tomb. Lin Ling wondered if their bloodline was similar. Lin Ling. Yes. In front of the royal palace's gates, a large number of experts were gathered. One of them was a man wearing a loose cloak and a green jade crown. Beside him were the elite experts of the Snake Marsh country. All of them were at the peak stage of the Heaven Spirit realm. There was even one of them who was at the King Spirit realm. Chapter 752. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios missed the opportunity. The wind and clouds billowed, and the earth shook. However, a slender figure slowly walked over from afar, drinking wine as he looked ahead indifferently. You are the Snake King? I only have one thing to say. After you die, as long as the Snake Swamp Kingdom surrenders to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, everyone will be safe. Boast. Boasting shamelessly. What if I don't surrender? Boast. The moment the other party arrived, his words were arrogant, causing a four-armed elder on the Snake King's side to roar. This elder's beard was very long, and it reached the ground. He had a majestic aura like the Thunder King. If we don't surrender, the entire kingdom will perish. Boast. The cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth, causing many people's hearts to tremble. If they didn't surrender, would the Snake Swamp Kingdom be exterminated? You're not qualified to do that. Boast. The four-armed elder roared. The other party was too arrogant. Did he think he could threaten the Snake Swamp Ancient Kingdom by himself? Swish. An ancient aura was released, and the four-armed elder's body suddenly enlarged. He actually turned into an octopus-like demonic beast with a human head. I want to see how you are going to be exterminated. Boast. The half-human, half-beast demonic beast pounced at Lin Ling, causing a fishy wind to blow. Mo Lao has made his move. Boast. Many people in the crowd were looking forward to it. The four-armed elder was the Grand Elder of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. He had a majestic aura, and his strength was extremely terrifying. However, before he could get close to Lin Ling, an even more ferocious figure shot out from Lin Ling's shoulder and turned into a 2-meter giant ape. Its giant arms swept out, and with a boom, the half-human, half-beast demonic beast turned into a rain of blood. It couldn't even block a single attack. Such a formidable demonic beast. Boast. Everyone sucked in cold air. They had seen many demonic beasts, but this was the first time they saw such a terrifying one. Lin Ling continued to move forward. His cold expression caused the silent Snake King's eyes to flicker. Lin Ling's strength was indeed formidable. In fact, it is not impossible for us to negotiate. Furthermore, the Snake Swamp Kingdom can submit to you. Boast. He waved his right hand and shot a cup of wine at Lin Ling. It seemed like he was going to compromise. Lin Ling took the wine cup and continued to walk forward. Without even looking at the cup, he drank it. Then he said indifferently, "What do you want to talk about?" A hint of joy appeared in the Snake King's eyes. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He drank his wine just like that. This Lin Ling was indeed too young. We were ordered by the Saint Race to eradicate your Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The Saint Race has a very powerful backer and isn't something we can resist. Hence, we made a move on the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The Snake King seemed to want to explain his helpless position. I know. That's why I gave you a chance to submit. Otherwise, I would have already destroyed the Ophidian Kingdom. Lin Ling's face was still calm. You are very arrogant, and I also believe that you have the strength. But in the end, you are only one person, and the Saint Race has already invited the 5 great ancient countries. So, between you and the Saint Race, I choose the Saint Race. The Snake King licked his lips, and his words made Lin Ling stop. So, you still intend to refuse? Then what are you talking about? Never. I never planned to talk. Lin Ling, you're too confident. Men, set up the 12 ancient beast formations. Yes. The Snake King's expression changed very quickly, and he suddenly laughed tyrannically. The 12 elite experts behind him transformed into ancient beasts and took mysterious steps. They actually surrounded Lin Ling tightly in the middle. At the same time, an ancient aura spread out from the formation. It was a tyrannical and destructive aura. The Ophidian Kingdom's history seemed to be ancient. Their inheritance was not simple, and they actually knew how to set up an ancient formation. Lin Ling is dead for sure. He has been plotted against by the Snake King. The crowd was secretly delighted. Snakes were strange by nature and had many transformations. How could they be so easily trusted? However, Lin Ling actually chose to believe them. This was simply digging his own grave. Lin Ling, You drank the 1,000 snake wine and were trapped by the 12 ancient beast formation. Today you will die here. Pitiful. The Snake King proudly shouted as if he could see Lin Ling falling here, causing the crowd to cheer. Lin Ling was so pitiful. He proudly came here alone, but in the end he died here. If a legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom fell here, their Ophidian Kingdom's name would be able to shake the cloud domain. I feel pity for you. You gave up a chance to talk before. Yes. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling, who was surrounded by the 12 ancient beasts, was still calm. His cold voice floated out, causing the Snake King's eyes to narrow. At this moment he suddenly couldn't see through Lin Ling. I forgot to tell you. I am an alchemist. Your snake venom is very weak to me and was easily dealt with. Thus, I was not poisoned. Pitiful. Lin Ling spoke again. He had been researching alchemy recipes in the Bitter Adversity Mountain. At this moment, his alchemy skills had improved by more than one level. How could a small poison from the cloud domain compare to the alchemy skills of the rainforest's sacred land? Boom. Without saying anything else, Lin Ling's body burst with terrifying flames. A giant vermilion bird flew in the sky, turning the entire palace gate into a purgatory of fire. The ancient 12 ancient beast formation was instantly burned, and the 12 people died in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Pitiful. The Snake King's eyes widened. He didn't underestimate Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling's strength was very strong. However, he didn't expect that his strength had reached the stage where all schemes were useless. Strength could crush everything. You don't have to say anything. Pitiful. Subsequently, the Snake King heard an indifferent voice. It was from Lin Ling, and it seemed that he didn't need to say anything. This meant that no matter what the Snake King said, Lin Ling would kill him. Wait, we can still talk. Hurry. The Snake King anxiously said. His scheme had been exposed and he was filled with regret. Moreover, he didn't understand why Lin Ling didn't fear his poisoned wine. However, Lin Ling had already turned and left, no longer paying attention to his words. Perhaps it was the same as Lin Ling's words. Since the Snake King had given up the chance to talk, then there was no need to talk anymore. Bang! An even more terrifying storm of flames erupted from Lin Ling's body, turning into a pillar of fire that was several hundred meters tall that shot into the skies. Beneath these destructive flames, all the powerhouses in front of the palace gate died. As for the Snake King, he was also burned to death. Before he died, the regret in his heart became even thicker. Perhaps he shouldn't have chosen the saints. After all, no matter how strong the saints were, could they save him in his current state? Or perhaps he shouldn't have held on to any hope that he could use the poisoned wine to kill Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The flames burned and the palace collapsed. Lin Ling walked step by step out of the flames with Little Flame in tow, and it caused the hearts of everyone in the city to tremble violently. The battle had ended in less than 30 minutes. In the end, all the members of the imperial family had perished. Lin Ling was much more terrifying than they'd imagined. Those who don't submit will all die. Cold. Suddenly, an icy cold voice resounded throughout the sky above the city, and it caused everyone to be stunned. After that, all the cultivators knelt down. Submit. Yes. At this moment, they didn't have any right to object. Send someone to Ocean of Cloud City to look for Yun Ishuan. Yes. An indistinct voice descended into their ears like a gust of wind. When they raised their heads to look over, that terrifying figure had vanished. Just like how he'd arrived in an instant and left in an instant. The only change was that the top experts of Ophidian Swamp Kingdom had been annihilated and only the ordinary experts remained. Chapter 753. The Cloud Sea King returns. At this moment, in the distant Saint Race, the Saint Race was under the sea. Because the race's flame power was very hot and crazy, it would cause a fire disaster on the outside. Only in the water could they prevent the fire disaster from erupting. Patriarch, it's not good. In a rippling valley, a guard rushed in anxiously. A middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged in the valley. There was a layer of spirit chi on the surface of his body, blocking the seawater. Didn't I ask you to go to the Snake Swamp Country to inform the Snake King? Why did you come back so quickly? The middle-aged man opened his eyes, and golden flames rippled. He was the current patriarch of the saint race, Sheng Feiyun. Lin Ling went to the Snake Swamp Country alone and killed the Snake King. The Snake Swamp Country has already submitted to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The guard hesitated for a moment and finally said anxiously, "Boom." A terrifying flame soared into the sky, evaporating a large amount of seawater. Sheng Feiyun stood up angrily. Lin Ling, good move. He had only been back for a day, and he immediately broke his right arm and killed the Snake King. This action could be considered as a thunderbolt. He destroyed the Snake Swamp Country alone. When he went to the Snake Swamp Country to subdue it, he mobilized more than half of the Saint Race's experts and spent 3 days. Lin Ling only used 1 day. Lin Ling's wings are finally full. Ha! Sheng Feiyun said with an ugly expression. The current Lin Ling gave him a lot of pressure. Soon, Lin Ling would arrive at the Saint Race. At that time, he would have to face Lin Ling's fury. If it was before, he would have the confidence to face Lin Ling. However, he was a little worried now. After Lin Ling returned, he killed 2 of the Snake Swamp Country's experts with lightning speed. Why fear him? If he dares to come, he will die. Ha! At this moment, a faint and hoarse voice sounded behind Sheng Feiyun, causing him to tremble. He quickly bowed respectfully. Sheng Feiyun greets young Master Duan. N. A voice sounded out once more. A young man in luxurious robes walked over. His face was indifferent and his right hand was wrapped in gauze. A powerful aura bloomed from his body. He was from the Justice Duan family that was assisting the saints this time. Moreover, he was an old acquaintance of Lin Ling's. Duan Tiangang. At this moment, Duan Tiangong's eyes were filled with resentment. After knowing that Lin Ling was from the Cloud Domain and had appeared in the Cloud Domain, he had volunteered and brought a large number of experts with him. His purpose was to take revenge. In this trip to the ancient tomb, he was supposed to be the one with the greatest harvest. His future should have been meteoric, soaring to the heavens. However, Lin Ling's rise was like a dark horse, stealing away all his pride. Not only did Lin Ling become the one with the greatest harvest, he even crippled him. Fortunately, the Justice Duan family has been passed down since ancient times, and the elders of the family spent a lot of resources to help him stand up again. Lin Ling, this time, you will stay in the realm of clouds forever. Duan Tiangang said coldly. His right hand wriggled slightly like a demonic beast's claw. A corner of the gauze was revealed, and it made Sheng Feiyun's heart tremble. He seemed to see the scales of a qilin. Get someone to invite Lin Ling to the Saint Race for a meeting. Duan Tiangang left these words and disappeared from the valley. Sheng Feiyun's eyes narrowed, and then he nodded heavily. Lin Ling was terrifying indeed, and he was extremely fearful. However, Lin Ling had offended the Justice Duan family, and that was enough for Lin Ling to die. The Justice Duan family, one of the 5 great ancient kingdoms, was like a divine palace to him. Get the Cloud Sea King to send a letter of challenge. Sheng Feiyun finally said coldly. What? The Serpentine Swamp Kingdom has submitted? At this moment, voices of shock were rising and falling in the streets of Cloud Sea City. Today, the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom had sent someone to see Yun Yishuan and personally submitted to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This news was too shocking. After all, just a few days ago, the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom was the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's greatest enemy. Now, this was a 180-degree change. Lin Ling went to the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom yesterday and killed the Serpentine King by himself. Who would dare to refuse to submit now? More news came out from the streets, which made the crowd even more excited. He was indeed the legend of their Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He only used 1 day to subdue the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom, and he went there alone. Such pride and glory would definitely alarm the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom. Unfortunately, none of them went to the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom and missed that glorious scene. Right now, in the Imperial Palace of Cloud Sea City, everyone was looking at Lin Ling with shock. They were still surprised by Lin Ling's actions. Even Patriarch Tai Yen, who knew beforehand that Lin Ling was going to the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom, was surprised as well. He didn't expect Lin Ling to really do it. Right at this moment, in the sky above Cloud Sea City, the rolling clouds parted. A figure stepped on the clouds and arrived. He was wearing a golden dragon robe and had a dignified expression like the Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Finally, he stopped in the sky above Cloud Sea City and looked down at the living beings below. This emperor has returned. Is Yixuan here? Emperor! A voice that sounded like heaven's might echoed, causing many martial artists' hearts to tremble. This person was definitely a king spirit realm existence because they could feel that the person in the sky was emitting the aura presence of the innate king physique, which made them feel like prostrating themselves in worship. Who was that person? Many people looked up while some of the older generation martial artists narrowed their eyes. An ancient and terrifying name appeared in their hearts, the Cloud Sea King. The Cloud Sea King, the former #1 monarch of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, had returned. At this moment, Cloud Sea City and even the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were in an uproar. Countless people appeared in the plaza in front of the Imperial Palace with heavy hearts. To the martial artists of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the Cloud Sea King was like the sky in their hearts. When many martial artists were young, they were instilled with the idea to live by martial arts and assist the Nine Heavens Emperor in the future, the Cloud Sea King. Now that they saw the true body of the Cloud Sea King, they were in awe. On the giant plaza, Patriarch Tai Yen and the others appeared one after another. Lin Ling was among them as well. He frowned as he looked at the sky. This wasn't the first time he saw the Cloud Sea King. When he was fighting for the treasures left behind by the Cloud Sea King, he saw the shadow of the Cloud Sea King. At that time, the Cloud Sea King represented the heavens and asked him to kneel. At that time, he was still very insignificant and wasn't a match for the Cloud Sea King, but he still chose not to kneel. Today, he finally saw this former monarch. Kneel! In the sky, the voice with heavenly prowess echoed again, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Many people were afraid of the emperor's prowess and gradually knelt down. However, the younger generation of martial artists gritted their teeth and refused to kneel. When they were growing up, the Cloud Sea King had already disappeared. Hence, they weren't so respectful towards the Cloud Sea King. Seeing this emperor is like seeing the heavens. How can you ants not kneel? In the sky, the man in the dragon robe yelled out again. He frowned as he hadn't returned for many years. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom was still the same, but the people had changed. However, these citizens didn't seem to revere him anymore, which infuriated him. Emperor Father, you haven't returned for many years. Are you going to suppress everyone when you return today? Right at this moment, an unresigned voice echoed. Countless people looked over and saw that it was the current Cloud Sea King, Yixuan. Chapter 754. Declaring War. Yixuan, you have grown up. You actually don't kneel in front of King Father. King! In the sky, King Yunhai looked at Yixuan and spoke coldly. In fact, he wanted to leave the throne for the Crown Prince. Hence, before he left, he gave the Crown Prince many advantages. He didn't expect his second son to go against his wishes and seize the throne. Did I say I would give you the throne? King Yunhai spoke coldly again. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom was created by me. If I can create it, I can naturally take it back. That includes you, Yixuan. Kneel. Kneel! On the ground, Yixuan's face was a little pale. He couldn't resist his king father's prowess. When he wanted to kneel, there was a voice in his heart that stopped him. You don't have to kneel. King! At this moment, a majestic voice echoed in the plaza. Countless people looked over and saw that the speaker was Lin Ling. For some reason, after Lin Ling spoke, everyone felt a little more confident and didn't revere the former king as much. You are Lin Ling? The person who bewitched me to become King Yunhai and killed the Empress Dowager and my crown prince? In the sky, King Yunhai looked coldly at Lin Ling. He was filled with majesty. His brows were tightly knitted like a dragon's face was furious. Lin Ling was his citizen, but he was very arrogant and actually killed his wife and son. This ant really wanted to go against the will of the heavens. So what if I killed them? Lin Ling lifted his eyes and looked indifferently at the sky. Ancestor Tai Yen and the others were shocked. Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid of King Yunhai. You have guts. In the sky, King Yunhai's face was even colder and more majestic. The Heaven Mystic's kingdom was created by me. I have the right to take it back. Lin Ling, you are just a commoner under my feet. The majestic heavenly prowess surged out again, causing the clouds to roll. It was an innate royal aura. Not every martial artist had the royal aura. No matter how strong they were, they might not be able to have such a noble temperament. Only those who were born to be kings could have it. Royal aura was also a kind of power that could make people want to bow down in worship and retreat without fighting. Cloud Sea King. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up slightly, and that disdainful smile of his deepened. He didn't expect that the first thing King Yunhai did upon his return was to display his prowess and wanted to intimidate the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. He even wanted Yun Yishuan and Lin Ling to kneel and proclaim themselves as king. However, did King Yunhai have the qualifications? Back then, when the Heaven Mystic's kingdom was in chaos, there were beacons everywhere, and the citizens were in a panic. Where were you, King Yunhai? Lin Ling spoke coldly. His voice wasn't loud, but his prowess wasn't any weaker than King Yunhai's. Everyone's eyes flickered, and they didn't revere the ancient King Yunhai anymore. Lin Ling was right. The Heaven Mystic's kingdom was in chaos, and the number one monarch had disappeared. What qualifications did King Yunhai have to speak? On the other hand, it was Lin Ling who set the Heaven Mystic's kingdom in chaos and saved the citizens from the fire and water. Everyone would remember this favor in their hearts. Right now, the Heaven Mystic's kingdom is in chaos again. Were you, King Yunhai? Lin Ling yelled out again, causing the clouds in the sky to rumble. King Yunhai's eyes congealed. Lin Ling was reprimanding him, the ancient emperor. You said that the Heaven Mystic's kingdom was created by you, and so you have the qualifications to take it back. However, can you take it back? Do you have the strength to take it back? Ask everyone if they agree or not. Lin Ling took a step forward, and that powerful aura made it difficult for King Yunhai to breathe. It was as though the person beneath his feet wasn't a commoner but an emperor who was above him. King Yunhai wanted to be everyone's emperor once he returned. Would everyone agree? Lin Ling, our king is Lin Ling. Lin Ling is the king of the cloud region. In the plaza, in the streets, in the alleys, voices rang out. Combined together, it was like the thunder from the 9 heavens. It was as though heaven and earth were shaking. King Yunhai's face turned even paler. Everyone supported Lin Ling. They only remembered Lin Ling because when everyone's lives were in danger, it was the young man who saved them. The young man gave them a stable home, so they believed in Lin Ling. Swish, swish, swish. Those who were kneeling before stood up one by one. They looked fearlessly at King Yunhai in the sky. At this moment, the prestige of the 9 heavens emperor disappeared. All of this meant that no one agreed. You are all courting death. King Yunhai's eyes widened. This was a great humiliation to him. He was the ancient emperor of the past. Today, no one gave him any face. No one feared him. King Father, you have gone too far. You have lost the hearts of the people. You are no longer King Yunhai. At this moment, Yun Yishuan's firm voice rang out. In the past, he would feel reverence when he saw his king father. Now he didn't. He was like everyone else. He remembered who had sacrificed for the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. That person was the true emperor of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. The king of the previous generation flaunted his seniority. It was useless. Our king is Lin Ling. As though to release the pressure in their hearts, the loud voice rang out again. It spread from Cloud Sea City to every city, town, and village in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. At this moment, the Heaven Mystic's kingdom was mighty. Everyone gave Lin Ling the title of king. At this moment, everyone in the Fire Ancient clan was excited. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so loved. When the king of the previous generation appeared, everyone supported Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was also extremely surprised. That mighty voice moved his heart, and his eyes became a little moist. He even saw a 3-year-old child in the distance. He was also calling his name, supporting and believing in him. In his previous life, Lin Ling was just an ordinary person. In this life, he didn't expect to be respected by so many people. If you all go against my will, it is equivalent to going against the will of the heavens. You all will die. I will see how you regret it. In the sky, King Yunhai was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His face was ashen. However, no one cared about his anger. Linling, I am here to issue a challenge on behalf of the Saint clan. Accept it. Accept. King Yunhai didn't forget his mission. He then sent a letter to Linling. Linling received it and opened it. Flames appeared in his right hand and burned the letter. The letter only said that Linling was to go to the Saint clan and fight. Yunhai Monarch sneered, "Ants will always be ants. You have never left the cloud domain, so you don't know how strong the outside world is. You also don't know how terrifying the 5 ancient nations are. You have already provoked them, so the result is obvious. If you regret it in the future, I won't save you anymore. Take care of yourselves." His voice made everyone's face turn serious. Was the Saint clan going to make a move? The 5 great ancient nations seemed to be a very terrifying existence. Wait. At this moment, Linling's cold voice echoed out, causing King Cloud Sea to frown. He looked at Linling with dissatisfaction and lightly said, "What else do you want? If you want to beg for mercy, then I'm already angry. I won't speak up for you in front of the saints. I just want to ask you, are you still King Yunhai?" Chapter 755. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A stray dog. Ha, you think of me, King Yunhai, when you are in danger. Unfortunately, it is too late. Even if you still think of me as King Yunhai, I will not save you. King Yunhai laughed. He thought that Linling was afraid, so he wanted him to be the middleman to plead with the saint race. Of course, his thoughts were not wrong. After all, the 5 ancient kingdoms were huge forces that even the upper 3 regions feared, let alone the tiny cloud region. Hence, it was normal for Linling to be afraid. However, was Linling an ordinary person? "So you are not King Yunhai?" "Yes." Linling nodded. "However, you really don't have the qualifications to be King Cloud Sea. After all, you're a proud king, and yet you've become a messenger and a lackey for the saint race. How shameful. Let me ask you, how much did the saint race benefit from you being a lackey and a messenger? How many times did you wag your tail?" "Yes." "Yes." King Yunhai's pupils constricted. He thought that Linling was going to beg for mercy, but who knew that Linling was mocking him? "Messenger? Ha, this is the King Yunhai who came swaggering?" "Yes." The crowd burst out in laughter, and even Yunixuan was mocking at this moment. His king father was very disgraced. Right now, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was facing a calamity, but his king father didn't fight alongside the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and was on the enemy's side instead. Furthermore, he was even revealing a gloating smile. Not to mention everyone else, even Yunixuan did not recognize King Yunhai. The funny thing was that his king father showed a high and mighty face when he came. Yes. This time, not only did he lose his dignity, but he was also being mocked. King Yunhai's face was ashen. He finally snorted. "Soon, you will not be able to laugh." "Yes." Finishing his words, he strode away. He wanted to see if these ants could still laugh when the Saint Race's army came. "You are no longer King Yunhai. This means that you are not from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. You are from the Saint Race. Did I say you could leave?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the ground. An extremely hot flame aura erupted, transforming into an ancient vermilion bird that rushed towards King Yunhai. King Yunhai's face paled. He was only at the late stage of the King Spirit Realm, but this aura was at the Emperor Spirit Realm. He was the king of the Cloud Sea in the past, and he was proud of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Could he be proud in front of Linling? He was no longer King Cloud Sea, but a lackey of the saints, a villain who took pleasure in other people's misfortune. Linling naturally wouldn't treat him as King Cloud Sea, but as a member of the saints. Moreover, he was a member of the saints who couldn't see through himself. Can't you see yourself clearly? How dare you be so proud of coming to Linling's territory? He was courting death. Boom. Linling didn't kill King Cloud Sea. Instead, he used his aura to make King Cloud Sea fall from the sky. This was extremely humiliating. Lin Ling stepped forward until he was in front of King Yunhai. He stepped on him and said, "Why are you acting all high and mighty? You're nothing but a lackey of the sacred race. How dare you think you can leave so arrogantly?" With one stomp, Lin Ling stomped King Cloud Sea to the ground. King Cloud Sea's expression was extremely ugly. In front of his citizens, he was reduced to a stray dog. In the world of martial Tao, the strong are respected. Can't you see that I am stronger than you? What a pathetic King Cloud Sea. He was so noble that he couldn't see through himself. Lin Ling said indifferently. His voice was filled with mockery. King Cloud Sea tried to struggle a few times, but he failed every time. He was firmly stepped on by Lin Ling. King Cloud Sea had always thought of himself as the emperor of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Hence, he had an innate sense of superiority. However, he didn't know that this sense of superiority was laughable. Being arrogant and feeling superior in front of a martial artist who was stronger than him was the same as courting death. In the world of martial Tao, the strong were respected. If someone was stronger than you, it didn't matter if you were the emperor or not. Stray dog. The crowd looked coldly at King Cloud Sea and shouted angrily, "Get lost! Get lost!" Lin Ling kicked King Cloud Sea away. King Cloud Sea was covered in mud. He was so angry that his face turned red. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. "You should thank Yun Yishuan that I didn't kill you. Otherwise, with your personality as a lackey, you wouldn't be able to leave here today. Of course, there is another reason. You thought that we were all going to die, so I spared your dog life. I will let you see how powerful your so-called saint race and the so-called 5 ancient kingdoms are. Get lost. Wait for me at the saint race. I will destroy the saint race. Get lost." The cold voice was filled with determination. Not only did it make King Cloud Sea's body tremble, but it also made many people's hearts tremble. Their king was going to fight the saint race for them. And he even said that he would destroy the saint race. "King Lin Ling, get lost." The loud voice rang out again. It spread out from the imperial city. As for the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, many of them were from the Stone Saint Nation. Their king had drawn his sword and was going to fight for the Cloud region. For all of them, for the pride of the Cloud region. Lin Ling, king. Throughout the kingdom, millions of martial artists erupted with their auras, causing the clouds in the sky to roil. The sky that was filled with smoke suddenly revealed a blue sky. On the square, a youth in a blue and white robe looked up at the sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face was looking up at the sky, and there was a determined smile on his face. For his home, for the people who believed in him, this battle should end. The deafening roar was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation to King Cloud Sea. After all, such glory and pride should have belonged to him. However, he was like a stray dog now. He could only leave with his tail between his legs. He didn't dare to be arrogant at all. It was nighttime. The lanterns were lit, and the city was brightly lit. The entire Cloud Sea city was bustling. Everyone was talking about the exciting event that happened during the day. Their king was going to draw his sword. The imperial palace was also bustling with noise. Only Yun Yishuan, the ghost marshal, and the others had serious expressions. Lin Ling was going to fight the saint race. They had some confidence, but Lin Ling was going to fight the Justice Duan clan of the 5 ancient kingdoms. This made them very worried. They knew that the 5 ancient kingdoms came from the upper 3 regions. They were the 5 strongest forces in the upper 3 regions. The Cloud region was only in the middle 3 regions. If not for Lin Ling's appearance, the Cloud region would only be in the lower 3 regions. Could they win? They were all worried. At this moment in the garden, 2 figures sat together and looked at the bright moonlight in the sky. "Lin Ling, I heard from Grandpa and the others that the 5 ancient kingdoms are very powerful. I am worried about you." Qin Xiaolin leaned her head on Lin Ling's shoulder. She liked this feeling very much. A gentle breeze blew past, causing her delicate face to reveal a happy expression. She had obtained the best man in the world, and she was very satisfied. She was even willing to die for her lover. Xiaolan, it's just the 5 ancient kingdoms. They aren't as terrifying as you think. Ah. Lin Ling brushed Qin Xiaolan's hair away from her forehead and smiled. Chapter 756. Upper Saint Region. Moreover, Yu is also from the Great Tang Empire. The heavenly concubine is currently studying at the ancient Dao Martial Palace. Once we're done here, I'll take you to the 7 Profound Martial House. Yes. Lin Ling smiled, causing Qin Xiaolan to smile happily. Far away in the garden, Ancestor Extreme Flame revealed a warm smile. He hesitated for a moment, but decided not to disturb Lin Ling and Qin Xiaolan. After all, ever since Lin Ling had returned, he had been fighting for them. Now was the time to let Lin Ling enjoy some quiet time. However, he was worried about Lin Ling's battle with the saints. In that battle, their Heaven Mystics Kingdom would not be able to help. They could only depend on Lin Ling. After nightfall, Qin Xiaolan also left. Lin Ling stood silently in the garden with a cold expression on his handsome face as he silently looked at the night sky. An intricate mother-child insect appeared in his hand. This mother-child insect was golden in color and had the dazzling word, Qin, emblazoned on its surface. Spirit energy poured into it, and the insect spoke in a low voice, "Is there something you need?" The voice was calm, but it carried an irresistible majesty. Compared to the Cloud Sea King, who had lost face today, it was like a grain of rice. "Borrow people." Lin Ling faintly smiled. "Sure, how many?" The insect didn't hesitate and directly replied. "All the family heads." Lin Ling thought for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. The other side was silent, but soon, the low voice spoke again, "We agree." "Thank you." Lin Ling nodded. He owed this favor. "No need, you are still a guest elder of the Great Qin Empire. We will tell them." The insect quickly calmed down, but it still carried an irresistible majesty. Lin Ling let out a gentle smile and carefully placed the mother-child bug into the blue ring. The mother-child bug was the noblest species, able to transmit its message to a distance of over 10,000 li. Qin Nen had given him the mother-child bug, so he could use it to communicate with the man. And that person was the #1 emperor of the Great Qin Empire, the Great Qin Emperor. Lin Ling looked at the night sky again. His eyes were filled with coldness and madness. Family and friends were his reverse scale. If anyone dared to touch them, even if the heavens fell and the earth cracked, he would still kill them. Therefore, he wanted to fight. He wanted to fight like crazy. He wanted to let everyone know that he was Lin Ling's reverse scale. He wanted them to know the consequences of touching his family. Everyone trusted Lin Ling. Lin Ling would never disappoint them. The next day, white clouds drifted leisurely and the sun hung high in the sky. Everyone in the city had appeared. The entire city was filled with people, and their blood boiled as they gazed at their king. The king was going to fight. "Wait here. When I return, this battle will be over." Lin Ling smiled and waved at the crowd. He did not ask them to go together because their opponents were not from the middle 3 regions, but from the upper 3 regions. They would not be able to resist them. "Lin Ling, let's go together." However, Yun Yishuan's firm voice resounded. As soon as he took a step forward, the countless people behind him did the same. How could they watch as Lin Ling fought for them by himself? They wanted to fight side by side with Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. "I alone am enough for this battle." All of them fell silent, but their gazes were still firm. They were too weak and could not help Lin Ling. However, they had the pride of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, so they wanted to carry that pride with Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and didn't say anything else. He just strode forward and left. Slap. The sound of footsteps resounded behind him. Countless people followed Lin Ling and forced their way forward. Lin Ling laughed bitterly. It seemed like he could not stop them. "Ha! Ling, Grandpa will fight side by side with you." Patriarch Extreme Flame laughed loudly. He was extremely excited. When he was young, he imagined that one day he would be able to lead countless family members, friends, and even people with the same bloodline into battle. However, that was just a dream. In this lifetime, he could not do it at all. But today, his grandson did it. Behind him was a dense crowd of people. There were people from the Cloud Sea City, the Stone Saint Nation, and the Flame Corps. There were millions of people, and some were even 3-year-old children. They all admired their own grandsons, causing Ancestor Extreme Flame to feel proud. Then let's go together. Lin Ling looked deeply at the excited crowd. In the end, he shouted loudly. If he couldn't stop them, then he would not stop them. He waved his hand. Destroy the Saint Race. Destroy the Saint Race. A mighty voice resounded. Countless gazes looked at the young man who was not even 20 years old. They were excited. Under the sunlight, the young man revealed a confident smile. It was exceptionally brilliant. His blue and white robe was like the clouds in the sky. Rumble. After that, the army followed Lin Ling and moved forward towards the Saint Region. The Saint Region was the core of the Cloud Region's 3 ancient nations. It was also the oldest race in the Cloud Region. Today, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's army had arrived. This was the first time in 10,000 years that such a thing had happened in the Cloud Region. Some martial artists from the Snake Swamp Nation and the Stone Saint Nation gasped. Under Lin Ling's lead, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was so arrogant. They actually killed their way into the Saint Region. This battle was a battle for survival, a battle for honor, and a battle for revenge. Lin Ling killed Xing Fifan, and the Saint Race wanted to kill Lin Ling. The Saint Race killed the Flame Corps and a large number of people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Thus, Lin Ling also wanted to take revenge on the Saint Race. They had reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Lin Ling really came. In the Saint Region, there was a trace of excitement in the hearts of the Saint Race. Lin Ling was very powerful. Even their noble Saint Race bloodline didn't dare to underestimate him. However, the Saint Race now had the support of the even more ancient Duan clan. If Lin Ling dared to come, he wouldn't be able to go back. How should we entertain him? Duan Tiangang revealed a cruel smile. He knew that Lin Ling would definitely come. He was too familiar with Lin Ling's temperament. This youth dared to fight for his family. Apart from Lin Ling, the others are all ants. Once Lin Ling dies, millions of others will have to be buried with him. Thus, we only need to deal with Lin Ling alone. Beside him, Xing Feiyun sneered. With the 18th young master, Duan Tiangang, there was nothing for him to fear. The 18th young master was said to be the most outstanding youth under the age of 20 in the upper 3 regions. How could Lin Ling be compared to young Master Duan? It was a pity that he didn't know that Duan Tiangang was once defeated by Lin Ling, otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident now. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Saint Region's volcanoes seemed to know that a great battle was imminent. Thus, they constantly erupted. And behind the volcanoes was a vast sea. This was where the Saint Race lived. They were born fire attribute martial artists and possessed a saint flame. Their strength was extremely formidable. Time passed quietly, and it was close to evening. A dense crowd began to appear on the horizon, and it was a grand and majestic sight. They're here. Many Saint Race martial artists faintly smiled. That group of ants had arrived, and there were so many of them. It seemed that they would all die here. They were well aware that with so many people present, only Lin Ling could cause them to feel fear. But Lin Ling was only one person. Even if the Saint Race used numbers, they could still drown him. Chapter 757. Probing. After a long time, a large number of people stopped in front of the volcano. The leader of the group was a youth who looked coldly ahead. The sneer on his face deepened. The Saint Race was very confident. They thought that with the support of the Justice Duan family, they would die. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Xing Feiyun, get out here. Lin Ling shouted coldly. The 3 words, get out here, were like heavenly thunder that resounded mightily in the mountain range. In the mountain range far away, besides the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Saint Race, martial artists from other regions were also attracted. They had heard of the battle between the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Saint Race. They had also heard of the huge ancient kingdom behind the Saint Race. Hence, they found it strange that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom dared to provoke the Saint Race. Wasn't this courting death? Under the volcano, there were many tables and chairs. Xing Feiyun and the others sat quietly and drank tea. However, after hearing Lin Ling's frivolous shout, Sheng Feiyun's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was so arrogant. He wanted Sheng Feiyun to get out here. Lin Ling, you killed my Saint Race's Sheng Feiyun in the past. Did you think this day would come? Sheng Feiyun's cold voice rang out. One by one, the Saint Race members stood up. Only Duan Tiangang was still drinking tea calmly. He wanted to kill Lin Ling to avenge his humiliation. However, Lin Ling would die too soon. He felt that it was too easy for Lin Ling. Hence, he wanted to slowly torture and kill Lin Ling. Today! Lin Ling's sneer deepened. He didn't say anything else and walked forward step by step. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others nodded heavily at Lin Ling. They couldn't help much in this battle. After all, the other side was from the Saint Race. They were stronger than them. If they really fought, they would affect Lin Ling and distract Lin Ling. Hence, they might as well support him from behind. Lin Ling thought so too. Perhaps Ancestor Extreme Flame and Old Man Huayong could help him solve some problems. However, it would be a chaotic battle. In that chaotic battle, he couldn't guarantee that his people wouldn't be hurt. Leader will definitely win. The members of the Flame Corps clenched their fists. They had blind trust. After all, when Dao Quang killed the members of the Fire Ancient Clan, Lin Ling led the Flame Corps into the inner city. Today, the Saint Race members of the Flame Corps. Lin Ling's Flame Corps. The Saints were stronger. They were existences that they could only look up to. Ever since the war between the Serpentine Swamp Nation and the Saints began, the Saints had rarely moved out. It was always the Serpentine Swamp Nation that besieged them. But they believed that even if the Saints were stronger, their leader would not be defeated. You're going to fight the Saint clan alone. In the distance, the martial artists from the various domains laughed, thinking that this young boy was a bit too frivolous. Of course, they weren't from the Cloud domain, so they only knew of the Saint Race's reputation. They didn't know Lin Ling's name, otherwise they wouldn't have thought so. On the other side of the volcano, the Saint Race members sat quietly. They had mocking smiles on their faces. Lin Ling was very strong. But to challenge the Saint Race alone? That was a dream. Even if they used numbers, it would be enough to kill Lin Ling. The Saint Race had 180,000 bloodlines. All of them were innately stronger than ordinary martial artists. 180,000. Even if Lin Ling killed them one by one, it would be enough to exhaust Lin Ling. What's more, Lin Ling couldn't kill them all. Moreover, in order to welcome Lin Ling's arrival, the Saint Race had made a lot of preparations. The Saint Race was able to stand for thousands of years. They are definitely not fools. That youth is too reckless. The martial artists from the various ancient regions nodded silently. The path from Lin Ling to the volcano might seem peaceful, but it was definitely filled with danger. The danger was so great that if the people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were to rush over, they would be completely wiped out. After all, a battle between two armies was different from a battle between martial artists. In a battle between martial artists, the attacker had the advantage and could catch the defender off guard. In the end, the attacker would be defeated. However, it was different in a battle between two armies. If the enemy had set up a trap or set up a troop formation, the attacker would be at a disadvantage. One came from afar and wasted a lot of energy and stamina. If the other waited patiently for the enemy to jump into the trap, then the defender would naturally have the advantage. But now, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was the attacker. They were travel-worn. The Saint Race was the defender. They were waiting patiently. Clan head, let's go and play with him. He killed brother Sheng Tong. He should be quite strong. On the Saint Race's side, dozens of young elites looked at Sheng Feiyun and said. This made Sheng Feiyun frown. He had set up the entire race's formation and was waiting for Lin Ling to jump in and die. Hence, he did not want these outstanding juniors to take the risk. Furthermore, he knew Lin Ling's strength very well. He could easily kill the Snake King of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. He was probably not weaker than him. He might even be at the peak of the King's spirit realm. Ask young Master Duan. Sheng Feiyun finally said. He was still a little afraid of Lin Ling. Duan Tiangang was drinking tea indifferently, but he smiled and said, we can try. He also wanted to see if Lin Ling's strength had improved after the trip to the ancient tomb. All right, young Master Duan. We will not let you down. Those young elites were all in high spirits. Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the Cloud region. They had always been dissatisfied, but they also knew that Lin Ling was not weak. However, they wanted to test his strength. If they could not escape unscathed, it was not difficult. Furthermore, they had already set up the formation. With young Master Duan here, what did they have to fear? Lin Ling, where is your pride? Dozens of young elites flew towards Lin Ling, their voices as proud as thunder. They knew that today's battle would not only shake the entire Cloud region, but there would also be a massive number of martial artists from the nearby regions that would come to watch. Thus, they wanted to prove themselves. After all, they were the most proud geniuses of the saints. Lin Ling continued to slowly walk forwards. In the distance, dozens of figures flew towards him. Some of them had proud expressions and some of them were cautious. But he could see that they were here to test him. They were like the vanguard of a battle between two armies, testing the strength of their opponent. But testing Lin Ling? Did they have the qualifications to do so? Lin Ling disdained to speak. Instead, he stared ahead. He could feel that this mountain range was a bit mysterious. It seemed that this ancient saint race still had a deep background. How arrogant! You look about the same age as me, but you actually dare to ignore me? One of the youths frowned. Lin Ling was looking ahead, not even glancing at them. This caused him to feel a thick sense of humiliation. After all, although Lin Ling was strong, they were about the same age. He should only be a bit stronger. He was confident that he could make Lin Ling lose face. Silent Ridge Flame. He was the first to attack. The Saint Flame of the Saints appeared in his right hand. He looked at Lin Ling and slammed it down. Sacred Solitude, I will help you. Although we cannot defeat Lin Ling, if we can suppress Lin Ling's arrogant momentum and make Lin Ling lose face, then the Patriarch will be happy. On the ground, the three youths threw themselves at Lin Ling. They were in close combat and were confident in their abilities. Chapter 758. 100,000 Evil Warding Sacred Fire Formation. It seems like the Saint race has set up an array here. Lin Ling still looked ahead and muttered to himself. Everyone in the distance narrowed their eyes. This youth didn't seem to notice anyone making a move on him. The people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were rather nervous. Many of them had never seen Lin Ling's strength and didn't know if Lin Ling could withstand the combined killing intent of those geniuses. However, Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others were confident. Those geniuses from the Saint race were very proud, but no matter how proud they couldn't be compared to the geniuses from the Fire Ancient clan. Swish! Right at this moment, a sword light flashed by, and the sword intent gushed out. Those geniuses who tried to engage in close combat were instantly beheaded. In the sky, that genius who executed the golden flaming palm on Lin Ling didn't even look at him. With a flick of his finger, a blood-red vermilion bird's flame shot out, burning that golden flame and rushing towards that genius. Lin Ling found it laughable. It was fine to probe, but they should have sent stronger martial artists. What? The genius in the sky narrowed his eyes. With just one move, he knew the difference between him and Lin Ling. He hurriedly retreated, but he was still too slow. That wisp of flame instantly wrapped around him, turning him into ashes that fell from the sky. Swish! Swish! At the same time, a dazzling sword light slashed out like a meteor. Lin Ling didn't even look ahead. After a few slashes, he withdrew his sword and continued to advance. Swish! Swish! There was a reign of terror. Those geniuses who tried to probe and even tried their luck to humiliate Lin Ling were all killed. They thought that Lin Ling was stronger than them, but if they worked together, even if they couldn't humiliate Lin Ling, it shouldn't be hard for them to escape unscathed. However, the idea was good, but the reality was cruel. Were they here to probe? If they weren't qualified, they shouldn't even think about leaving. Sword intent. The martial artists from the various regions narrowed their eyes. They started to mock Lin Ling for overestimating himself, but they now realized that this youth was a little terrifying. The geniuses of the Saint race of the same age couldn't even block a single sword move. You're still so arrogant. The only one who wasn't surprised was Duan Tiangang. He already knew that Lin Ling wouldn't lose to those geniuses. He just wanted to see how much Lin Ling's strength had increased. Sheng Feiyun's pupils constricted. Dozens of the proudest geniuses of the Saint clan had died just like that, never to return. Lin Ling was so ruthless, he wanted to end the proud bloodline of the Saint clan. Sheng Feiyun, you're such a fool. That stray dog beside you knows my strength, but he didn't warn you. Instead, he sent the geniuses of the sacred race to their deaths just to test my strength. Huh, do you really think you found a powerful backer? Lin Ling continued to walk forward, his indifferent voice drifting out. Sheng Feiyun's heart trembled as he looked at young Master Duan who was beside him. Young Master Duan was drinking tea without a care. This made Sheng Feiyun grit his teeth. Young Master Duan was indeed aware of Lin Ling's strength. Don't fall into his trap of sowing discord. Young Master Duan said indifferently. This made Sheng Feiyun furious, but he didn't dare to say anything. At this critical moment, he still had to rely on young Master Duan. However, Lin Ling was right. He was indeed a little foolish. It seemed like Duan Tiangang had purposely sent his juniors to their deaths. Duan Tiangang, actually, I'm quite surprised that you, a defeated opponent in the past, haven't been crippled. You even dare to appear in front of me today. Lin Ling continued to walk forward. Naturally, he also saw Duan Tiangang under the volcano. Moreover, he roughly knew the purpose of Duan Tiangang's visit. He was just a little surprised. Sheng Feiyun's pupils constricted again. The dignified 18th young master, Duan Tiangang, actually lost to Lin Ling? He was clearer than anyone about the terror of the 18th young master. In his opinion, how could Lin Ling compare to Duan Tiangang? He was even confident that as long as he announced Duan Tiangang's name, Lin Ling would definitely be afraid and regret coming to the sacred region. However, Lin Ling and Duan Tiangang had known each other for a long time. He suddenly felt that his understanding of Lin Ling was very shallow. What did Lin Ling do in the rainforest sacred land? Lin Ling wasn't an ordinary genius from the cloud region who went to the rainforest sacred land. Are you afraid? With me here, what are you afraid of? Duan Tiangang lightly said when he sensed the change in Sheng Feiyun's mood. Sheng Feiyun smiled and nodded. That trace of worry disappeared in the end. With the Justice Duan family as their backing, the sacred race wouldn't be in danger. Bring out your ancient array. Let's see how badly Lin Ling can block it. Duan Tiangang added. He knew that the sacred race still had some trump cards. Then he looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, today's matter isn't just about you and the sacred race. It's also about me and you. However, if you want to fight with me, you still lack the qualifications. In the past, when he lost to Lin Ling, his martial heart collapsed. But this time, he seemed to be even more determined and confident. He recovered the arrogance of an 18th young master and looked down on Lin Ling. A crippled person with a shadow in his heart wants to regain some confidence in his words? However, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded from afar, causing Duan Tiangang's pupils to narrow. Lin Ling had touched his sore spot. He indeed wanted to regain some confidence. Cut the crap and face the array. Duan Tiangang coldly shouted. He was somewhat angry in his heart. However, he had made many preparations today. Lin Ling was still going to die. It was just a matter of how he died that would make him feel more satisfied. Lin Ling, you've already stepped into the array. I'll let you experience the strength of the sacred race. Moreover, it's a battle between two armies, not a battle between martial artists. So, don't blame me for bullying you with numbers. Sheng Feiyun stood up. His eyes were even colder. Finally, he waved his hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The volcano violently shook. Above the vast earth, countless golden flames shot into the skies, turning into a golden sea of fire. That destructive aura caused many people in the distance to tremble. They could feel the heat, an incomparably scorching heat. There was even a feeling of worship. This was a sacred flame, a noble and pure flame. Xiu 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 xiu. Outside the giant flame array, a massive number of sacred race martial artists flew over. Golden flames appeared on the surface of their bodies, constantly pouring into the array. It was as if they wanted to refine Lin Ling alive. How terrifying! Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others had dignified expressions. No wonder Lin Ling didn't allow them to fight. If they were to face such a sacred flame, then they would be completely annihilated. This is the legendary 100,000 Evil Warding Sacred Flame Array. In the distance, some older martial artists muttered to themselves. They had heard of this array before. It was laid down with the bloodline of the sacred race. With a talent king body as the foundation, the more people there were, the more terrifying it was. In the legends, if 100,000 people with the bloodline of the sacred race appeared, then they could burn the world. In the past, the first-generation ancestor of the sacred race was hunted down by powerhouses of the upper three realms. In the end, the entire sacred race laid down this array and burned several hundred powerhouses of the upper three realms to death. A nightmare. To the crowd, this was an ancient array formation that was like a nightmare. Of course, although this array formation was powerful, it also had its flaws. That was that there had to be a large number of people to lay down the array formation. Moreover, their bloodlines had to be the same. This led to the fact that many people knew about this array formation, but very few people were able to lay it down. Chapter 759. Saint Flame Refinement. The middle three regions may be small, but they still have some foundation. Duan Tiangong's eyes narrowed. That array formation caused even him to feel a trace of dread. The saint race truly couldn't be underestimated. His right hand clenched into a fist, his hidden trump card causing him to ponder. If he was the one in the array formation, would he be able to withstand it? Although he didn't want to admit it, he already knew that if he was in the array formation, he might not be able to withstand it. Lin Ling will be fine, right? On the vast land, millions of Heaven Mystics Kingdom martial artists clenched their fists. They couldn't help much in this battle. They could only hope that the legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, their king, could break through the enemy's encirclement. If their legend fell, then they would be duty-bound to follow him. In this battle, Lin Ling also shouldered the lives of hundreds of people. Ling, you won't lose. Ancestor Tai Yen once again spoke. The land in front of his eyes had already turned into a golden sea of fire. The flames roared and were wild. It seemed as though they wanted to purify and incinerate everything. Even the land began to melt like water under the wild burning of the golden flames. A fire pit that was 1,000 miles wide quietly appeared, its momentum vast and majestic. Around the fire pit were a massive number of saint bloodlines. They continuously poured the flames within their bodies into the fire pit, forming a great array formation that operated. As for the fire pit, it was naturally a forbidden land of death. Many people thought that even the legendary Emperor Spirit Realm martial artists would fall there. That youth was only 20 years old. How could he withstand it? That youth is not facing one person, but 80,000 saint race people. Someone looked at the fire pit and said, there were people walking around, and the number was constantly increasing. Despicable. On the Heaven Mystics Kingdom side, everyone saw this scene and clenched their teeth. Lin Ling was fighting 80,000 people alone. If it was one-on-one, none of the 80,000 people would be Lin Ling's match. But if they worked together and used the array formation to double their strength, Lin Ling would be even harder to resist. In the endless mountain range, it was silent. Only the crackling of the flames could be heard. At this moment, Lin Ling was enveloped by the extreme golden flames in the huge ancient formation, which made his expression turn colder. He was a fire attribute martial artist, but at this moment, he was surrounded by flames. This was very ironic. Moreover, if these flames were not many, they would not be terrifying. However, these flames seemed to be condensed by tens of thousands of people. This was somewhat difficult to deal with. The saint race, with their fire attribute bloodline, had actually laid down such a massive ancient array formation. The Eye of Time appeared. Lin Ling swept his gaze around, wanting to see through this array formation. However, this array formation wasn't mysterious at all. Its only characteristic was that it could gather fire. In that case, the only way to break the formation was to meet force with force. Boom! The terrifying golden flames began to envelop Lin Ling. It was so holy and so hot, as if it was the king of flames. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and the vermilion bird's flames also erupted from his body. The blood-red flames and the golden flames were evenly matched. However, even though the vermilion bird's flames were more noble, there were more golden flames. After all, it was condensed from the flames of 80,000 people. I didn't know that when the amount of flames is condensed, the power is also so terrifying. Lin Ling's eyes shone coldly. If this continued, he would definitely be injured. Sheng Feiyun was indeed despicable. He knew that no one was his match in a one-on-one fight, so he asked the entire race to join forces. Ancient Flame Demon, you are the Flame Demon. You have a way to deal with this fire. With this thought, Lin Ling sensed his dantian and shouted. In his dantian, the sleeping ancient flame demon slowly opened its eyes. Its demonic eyes looked at Lin Ling and it seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, a low voice was heard. I want 1 million upper spiritual crystals. It proposed a deal. It seemed to want spiritual crystals to heal its injuries. Upper spiritual crystals? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. High-grade spiritual crystals were more precious than mid-grade spiritual crystals. Until now, he had not seen any. Hence, he shook his head and said, it can only be 5 million mid-grade spiritual crystals. If you reject it, I will die, and you will disappear from this world. The ancient flame demon roared. It seemed to be unwilling, but it finally compromised. This fire is very weak. It can't even enter the heaven and earth spirit fire list. It only relies on the number of people. However, this fire has a time limit. Once the time is up, the fire will reach a critical point and explode. By then, this place will be in a terrible situation. What? Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. The saint race seemed to be using fire to deal with him, but in fact, they were also dealing with everyone in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Once the time was up, this place would become a fiery hell. Grandfather and the others would not know about it and would definitely be burned alive. The saint race had planned to kill everyone from the beginning. Sheng Feiyun. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. If you want to break the array, it's very simple. I can teach you how to break out of this 100,000 fire array. You just have to kill those saint race ants one by one. However, this fire is formed by 100,000 people. What's more, they are all fire elemental talents. Hence, why don't you absorb this fire and improve your king body? The ancient flame demon's cold voice echoed. This was the first time it had spoken so much to Lin Ling. In the past, it had always treated Lin Ling as an ant. However, after this period of interaction, it felt that this young man was mysterious. It could not see through him. Can I? Lin Ling asked in disbelief. Brat, why not? The ancient flame demon seemed to be angry. Lin Ling was doubting it? All right then, let's begin. Lin Ling nodded heavily. His eyes turned even colder. Sheng Feiyun had a good plan. However, it was a pity that he had to fulfill Lin Ling's wish. Moreover, Lin Ling wanted to see how much his king body could improve with the fire of 80,000 people. Currently, his vermilion bird flame was a 6th grade king body. However, there was a conflict between flames. They would clash and fight, but they could also absorb each other. The Saint Fire wanted to refine Lin Ling, but Lin Ling could also refine the Saint Fire of 80,000 people. Sizzle! In the deep pit, the flames rolled like waves. Lin Ling withdrew the vermilion bird flame and turned himself into a huge whirlpool, madly absorbing the flames around him. Brat, there are gains and losses in this world. Although I can suppress the golden flames for you and prevent them from burning you, you will also be in danger. If you can't suppress them and tame them, you will die. The ancient flame demon's voice sounded. If I die, you will die too. Lin Ling sneered. He relaxed his body and allowed the golden flames to enter his danton. The ancient flame demon guarded Lin Ling, preventing the golden flames from burning Lin Ling's body. It let the Saint Fire and the vermilion bird flame fight in his danton. Rumble! Within the deep pit, the terrifying golden flames began to form a vortex. Looking from afar, it was a ghastly sight. Just think about it. A 1,000-mile-wide pit was filled with flames. Just how large and terrifying were those flames? If I was in the array, I would be turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. The crowd stared at the sea of golden flames and said in fear, "Today is the winter solstice. Happy winter solstice. Everyone must eat well." Chapter 760. Breaking out of the formation, refine him. In the distance, Xing Feiyun laughed coldly. With a wave of his hand, he ordered even more sacred tribe bloodline cultivators to the side of the formation. He wanted to use numbers to crush Lin Ling to death. Will he die? Duan Tiangong's lips curled up slightly. If Lin Ling died in the formation, it would prove that Lin Ling was nothing more than this. Rumble. At this moment, in the deep pit, Lin Ling's expression was constantly changing, revealing a savage and pained expression. His dantian had already been occupied by golden flames, as if they were about to tear his dantian apart. As for the vermilion bird Dao platform, it was also bathed in golden flames. This puny little brat's perseverance is terrifying. The ancient flame devil looked coldly at Lin Ling, surprised by his perseverance. In fact, there was one more thing it had not said before, which was that if he wanted to refine the flames of 80,000 people, the success rate was only 30%. At this moment, Lin Ling's mind was hazy. There were too many flames, filling his mind with golden flames. It even made him feel drowsy, as if he was sleeping in the flames. This was very comfortable, as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. I can't sleep. If I sleep, I'll be refined. Suddenly, Lin Ling's mind became clear. He couldn't sleep. If he slept, his grandfather and the others would all die. Moreover, his mother would never be found. Who would take his father's grave to his mother? And Yu, the heavenly concubine, and the others would definitely be very sad. I can't sleep. I can't become a wisp of sacred flame. Wake up. Lin Ling kept shouting at himself. It had not been easy for him to walk from an ordinary youth to where he was today. He had stepped through many storms and waves. How could he capsize in the gutter? Vermilion bird flame, burn for me. With a shout in his heart, Lin Ling controlled the vermilion bird Dao platform in his dantian. The vermilion bird Dao platform was already cracking, and the blood-red flames had quietly turned golden, as if about to be refined. But after hearing Lin Ling's voice, the vermilion bird Dao platform shook violently, struggling and resisting. Gradually, the golden flames near the vermilion bird Dao platform quietly turned blood-red. At the same time, the ancient flame devil's demonic eyes opened. Refining. Refining. Refining meant that all the sacred flame vermilion bird flame. Rumble. As the vortex grew larger and larger, his dantian began to change. As the golden flames neared the vermilion bird Dao platform, they began to change color. Lin Ling's innate talent, the king body, began to rapidly increase. From the 6th grade, it gradually reached the 7th grade and then the 8th grade. Let the flames, fire flame 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 flame. Lin Ling roared in his heart. He wanted to use this fire to transform. Rumble. Roar. Within the fire pit, the ocean-like golden flames roared even more fiercely. At this moment, the outside world was completely silent. Countless people stared at the flames in silence. Ling. Ancestor Extreme Flame tightly clenched his fists as if his heart was bleeding. This feeling was like watching 80,000 people bully his little grandson, and his little grandson was only one person. As his grandfather, he couldn't do anything to help. Wait, look, there's blood in the flames. Just at that moment, someone cried out in surprise. The crowd in the vast mountain range narrowed their eyes. At that moment, they realized that within the raging golden sea of fire, there was a trace of blood-red color. No, that wasn't blood, it was a blood-red flame. How is this possible? Xing Feiyun's eyes narrowed. The 18 evil warding arrays were passed down by his ancestors. It was said that they could burn gods and demons. But after such a long time, Lin Ling was still alive, and the flames were still stubborn. Go! If 80,000 won't do, 100,000 will do. We must refine Lin Ling. Xing Feiyun's face grew even colder. At his command, 20,000 sacred clan bloodlines flew to the side of the array, and the flames poured into the ancient array. How can you not die in such a raging fire? Sheng Feiyun's eyes were filled with malice. Those flames could refine any Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist. No matter how proud Lin Ling was, he had to die. Boom. But at this time, the blood-red flames in the sea of golden flames grew bigger and bigger. It was like a spark that could start a prairie fire. From the size of a finger, it gradually grew into a raging inferno. One could even vaguely see the figure of a young man in the flames. The young man was walking slowly in the sea of flames. The flames of 100,000 people could not burn Lin Ling to death. Impossible! Sheng Feiyun's body trembled violently. He stood up from his chair subconsciously. He knew how terrifying those flames were. That was the sacred clan's greatest trump card. On the side, Duan Tiangong's eyes narrowed. His right hand gripped the handle of his chair, and he subconsciously clenched it until it exploded. Lin Ling is free. Yes. After a short moment of silence, hundreds of people from the Heaven Mystics' kingdom suddenly cheered. Their king was going to rise. Their king was undefeatable. Boom. As if to confirm the thoughts of Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others, the giant ancient array began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The golden flames seemed to have suffered a defeat and were forced back again and again. As for the blood-red flames, they became increasingly exuberant, turning into a giant vermilion bird that circled in the skies. The dazzling flames caused the eyes of the 100,000 sacred race experts to narrow. The vermilion bird was huge. It was 1,000 miles wide. It was as if the vermilion bird god had descended. The 100,000 people around the formation vomited blood. Their faces were pale. They felt that their innate flames were being absorbed by the formation. The formation was suppressing a terrifying fire demon that could erupt at any time. One person against 100,000 people of the sacred clan bloodline. This person will leave a proud history in the middle three regions. Who is he? In another direction, the martial artists of the various regions seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. Only now did they realize how terrifying that young man was. The young man dared to challenge the sacred clan alone. He seemed to have his own strength. That is Lin Ling. It is said that he is the #1 genius of the Cloud region. But why is his strength so terrifying? Someone nervously said. This caused the eyes of even more martial artists to focus on him. Lin Ling. This name caused a sense of familiarity to rise in their hearts. Bang! Another violent explosion sounded out, like a bolt of divine thunder crashing down from the heavens. At this time, a deep pit burst open and a fiery red figure floated out. This figure looked down at the 100,000 Saint Bloodline warriors as if he were looking down on the world. This dazzling figure caused all the martial artists below to stop breathing. The 100,000 evil warding arrays had been broken. Is this all you've got? An ice-cold voice echoed through the earth like thunder. Then, a monstrous killing intent filled the air. Burn me! Bang! With this voice, an even greater blood-red flame shot into the skies, turning into a constantly spinning column of flame that burned a massive number of Saint Bloodline warriors to death. This was an eye for an eye. 100,000 Saint Bloodline warriors wanted to refine Lin Ling, but not only did they not succeed, but they were also refined instead. 100,000. And they were all powerful ancient bloodlines. Even so, they couldn't suppress a single person. In the distance, the crowd was shocked. They stood rooted to the ground, unable to speak. Stop! Stop! Chapter 761. Extermination of the race. The Saint race's bloodline was noble and sacred. It was left to him by the previous clan head. He was told to protect the bloodline no matter what. But now, the bloodline was being slaughtered. You're too much. Sheng Feiyun turned into a golden flame and shot forward. He wanted to get close to Lin Ling and stop Lin Ling, but the flames around Lin Ling were too extreme and too hot. He couldn't get close at all. He had the noble Saint Fire bloodline. When he saw Lin Ling's flames, it was like seeing an emperor. You killed my people and I'll kill yours. Sheng Feiyun's eyes were red. Since he couldn't stop Lin Ling, he would kill Lin Ling's people and make Lin Ling suffer. He wanted to see if Lin Ling was more ruthless or if he was more ruthless. Swish. He was very fast and went straight for the people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He reached out his right hand and turned his claws into flames. The first person he wanted to kill was Patriarch Extreme Yen. This person seemed to have a deep relationship with Lin Ling. If he died, Lin Ling would definitely be in pain. He would definitely regret coming to the Saint region and even more regret offending Sheng Feiyun. Die! A voice filled with killing intent sounded, causing the people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to frown. The Saint race was very despicable. They didn't fight before. Lin Ling fought 100,000 people alone. Now that Lin Ling was free, they would naturally fight back. However, Sheng Feiyun didn't dare to face Lin Ling. Instead, he came to kill Lin Ling's family. Sheng Feiyun was too despicable. If Patriarch Extreme Yen died, Lin Ling would definitely be devastated. Stop him! Yun Yishuan shouted. Even if everyone from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom died, Patriarch Extreme Yen couldn't die. Unfortunately, they couldn't stop Sheng Feiyun with their strength. Only Old Man Huayang could fight. Of course, it was just a fight. It was hard to say if they could win. However, Sheng Feiyun's plan was very good. Family and friends were Lin Ling's reverse scale. He could get what he wanted. The terrifying blood-red flame tore through the void and turned into a gorgeous light in midair. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared in front of Sheng Feiyun. Bang! Sheng Feiyun's flaming claw was stopped by a hand. Sheng Feiyun's pupils constricted as he raised his head and saw a flame god standing in front of him. The flame god's long hair fluttered in the wind as if it was made of fire. The flame god's face was handsome, but there was a hint of madness and brutality in it. The flame god's red eyes were staring at Sheng Feiyun with murderous intent, brutality, and a thick sense of disdain. It was Lin Ling. He had arrived. Do you think you can kill my men? Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out, causing Sheng Feiyun's expression to drastically change. Only after coming into close contact with Lin Ling did he realize how terrifying Lin Ling was. So, could he do it? It seemed impossible. In front of me, you are the dignified patriarch of the saints, but in reality, you are nothing more than an ant. The cold and disdainful voice drifted out again. This was a thick humiliation for Sheng Feiyun. An ant had no right to speak. He could only watch the other party do whatever he wanted. This feeling of helplessness usually only appeared on Sheng Feiyun's opponents, but now it appeared on him. I killed your sacred bloodline, so you killed my family and wanted to make me suffer. But, can you kill them? Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. That was a kind of confidence that he had everything under his control, causing the hearts of the people in the distance to tremble violently. Powerful strength could dominate everything, and the sacred clan had always been able to dominate everything. But now, they had met their nemesis, and that nemesis was only one person. Moreover, it was a very young man. However, that man alone was enough to render the entire sacred clan helpless. Look over there. Lin Ling said coldly again. Sheng Feiyun opened his mouth, and a feeling of uneasiness spread out in his heart. He turned his head to look, and suddenly his whole body trembled. He saw that on the other side of the broken array, a terrifying giant ape was slaughtering his bloodline. Over there, screams of pain and killing filled the sky. His bloodline was like ants, and their lives were worth less than human lives. Under the attack of the giant ape, they all turned into a rain of blood. One by one, they died one by one. There were 100,000 people, and they died one by one. Blood flowed like a river, and countless souls were formed. Some of them resented Lin Ling, and thought that Lin Ling was cruel and merciless. Some of them blamed Sheng Feiyun, and thought that Sheng Feiyun had caused the sacred clan to suffer a nightmare, and that he was no longer qualified to be the patriarch. There were also people who resented the Justice Duan family. It was the Justice Duan family that had bewitched them to fight Lin Ling head-on, and made them think that Lin Ling could easily kill them. However, no matter what kind of resentment they had, it was useless. The giant ape didn't care about their regret, pain, and sorrow. It would only send them one by one to hell. No! Sheng Feiyun cried out in pain. This was the sacred clan's sorrow, the sacred clan's nightmare. He even saw some 15-year-old youths who used to mischievously call him grandpa in front of him, and now they were all dying in pain. Blood and killing drifted in this world. 100,000 people died one after another, causing the entire area to be in absolute silence. The crowd could only watch the massacre, watch the terrifying demonic beasts slaughter, and their gazes quietly fell on the indifferent young man. At this moment, the young man was like a god of death, causing them to feel uneasy. Provoking a killing god, and the entire clan would be annihilated. Open your eyes and watch carefully, they will die because of you. Kill. Lin Ling's face was incomparably cold. He dared to come here, and decided to be a villain. He also remembered the Sword Elder's words to him. Don't be afraid of killing intent, and kill those who should be killed. If he was afraid of killing intent, he would regret it. He would cause harm to his loved ones because of his soft-heartedness. Therefore, Lin Ling wouldn't let himself do things that he would regret. If the killing intent was too heavy, and if heaven and earth punished him, then he would bear it alone. For his loved ones, he dared to enter the 18 layers of hell. Die because of me? Lin Ling, you are too ruthless, you will be punished by heaven. Sigh. Sheng Feiyun sat down powerlessly. He couldn't resist, and could only watch Lin Ling kill his people. This was a punishment worse than killing him 1,000 times. The previous generation's patriarch gave the sacred clan to him, but he let the sacred clan fall and perish. He was ashamed of the previous generation's patriarch, and even more ashamed of the sacred clan's bloodline. What angered him the most was that he couldn't do anything to help, and could only watch as his clan members were killed. I am ruthless? Are you not ruthless? Sigh. Lin Ling said coldly, and looked at the endless land in front of him. Your formation has a time limit. Once the time limit is up, there will be no more life within a 10,000 li radius. Are you not ruthless? Shiver. Lin Ling actually knew. That's right, when the 100,000 evil warding formation's sacred fire reached a critical point, heaven and earth wouldn't stop this fire, and this fire would wreak havoc on the land. At that time, the sacred clan's people would hide in the sea, and all living creatures would be destroyed by the sacred fire. But now they had failed. We will die too? Shiver. In the distance, the hearts of the martial artists from various regions trembled fiercely. Sheng Feiyun was indeed ruthless, even bystanders had to die. I am too much? Shiver. Chapter 762. The sorrow of the saints. These words were like a thunderbolt from the highest heavens, causing Sheng Feiyun to tremble once more. Behind Lin Ling, the members of the Flame Legion looked at the youth, their fists tightly clenched. With their leader here, their brothers who had died unjustly would all receive an explanation. This was their leader. He would never allow the Flame Legion to die in vain. However, since you say I am ruthless, then I will show you how ruthless I am. Little flame, leave none of the 180,000 saint bloodlines alive. Merciless. Lin Ling's emotionless voice floated out once more, causing Sheng Feiyun's heart to drip blood. Leave none alive? Leave none alive? No, I admit defeat. I beg for mercy. Please don't slaughter them. They are innocent. The saints cannot all die. Sheng Feiyun fell to his knees in front of Lin Ling, constantly kowtowing. This time, he was panic-stricken. He regretted everything. He didn't think that the final trump card of the saints wouldn't be able to kill Lin Ling. Instead, it would allow Lin Ling to become a killing god. All of this was like a dream. If he had a choice, he would have chosen to surrender as soon as possible and give up the pride of the saints. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Ling waved his hand. In the past, when he had wiped out the Zhang family of one of the 8 ancient clans of Cloud Sea City, he hadn't slaughtered the old or the young. But afterwards, he learned that when he was bitterly cultivating at the 7 Profound Martial House, the Zhang family's bloodline had attempted to take revenge. They had secretly killed some members of the Fire Ancient Clan. Although their revenge hadn't been able to shake the Fire Ancient Clan, and the remaining members of the Fire Ancient Clan had been slaughtered instead. But this had taught Lin Ling that hatred could make one forget everything. They forgot how strong the enemy was, they forgot how weak they were, and they only thought of revenge. This was a firm heart of martial arts. Thus, Lin Ling would never make this mistake again. He was merciful, but the enemy might not be grateful. They only remembered hatred, only thought of revenge. Thus, he had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Everything was as he had said. For his loved ones, he was willing to be the villain. He was willing to bear the cycle of karma, and he was willing to let all the resentment of the saints fall upon him. He was the spiritual pillar of the Fire Ancient clan and the Heaven Mystics kingdom. If he didn't bear this burden, then who would? On the other side of the volcano, the giant red ape had transformed into an ancient slaughter beast. Rivers of blood flowed through the volcano and corpses littered the ground. Howls of anguish shook the world, making it seem as if the setting sun was dyed red, as if it were mourning for the desolation of the earth. In the distance, the martial artists of the various regions had complex complexions. The deeply rooted saint race that had been passed down for thousands of years had suffered a horrifying slaughter today. Not a single person from the entire clan managed to escape. Although in the merciless world of martial arts, the extermination of a clan was not a rare thing, after seeing it with their own eyes, they still felt incomparably shocked. Heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs. This was also the wisdom of this world. The people from the Heaven Mystics kingdom remained silent. They weren't that shocked because they knew that if the saint race didn't die today, they would be the ones to die. Since the saint race wasn't benevolent, they didn't need to be benevolent either. Furthermore, this was a war of revenge. There was no right or wrong, no innocence or injustice. It was just a matter of different standpoints. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Perhaps only this sentence could explain everything. No! Sheng Feiyun sat down powerlessly and looked blankly at the ground in front of him. The ground had already turned blood red. The blood of the saint race flowed into the sea in the distance, causing the sea to turn blood red as well. It was an exceptionally ghastly sight. 180,000 people, not a single one was spared. Many of the corpses were incinerated by the flames. Only a berserk red-furred giant ape was roaring at the sky. It had killed so many that its fur was blood red. They're all dead. They're all dead. Sheng Feiyun's voice was filled with sobs. He was the only one left in the entire saint race. How sad. The young Master Duan that you relied on is drinking tea right now. He didn't save any of the 18 people. This is the backing of your saint race. Lin Ling's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Sheng Feiyun looked over and saw that at the foot of the volcano, Duan Tiangang was still drinking tea. His expression was indifferent. He didn't help or stop them. It was as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Why? Sheng Feiyun muttered to himself. Because you're just a chess piece. The Duan family doesn't care about your death at all. They only care about whether I'm dead or not. Lin Ling coldly smiled. Sheng Feiyun's pupils constricted. At this moment he suddenly felt that Lin Ling was even more dreamy. Lin Ling wasn't the #1 genius of the cloud domain. He wasn't just a youth that returned from the rainforest. He seemed to have many secrets that no one knew. And these secrets were huge. Wiping out the saint race was as easy as lifting a finger. What was laughable was that he thought Lin Ling was only SO. He thought that using the power of the entire saint race would be enough to kill Lin Ling. Watch carefully. Who is the young Master Duan that you relied on? Lin Ling coldly smiled again. With a wave of his right hand, the flame chains tied up Sheng Feiyun. Lin Ling wanted to show Sheng Feiyun that with Duan Tiangang behind him, the saint race could win against him. Lin Ling didn't just want Sheng Feiyun to regret the death of the saint race's bloodline. He also wanted Sheng Feiyun to regret his own choice. Taking a step back would allow one to have a better future. However, if Sheng Feiyun didn't take that step back and still wanted to destroy Lin Ling and the Heaven Mystics kingdom, then it wouldn't be a better future. It would be hell. On the ground, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. The crowd in the distance had a solemn expression. Today was Lin Ling's battlefield. Duan Tiangang, you've recovered your strength. Let me see what you have to be proud of. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It was domineering, carefree, and disdainful of the world. At this moment, under the volcano, Duan Tiangang's expression was cold. He was still drinking tea. Previously, he didn't stop Lin Ling from killing the Saint race because the Saint race was too useless. He thought that the Saint race would make things difficult for Lin Ling. However, it was useless. Not only did Lin Ling not die, but he also shocked the earth and emitted a dazzling light. As a result, Lin Ling walked towards him with a majestic aura, humiliating him. "Loser, you don't dare to fight?" Lin Ling shouted again. The frivolous smile on his face became even wider. Bang! Duan Tiangang crushed the teacup in his hand and took a step forward. "Lin Ling, don't be too proud. I'm not the same person as before." "It's still the same. Loser, you're still a stray dog today." Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at Duan Tiangang from afar. "Is that so? Then I'll show you the ancient Qilin bloodline." Duan Tiangong's lips curled into a confident smile. Although he was heavily defeated by Lin Ling last time, he knew from Prince Duan that the terrifying fire demon that Lin Ling summoned didn't belong to Lin Ling. This meant that he only needed to defeat Lin Ling. Now, his strength had doubled because the Duan clan didn't want him to be dispirited. They used up a large number of their seniors' bloodlines to reattach his terrifying arm. Chapter 763. Qilin versus Vermilion Bird. Duan Tiangang shouted proudly. He felt like he had soared into the sky. Back then, he was only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm and was ranked 7th among the 18 young masters. 80% of those in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm were no match for him. But now, he was confident that he was invincible. The invincible realm was terrifying. There were countless geniuses in the rainforest Holy Land. There were many ancient countries, disciples of old Xian, and all kinds of bloodlines. But to be invincible in the same realm, this was one of a kind. Therefore, he was confident that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds compared to the tomb. Lin Ling was indeed strong, but he could only defeat 70% of the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. How could he be his opponent? Swish! Duan Tiangang gently tore the white cloth on his right hand. An ancient, brutal, and bloodthirsty aura spread out. Under countless shocked gazes, the arm finally appeared. It was the arm of a Qilin. It had a green Qilin armor and shimmering claws. After the white cloth was torn, it seemed like a taboo had been undone. The arm continued to expand until it reached the ground. The terrifying muscles were even thicker than Duan Tiangang's body. Duan Tiangang had transformed into a half Qilin. Rumble! The ground shook violently. An oppressive aura spread out, making it difficult for the crowd to breathe. Just a glance was enough to make them tremble in fear. "You still have confidence in yourself?" Duan Tiangang's voice floated out, deep like thunder. Then he took a step forward and shot towards Lin Ling. "With the Qilin arm, all martial arts are useless. I'll show you the terrifying bloodline of the Duan family. Today, if you don't reach the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, you'll stay here forever." Rumble! Rumble! Baleful aura surged in the air like an ancient Qilin pouncing towards Lin Ling ancestor Extreme Flame, and the others frowned. The bloodline of an ancient country was more mysterious and terrifying than the bloodline of a saint. Moreover, the youth seemed to be an extremely powerful genius of the rainforest Holy Land. Could Lin Ling win? They were nervous, but there was nothing they could do. They could only pray. After all, a battle of this level wasn't something they could participate in. Dominating the world. Lin Ling's gaze turned cold. He was surprised by Duan Tiangong's Qilin arm. After all, he was well aware of Duan Tiangong's strength. He was a top genius below the age of 20. At the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, he could defeat 80% of the geniuses. However, in such a short period of time, Duan Tiangang seemed to have reached the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm and was invincible. The bloodline of an ancient kingdom was indeed very mysterious. This was the first time Lin Ling had seen such a great increase in strength in such a short period of time. However, during this period of time, it wasn't just Duan Tiangang who had increased his strength. Lin Ling had also increased his strength by quite a bit. Boom! In mid-air, the two youthful figures approached from afar. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, they collided violently. The momentum of the collision caused the entire ground to tremble. Countless people's pupils constricted. This was a battle between the top experts of the middle three regions. Moreover, they weren't experts of the older generation. Instead, they were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. The most frightening thing was that the 5 great ancient countries' geniuses had appeared, but the insignificant cloud domain's geniuses were still fearless and fought back with their swords. This sharp contrast made the crowd feel as if they were dreaming. When did the middle three regions give birth to someone who could fight against the 5 great ancient countries' geniuses? In this battle, even if Lin Ling was defeated, it was still a glorious defeat. However, how could they know that in the upper 3 regions' ancient tomb, Lin Ling from the insignificant cloud domain had already clashed with the top geniuses of the 5 great ancient countries? Moreover, he had returned victorious. Therefore, in Lin Ling's heart, no matter how powerful a genius background was, they were nothing more than this. Boom! Surging energy erupted once more. Soon after, a cry of surprise rang out. What kind of fire is this? Under countless shocked gazes, Duan Tiangong's invincible Qilin arm was on fire. Moreover, Lin Ling's sword had cut open the hard scales, causing blood to flow out. Everyone was shocked like a celestial being. The result of the first confrontation was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others widened their eyes. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. As for Sheng Feiyun, his mouth was wide open. He wanted to see Lin Ling die at the hands of the 18th young master, but the 18th young master didn't seem to be able to shake Lin Ling. The 18th young master, to him, was a godlike existence. Could it be that Lin Ling had really reached the level of a god? Sorry, Intermediate Emperor's Spirit Realm. Before I came back, I was already invincible. Break for me! Lin Ling shouted. The great sword in his hand was like thunder in the sky as it slashed down. Shwa! Blood splattered everywhere. A third of the thick Qilin arm was cut off. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, causing Duan Tiangang to frantically retreat. His face was deathly pale. The shock in his heart was no less than anyone else's. According to his estimation, after obtaining the Qilin arm, Lin Ling was no longer his opponent. However, the situation was the opposite. Not only was Lin Ling not suppressed by him, but he had also easily cut off his Qilin arm. How was this possible? During this time, you are not the only one who has increased your strength. Lin Ling stepped forwards, the flames around his body becoming even more exuberant. This caused Duan Tiangong's pupils to widen. Lin Ling was too terrifying. In such a short period of time, his strength had increased once again. What level of monstrous genius was this? How could he know that in the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling had already defeated an invincible Middle Emperor Spirit Realm proud son of heaven? Therefore, to Lin Ling, his arrogance was nothing but a joke. I don't believe this. I will definitely defeat you. I have already obtained the ancient Qilin bloodline. I will definitely kill you. Duan Tiangang constantly shook his head. Reality had given him a great blow. He had come with confidence, but this was the result? Break! With a roar, he chose to cut off his own future and give up the Qilin arm that his senior had grafted onto him. He wanted Lin Ling to die. Even if he became a cripple, he wanted Lin Ling to die here forever. Duan Tiangong's arm broke apart. After the arm fell to the ground, it seemed to come to life. It constantly wriggled, quietly forming an ancient Qilin. This Qilin opened its eyes, and an imposing aura that seemed as if all living things were nothing but dogs filled the air. It was as if it represented the true Qilin, the true bloodline. Any martial arts illusion, any unorthodox Qilin bloodline was nothing but an ant in front of this Qilin. However, this was indeed a drop of Qilin bloodline. Although a long time had passed and it had lost a great deal of its ferocious nature, it was still proud. With another roar, the world changed, and the sound spread throughout the entire cloud domain. A lightning-like figure rushed towards Lin Ling. The Qilin had moved. Bang! At the same time, Lin Ling's complexion became even more indifferent. He stretched out his left hand, and the flames of the vermilion bird crazily condensed, forming a massive vermilion bird. The hot heavenly winds caused his clothes to flutter. At this moment he was the true vermilion bird god. What a resolute youth! He didn't retreat, he chose to fight again. As the crowd saw Lin Ling stretch out his hand, they felt as if they were in a dream. At this moment, this youth had become so magnificent, as if they were witnessing a battle between ancient god beasts. Qilin against vermilion bird. Bang! Chapter 764. King Physique of Transcendence? He's crazy. Many people gasped. Lin Ling was too calm. At this moment, he could be killed at any moment, but Lin Ling still didn't move. Could it be that Lin Ling was planning to fight head-on with the Qilin? At this moment, a pair of blood-red wings appeared behind Lin Ling. It was condensed from flames, but it was so real that it made people feel like they would never forget it. Along with the appearance of the wings, an extremely terrifying heat burst out. Rumble! On the ground, the flames that had been extinguished previously soared into the sky like dragons, rolling and roaring. It was incomparably terrifying. It was as if the flames were summoned by the vermilion bird. This was the appearance of the Sea of Flames. What kind of flames are those? They seemed to be even more terrifying than before. Many people's faces stiffened. They realized that Lin Ling's flames seemed to be able to increase at any time. It was incomparably mysterious. Great vermilion bird's flames. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from the flames. It was filled with endless confidence and an aura that made the flames on the ground soar into the sky. Rumble! With a slap, the blood-red flames collided with the tyrannical Qilin. In mid-air, a dazzling circular flame ripple spread out crazily with the collision as the center. It was like fire, like a blade. Put. Large amounts of mountains in the surroundings were cut in half. Squat down. Many cultivators shouted crazily. This collision was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine that this was the strength of a human. Wait, look over there. After dodging the terrifying shockwave, someone pointed forward, causing even more gazes to look over. In the air, the young man was standing straight with one hand behind his back. His other hand was stretched out, and his palm was tightly gripping the Qilin's huge face. The Qilin's body was being burned by the crazy flames, and a large number of its scales had cracked open. The young man had captured the Qilin alive. The ground was silent, and everyone was even more silent. The Qilin that was condensed from the ancient Qilin's blood was caught by the young man and was being burned by the flames. Impossible! In the distance, Duan Tian Gang roared. What kind of flames did Lin Ling have? How could they be so terrifying? 8 motifs: true fire, vermilion bird's flames. As if knowing Duan Tian Gang's disbelief, a proud voice rang out in midair. 8 motifs: true fire. This meant that it was an 8th-grade king body. In the holy land of the rainforest, there were very few people who had a king body. Even Duan Tian Gang had only seen it 3 times, and only the top geniuses of the Justice's Duan family. Now, a young man, Duan Tian Gang's true king body. Sheng Feiyun, you used 100,000 people to gather the flames, but in the end, you gave me the 8th-level monarch body. Tell me, should I not thank you? Said Lin Ling mockingly. In the distance, Sheng Feiyun was stupefied. Had Lin Ling refined the flames of 100,000 people and turned them into his own? Had he obtained a supreme king body? If that was the case, then the fact that he had 100,000 bloodlines kill Lin Ling was in fact helping Lin Ling. As he thought of this, his mind went blank. Under countless gazes, the Qilin was burned by the flames until it gradually turned to ashes. And in the skies, only Lin Ling stood there. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he calmly looked at the distant Duan Tian Gang. Ripples of flames bloomed from his body, making him seem like the king of flames. The surrounding people were afraid that they would miss something. They stared at Lin Ling. Today was indeed Lin Ling's battlefield. And in the distance, King Yunhai's face was pale. He had been watching all of this from beginning to end, but the result had surpassed his expectations. At this moment, he no longer had the bearing of an emperor, only the fear of a weak martial artist. Had the saints been defeated today? It seemed that no one could stop Lin Ling. Duan Tian Gang, you ant? A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Duan Tiangang to grit his teeth. He had lost again. The 18 saints had all been annihilated. Sheng Feiyun had lost his will to fight and was like an ant. Duan Tiangang had been defeated again and again. No one could stop Lin Ling's rise. Today, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had won. Sigh, Tiangang, why do you have to do this? At this moment, a soft sigh rang out, causing many people's hearts to tremble. There was still someone else? From the vast sea, a tall and sturdy figure walked over step by step. He stepped on the sea as if it were flat ground. He was dressed in black armor and looked like a king from the sea. Following his footsteps, huge waves erupted from the sea. One figure after another followed him out, densely packed. At a glance, the entire sea was filled with people. The sea water evaporated under that huge aura. It was terrifying. You already have a heart demon. You lost the battle with Lin Ling. Just step down. Why do you have to cripple yourself again to win? After all, Lin Ling will die today. Sigh. The figure said softly. His voice was filled with regret. As he got closer, the first thing Lin Ling saw was that he was Prince Duan. He didn't expect that a prince from the Justice Duan family would cross mountains and seas to come to the middle 3 regions from the upper 3 regions just to kill him. Moreover, he didn't come alone. He brought a large number of experts with him. There are at least 20 experts from the middle 3 regions over there. That must be a big shot from the Justice Duan family. He actually summoned so many experts. Sigh. Below the mountains, the crowd looked at the mighty group of experts and the corners of their mouths trembled. It was terrifying. 20 experts from the middle 3 regions had come. Lin Ling couldn't escape death. No, look at the flags over there. There are people from the upper 3 regions. Sigh. Someone looked at a corner of the sea, then took a few steps back. More strong cultivators had appeared there. All of them seemed to be at the Emperor's spirit realm. There were even many who they couldn't see through. They were like mysterious mountains that they had to look up to. A single expert was enough to destroy the middle 3 regions, but there were so many of them. The Justice Duan family had terrifying rallying power. It seemed that they had to kill Lin Ling today. Many people even realized that in the middle 3 regions' long history, this was the first time so many experts from the upper 3 regions had arrived. And they were all here for a single person. It had to be said that today's Saint Domain battle was one wave after another. Everyone thought that with the ancient array laid down by the 100,000 sacred race bloodline experts, Lin Ling would die without a doubt. However, Lin Ling alone swept across the world, slaughtering the sacred race. Then he fought Duan Tiangang, leaving only 2 sacred race experts left. At that time, everyone thought that Lin Ling had won. In this Saint Domain battle, Lin Ling had returned victorious. However, the previous battle was only the beginning. The true battle had just arrived. Middle 3 regions experts appeared, upper 3 regions experts appeared, and the Justice Duan family appeared. They were mighty and powerful, crushing everything. In the end, Lin Ling had lost. Did we lose? Could it be that from the very beginning, our results were already set? The faces of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's people darkened. Their hearts were like dead ashes. Chapter 765. The Elder's Existence, Ling. Old ancestor Tai Yen looked at the youth that was still standing firm, and his heart ached. His grandson was standing for his family, standing for the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He was doing his best, but he still couldn't compare to those great families with deep backgrounds. With more than 20 people from the middle 3 regions, this was enough to destroy the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. You will all die. A soft voice floated out from Imperial Prince Duan's mouth. His eyes were ice cold. To him, these people in front of him were nothing but ants. Today, he had come, and all of these ants would die. But his focus was Lin Ling, and even the Justice Duan family's focus was Lin Ling. In order to kill Lin Ling, they had called upon all the major forces to move out. Although it was troublesome, it was worth it. Lin Ling, you are a fool. Imperial Prince Duan said sarcastically as he looked at the youth that was still standing firm in front of him. Why? Lin Ling's face was still calm, and one couldn't tell if he was happy or sad. Imperial Prince Duan nodded. This Lin Ling was young and his background was ordinary, but he always gave off a calm and steady feeling. With this mentality, Lin Ling was much better than Duan Tiangang. Duan Tiangang acknowledged that Lin Ling was indeed a terrifying talent. But the more terrifying he was, the more he had to be erased. Otherwise, in the future, he would be the nightmare of the Justice Duan family. 1. You should not have offended the Justice Duan family. 2. You should not have come to the Saint race. You should have hidden in the 7 profound martial house. Violating these 2 rules is enough for you to die. Not only that, but you were too arrogant. You thought you could win alone, so you died. Imperial Prince Duan lightly said, his lips curved up in a smile. It was as if he could already see the result of this generation's genius, Lin Ling, condensing his saint domain. Lin Ling was silent. Imperial Prince Duan sighed and said, "Don't you have anything to say?" Lin Ling was still silent. Many people guessed that Lin Ling was helpless. No matter how outstanding his talent was, how could he compare to the powerhouses of the previous generation? Kill him, kill him. Far away, Xing Feiyun kept roaring. He even shouted hysterically. He could finally avenge the 100,000 lives of his Saint clan. Lin Ling was too complacent. What he didn't know was that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. How could he, Lin Ling, be a match for the Justice Duan family? For a time, everyone had their own thoughts. Lin Ling continued to stare silently at Imperial Prince Duan, his gaze landing on the mighty martial artists behind Imperial Prince Duan. I really don't have anything to say. If there is anything, it would be that I feel that those people are very pitiful. Oh! Imperial Prince Duan raised his eyebrows and the smile on his face deepened. What do you mean? He was not in a hurry to kill Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was already doomed. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say much. He slowly put his sword back on his back. His calm demeanor stunned Prince Duan. Then he smiled, thinking that Lin Ling had given up on resisting and was doing the last thing in his life. Imperial Prince Duan, you are very foolish. However, Lin Ling said softly after putting his sword back on his back. But Imperial Prince Duan suddenly found it funny. First, I didn't offend the Justice Duan family. It was the Justice Duan family who came to provoke me. Second, I came to the Saint clan knowing that the Justice Duan family was also here. How could I not be prepared? Lin Ling said calmly. Imperial Prince Duan's eyes narrowed, but he quickly smiled. I knew you would be prepared, but it was not within my consideration. After all, no matter how prepared you are, it is useless. Is that so? Lin Ling nodded and looked at the people behind Imperial Prince Duan. You are very pitiful. You came to die for the Justice Duan family. Come out, my battle is over. It is your turn. Come out? The battle was over? The crowd was puzzled. Was Lin Ling not going to fight? Moreover, who was he going to ask to come out? Was he going to ask the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to fight? Upper 3 regions, Great Qin Empire, 12th family head Qin and has arrived. Great Qin Empire, 8th family head Qin Shao has arrived. Great Qin Empire, 21st family head Qin Empire has arrived. Great Qin Empire, 24th family head Qin Empire has arrived. At that moment, loud shouts could be heard from afar. The wind and clouds were billowing, and a large number of people were stepping on the clouds. Their auras were even more terrifying. They were all cultivators from the upper 3 regions. The cultivators behind Imperial Prince Duan narrowed their eyes, and even some of the cultivators who had cold smiles on their faces froze in place at that moment. Great Qin Empire, 24th family head Qin Empire has arrived. In the upper 3 regions, who didn't know how terrifying the 24th family head Qin Empire was? They were the pillars of the Great Qin Empire, and were existences that no one in the upper 3 regions dared to provoke. Upper 3 regions, they are all martial artists from the upper 3 regions? In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, every martial artist's heart trembled. Their legend had brought martial artists from the upper 3 regions, and they were from the Great Qin Empire of the 5 great ancient kingdoms. One must know that Lin Ling was only a martial artist from the middle 3 regions, but he had summoned the people of the Great Qin Empire. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was a dream. Family head? What is a family head? Grandmaster Tai Yan's body trembled with excitement. He knew that the people who had come were very strong, but what was a family head of the Great Qin Empire? I've read the ancient records. A family head status is like the ruler of a region in the upper 3 regions. Also, the Great Qin Empire seems to only have 24 family heads. But now they have all come for Lin Ling. Yun Yishuan, who had read many books, couldn't help but speak with excitement. Those legendary figures had all been summoned by Lin Ling. The legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling, was indeed worthy of his reputation. How is it possible? Who is he? Xing Feiyun was in a daze. The glimmer of hope that he had just seen disappeared once again. He suddenly had a feeling that Lin Ling's mysteriousness came from his identity. Lin Ling's identity was much more noble than his own. The only mistake he had made with Lin Ling was that he didn't know what shocking things Lin Ling had done in the rainforest. Of course, it wasn't just him. Everyone was curious. Lin Ling was just an ordinary youth. If he could summon 24 family heads, then what was his identity? The 24 family heads of the Great Qin Empire are under the orders of the Great Qin Emperor to go to the Cloud region to assist the Great Qin Empire's guest elder, Lin Ling. A proud voice sounded from the ground. Qin Nan smiled as he looked at Lin Ling in front of him and nodded. This time, the Great Qin Emperor had personally issued the order, and it was an urgent order. This showed how important Lin Ling was to the Great Qin Emperor. Therefore, within half a day, the 24 family heads of the Great Qin Empire, no matter where they were, no matter what they were doing, immediately put down what they were doing and rushed to the Cloud region. Those who disobeyed would be killed immediately. They didn't dare to delay an urgent order from the Great Qin Empire, so they hurried over. And now, they didn't seem to be too late. Brother Qin Nan, thank you. Lin Ling walked step by step towards the Great Qin Empire. Countless pairs of eyes stared at his proud figure. The doubts in their hearts were finally resolved. Elder. Lin Ling was actually an elder of the Great Qin Empire. Chapter 766. And everything, Prince Duan, I told you that you are a fool. Lin Ling walked towards the Great Qin Empire's side. He didn't even look at Prince Duan. Everything was as he said. His battle was over. Next, it was the Great Qin Empire's turn. Lin Ling. Prince Duan's expression was extremely ugly. The 24 family heads had arrived, and they weren't any weaker than him. They were all in the Holy Spirit realm. He had lost this battle. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't consider the possibility of the Great Qin Empire helping Lin Ling. However, it was because of this that he brought so many powerful cultivators. What surprised him was that Lin Ling didn't bring just one family head, but 24 family heads. The Great Qin Empire seemed to have mobilized all the powerful cultivators of the Great Qin Empire for Lin Ling. This was the reason why he had lost. He had underestimated Lin Ling's importance in the Great Qin Empire's heart. Don't you think that your arrogance was laughable? In the distance, Lin Ling's mocking voice sounded again. Prince Duan's body trembled. He thought back to everything and felt that it was laughable. He thought that he was the Oriole and could catch the mantis. However, he was still the mantis. Lin Ling was the Oriole. At that time, he was actually proud in front of Lin Ling and asked Lin Ling if he had anything to say. Lin Ling was very calm and had a mocking look on his face. Now, he understood what Lin Ling was mocking. I told you that you were pitiful. Now you know where the pity is. Lin Ling's voice sounded again. The powerful cultivators behind Prince Duan had bitter expressions on their faces. They knew where the pity was. They had worked so hard for the Justice Duan family, and now they were all going to die here. It was very sad. They were still thinking about how to make a name for themselves. In the next moment, they were going to die. Lin Ling's face was incomparably cold. He slowly raised his hand and looked at Prince Duan. He knew that Prince Duan was very strong, but there were many people on his side who were stronger than Prince Duan. Prince Duan, I'll ask you one last time. Do you have anything to say? This was what Prince Duan asked Lin Ling before. Now, Lin Ling asked Prince Duan in return. However, what could Prince Duan say? He was a great marquis, but he had nothing to say in front of the insignificant Lin Ling. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. Another massacre was coming. Lin Ling would not show any mercy since he knew that when the other side had the right to control his life, he would not show any mercy either. That was because he knew that when the other side had the right to control his life, he would not show mercy either. 24 Xuanwu Heavenly Tribulation Arrows. After Lin Ling waved his hand, the entire land was filled with murderous intent. The 24 clan leaders looked at each other and nodded coldly. They had brought more powerful cultivators with them than Prince Duan. Each of them had brought their most trusted subordinates. The Great Qin Empire had the ancient bloodline of the Xuanwu. When these powerful cultivators gathered together, they could unleash the terrifying heavenly calamity arrow rain. The 24 Xuanwu arrows were the ultimate skill of the Great Qin Empire. One arrow was not scary, but 10,000 arrows were terrifying. In the sky, the most beautiful scene appeared. A giant Xuanwu formed by tens of thousands of people appeared. The Xuanwu's cold eyes looked at Prince Duan. The ancient armor gave off a dazzling light. If one looked closely, the light was formed by countless arrows. This also meant that the Xuanwu was formed by arrows. Retreat. Prince Duan's eyes widened. There was a destructive aura in front of him. As an important figure in the Justice Duan family, how could he not know about the 24 Xuanwu arrows? The powerful cultivators behind him were shocked. Even without Prince Duan's warning, they could feel the terror in front of them. They wanted to retreat. They regretted coming here. But it was too late. Boom. Countless arrows fell from the sky. Each arrow carried the true meaning of martial arts and could pierce through anything. When tens of thousands of arrows gathered, it was a nightmare. The first wave of arrows fell and instantly pierced through the bodies of many powerful cultivators. Among them were Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators and Saint Spirit Realm cultivators. But wherever the arrows passed, they all fell. Lin Ling, spare my life. Many martial artists began to shout. They were extremely panicked. Unfortunately, their pleas for mercy were met with a second round of arrows of death. The 24 Xuanwu arrows were controlled by 24 powerful family heads. Its power was like a death god's arrow rain. Boom. When the second wave of arrows passed, the sea turned into a sea of blood. Waves rose into the sky. Some cultivators wanted to escape, but could they be faster than the arrows? Another large number of cultivators died. Another nightmare of slaughter. The hearts of the people in the distance beat violently. The powerful cultivators they looked up to died one by one in front of them. It was very dreamy, and even very scary. Today, the cloud domain seemed to be facing the greatest massacre in history. Rumble. The arrow rain carried with it a billowing killing intent. Wave after wave of arrows rained down, making one wonder just who would be able to survive this rain of arrows. As for Duan King, his face was filled with incomparable fear. He used the cultivators behind him as shields and grabbed Duan Tiangang to flee. He was angry, he was aggrieved. He was the dignified Duan family king, but after encountering Lin Ling, he had been forced to flee twice by Lin Ling. The last time was an accident and he could forgive that. But this time was no accident. He had come fully prepared, and yet he was still defeated like a stray dog. Moreover, even if he tried to escape, there was only a 10% chance of him doing so. As the cultivators behind him died one after another, he finally clenched his teeth and gave up on Duan Tiangang. And at this time, Duan Tiangang felt as if he had fallen into a nightmare. Lin Ling had ruthlessly crushed his heart of martial arts once more. The massacre of the 24 Black Tortoise Heavenly Calamity arrows didn't take long. Time passed quietly. The foot of the volcano and the shore of the sea were littered with corpses. It was even more terrifying than the massacre of the 100,000 holy race cultivators. And the Great Qin Empire's cultivators all had cold expressions. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. When they used the 24 Black Tortoise Heavenly Calamity arrows, there was only killing in their hearts. Everything else had disappeared. Only after killing all the enemies would they stop. The earth fell silent. Only a desolate wind blew, making it seem as if there was no one here. But in reality, there was still a large number of people far away. It was just that their hearts were shaken, so they couldn't speak anymore. The Justice Duan family brought the cultivators of the various domains. They thought that the battle was over and that the Justice Duan family had won. But those cultivators didn't even have a chance to shine when they arrived and died one after another. Everything was just as Lin Ling said. They were very pitiful. But they couldn't blame others. After all, they were the ones who came to seek death. And compared to the holy race cultivators, their deaths were even more tragic. After all, the holy race cultivators at least put in some effort, but they didn't do anything. Lin Ling is so scary. Below the mountains, everyone's gaze finally landed on the youth in blue and white robes. The youth was young and handsome, with a slender figure. Chapter 767. 6 Great Saint Lands, is it over? Everyone from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom still felt like they were in a dream. They all looked at Lin Ling, and countless images appeared in their minds. The young Lin Ling came from the Cloud region. Back then, he decided the chaos in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and fought against the geniuses of the 100 territories. Today, he fought against the Saint Clan. He had grown into an existence that could not be underestimated in the 100 territories. Ling, a good job. From now on, the Cloud region is our home. Patriarch Taiyan's eyes were wet. Everything was over. He didn't know how Lin Ling became an elder of the Great Qin Empire, but he knew that Lin Ling had always been fighting. Their fire ancient clan protected the Cloud region, and Lin Ling fought outside and gradually achieved impressive results. Everything seemed simple, but he knew that Lin Ling must have paid a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. We won. Finally, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom let out a loud laugh. The Cloud region belonged to them from now on. On the other hand, Xing Feiyun was in a daze. He had lost, and there was no turning back. Lin Ling's strength was beyond his imagination. From the very beginning, he wasn't an existence he could provoke. He wanted to say something, but the flaming chains that bound him burned him, and in the end, he was killed. At this point, no one from the Saint Clan survived. It was a true extinction. In the sky, Lin Ling looked indifferently in front of him. Then, he took a step and appeared in front of the sea. There was a youth who was struggling to get up, but he was severely injured and failed several times. However, when he sensed Lin Ling's arrival, his body trembled. Duan Tiangang, you're not dead yet? Lin Ling looked at Duan Tiangang gently. Duan Tiangang's eyes turned red. He wanted to say something but couldn't. He even looked at Lin Ling, his heart trembling. Lin Ling had given him nightmares twice. You should have lived well. Unfortunately, you brought disaster upon yourself. Lin Ling sighed softly. At this moment, he felt that Duan Tiangang was very pitiful. The 18th young master had fallen to such a state. No one could tell who was right and who was wrong. Duan Tiangang had his own pride, so he challenged Lin Ling again and again. Lin Ling had a place he had to protect, so he wanted to fight Duan Tiangang. Perhaps, the winner was the king's way to explain everything. Swish. A sword light slashed Lin Ling Tiangong's Tiangang. He was a Tiangong's Duan clan was had. Duan Tiangong's Duan clans mocked him. That was why he worked Duan Tiangong's Duan clan. Was Duan Tiangang clan? Clan, Duan Tiangang Din Tiangang, Duan was Tiangong's Duan clan. He Duan he clan was a Duan was Duan clan. Duan. In the end, Lin Ling gave him a slash. This slash killed him, but perhaps it also freed him. The wind blew through Lin Ling's clothes and lifted his long hair. He looked at the vast land and looked at the souls that had died in this battle. Suddenly, his heart was filled with complex emotions. This was the first time he had killed so many people since coming to this world. But when he saw the smiling ancestor Extreme Flame in the distance, the darkness in his heart quietly disappeared. His heart of martial arts became even more resolute. He knew why he had to kill. Grandfather. Lin Ling revealed a brilliant smile, making him look like the boy next door. Ling, you win. The confident voice of Ancestor Extreme Flame came from afar, causing Lin Ling to smile even more proudly. Far away, King Yunhai watched this scene in a daze. Everything was different from what he had imagined. He had wanted to gloat when the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was wiped out. He wanted to let everyone know that it was a mistake not to choose him, King Yunhai. But now, he was the one who had made a mistake. King Father, you are old. King Yunhai left quietly. But just as he took a few steps, a cold voice rang out. He turned around and saw that it was his second son, Yun Ishuan. At this moment, he smiled and seemed to feel that he was indeed old. Ishuan, King Father's foresight is not as good as yours. Leaving behind a soft sentence, he disappeared into the crowd. Perhaps in this life, he would never have the face to return to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He had lost to his son, Yin Ishuan. His son had better foresight than him. He believed in Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling could make the Heaven Mystics Kingdom rise. And Lin Ling had done it. The Saint race and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were at war. The legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling, had single-handedly slaughtered the Saint race and seized the Cloud region. The news spread like the wind throughout the middle three regions. In the middle three regions, the Cloud region had become the #1 region. It was an existence that no one dared to provoke. As for the legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling, this person's name had spread throughout the middle three regions. The sound of the wind drifted, gradually crossing the mountains and crossing the seas, spreading to the upper three regions. In the ancient countries, the cities had already posted notices. Everything about Lin Ling made all the countries in the upper three regions realize just how terrifying Lin Ling was. Lin Ling's name had shaken the middle three regions. In addition, his name had shaken the upper three regions in the ancient tomb. Now, his name had truly shaken the 100 regions. The 5 great ancient kingdoms, the great Qin Empire's guest elder, the 7 profound martial houses' proud son of heaven, these were enough to make it so that no one dared to provoke Lin Ling. And in the 100 regions, Lin Ling was the only one who had risen like a madman and bloomed with such dazzling brilliance. At this moment, in Cloud Sea City, in the heart of the Fire Ancient Clan's volcano, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged. Flames appeared on the surface of his body. There were as many as 8 of them, circling around Lin Ling like fairies. These were the 8 Adi True Fire. Although each flame was only the size of a fist, it was the essence of fire. If it erupted, it would be incomparably terrifying. I didn't think that the Cloud Domain would have such an unexpected harvest. Feeling the flames floating around him, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. With his current strength, his invincibility in the middle stage of the Royal Spirit Realm was even more stable. After all, the 8th grade king body had increased his strength by 30%. When he reached the middle stage of the Royal Spirit Realm, he was confident that he would be able to rush into the top 100 on the Pride of Heaven list. You're actually so happy with such a useless flame? At this moment, a deep voice sounded out, causing Lin Ling's eyes to widen. It was the ancient flame devil. This flame is an 8th grade flame. It can allow me to have 80% of the true meaning of fire. It is already very powerful. Lin Ling said indifferently. 80% of the true meaning of fire was only 20% away from the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire, so how could he not be happy? The vermilion bird flame, a flame that can't even be ranked on the Heaven and Earth Spirit Fire list, but it can actually make you happy. Moreover, the name is nice, but does it have the true meaning of fire? The ancient flame devil's voice sounded out again. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that at present, many flames were called flames, but true flames were not like that. For example, the ancient flame devil's flame was a true flame. Flames were obviously of a higher grade than ordinary flames, hotter and more destructive. The place you are at is just the rainforest sacred ground, but this world is much bigger than you think. There are 6 sacred grounds, namely the rainforest sacred ground, void sacred ground, wavering light sacred ground, water moon sacred ground, green cloud sacred ground, and 6 shaman sacred ground. Your flame is like the light of a firefly in front of the experts of the 6 sacred grounds. The ancient flame devil's disdainful voice sounded out, causing Lin Ling to suck in a breath of cold air. This world was so big.